already, and I've been messing around with the vertical scene in the background so I can stream better to TikTok and stuff. So, enjoy. I'll be back in a few minutes. Make sure that we get into that draft okay. Also, thank you for the fine kind words as well. Kira Shmura. Did see you in chat. Hello and welcome back to the LPL. Let's get ourselves into the good old draft. You know what, screw it, let's put on the camera as well. You deserve it. Oh, it's very yellow. Ugh. Gosh darn it. Gonna have vertical scene on for TikTok as well now. Hopefully that'll be fine. Okay, cool. Right, I have given myself a task this morning. I did. Oh, it looks like the overlay's broken, so I'm gonna have to go to do this scene instead because I haven't got that covered. And LGD NIP game 1. So LGD first picking the Talia. No Pantheon to pair up with it right now. Oh, whatever, I'll just turn it off now. It's all good. Other side, Wukong. Is Annie available? Yes, you could go Annie Wukong. Does well into the Talia. Talia can really struggle to deal with that, actually. Guess what? 90 stream streak. Thank you, Angie. You're very kind. Okay. And I hope this is working on TikTok fine. I think it is. I mean, give it a quick listen, actually. Quickly have a check if audio is working on it. Looks like it. Okay, cool. Alright, I think we're in a decent spot now then. And then on the other side, Varus was let through. You could have Varus rumbled here for NIP. Choosing to forego the rumble. Varus rumble has been so strong. They choose the Wukong instead. Very strong bot lane. On the other side, you do get Xin Zhao into Wukong, winning jungle matchup for the early game anyway, less so in teamfights later. Ambassador goes in just in case NIP wanted to lock in Rumble on 3, I suppose, because it can survive that lane. And basically giving NIP the choice. You either lock the Rumble for the Varus, because they're a very good duo, or you lock the Annie for the Wukong, which is of course what they ended up doing. Now we're into our second round of bans. Support's not picked. Braum was banned away. I guess I'm a little surprised that Braum was banned away because Braum's pretty bad into Talia, but you do have the double melees of Xin Zhao and Ambassador that would have been diving in quite dangerously. Hey, Spirisk, I can see you. And on the other side, they ban away the Alistair, which would have had an easier laning phase now that the Braum is out. You're going to go towards lots of melees. We've seen the resurgence of Renata in the last few days. Even though it was crap at MSI, it does really well into stuff like these dive comps if you've got Xin Zhao Ambassador and then one more melee. Tends to do very well in that kind of game. Also, hey, if you're on TikTok, because we are streaming there today again, let us know what you think of the new scene. It's a little bit bodged together. I got Twitch chat on there as well, but yeah, I had to put something together and hopefully that is fine. Cassante for NIP does again fine into the Ambassador. That matchup, quite hard to get solo kills in either one. You can force flashes, but getting a full kill is quite rare to see in pro play. Meant to be something that holds the door shut against the Ambassador and the Xin Zhao driving into you. LGD, could they get some more range instead? Jhin follows up on the dive pretty well for the Ambassador and the Jhin. You do need some more engage though. The Bard's good ranged engage without throwing your body into the fray. Not many people end up playing range supports in the LPL. So that'd be a little bit different. It's the Nautilus instead, which is what I didn't want to see because now you are playing you know, into... Well, no, Nautilus is now fine. Nautilus is now fine, actually. I mean, the Annie Wukong can very much punish the Nautilus. You can clone back from the hook. You can stun him up when he's looking for engages. The Rel comes in, and the Rel's good engage for NIP. It's a fine laning phase matchup. NIP end up with a very strong team fight. On the other side, LGD, they do have triple melees, which can be pretty hard to... it can be pretty hard if you get disengaged. So if Rel gets a good combo onto those melees, it's quite hard for the melees to kind of follow up the team fight afterwards. So on LGD, because they have a lower range composition for melees, I mean, I know they have Talia and the Jhin, which increase that range a little bit. They will need to make sure that their skirmishing's on point. Make sure they can skirmish through that. Okay, first game of the day, folks. And yeah, first game of the day, and let's see how it goes. I gotta get myself a coffee, because I just rolled out of bed to turn the stream on to get LPL working. Okay, I think this is fine. Thank you, Sam. How's it going? Can you cover the stream for me for a bit?
I absolutely can.
Because I need to go brush my teeth and stuff. Yeah, vertical scene's working through the magic of vertical scene plugins.
Oh, vertical scene plugins.
Well,
nice.
I was using them already. It's just that I ended up.
And we get a camera angle on it as well. That's cool.
What do you mean? But well, that's because I've used a vertical scene plugin, and then I'm just using that through the capture card over to that instead. Anyway, we've done some stuff to figure out how to get vertical scenes over towards TikTok, so I don't have to do it on that itself. Right. Okay. Sam's gonna wheel his chair in, and it doesn't matter particularly. So we got a triple melee comp with some ranged carries for LGD. On the other side, NIP. They've got the Annie Wukong. And we'll see how that works out. Okay, right, I'll leave Sam to it, and I'll be back in a second once I'm done with my my usuals.
Rift, folks. Pleasure to have you. Let's listen in to the crowds for a second or two. Chinese Talia are always a joy. NIP won yesterday. Did quite well at it too. Very slow second game into NIP. I don't know if anyone was here yet. Sorry, into LNG. We had some fun here on the cast trying to make it entertaining where it was a little dull at points. YCX. Roaming with Savior, of course, is still Shaoye, just renamed. Still the same player. Of course, LGD gone towards the Talia, Shinzao, and Bessa Brawlin fight comp. And again, you've got Jhin, Nautilus to set them up. Your mid-game spike, very, very potent. We've got a bit of lag here on the media source. So I'm just going to refresh that. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm hearing a little bit of lag on my end. We're going to have the screen black out for a second or two and come back very shortly. Now it needs to do that thing where it re-engages properly in the cat. Just taken pretty low there. Listen to these Jhin autos. Think that's back on time. We'll have a listen again in a second. No, it is not. That's really annoying. Okay, right. We need to do that thing where we... get it to restart. 1 second, it'll be back. I hear the noise. There we go. That's more like it. Synced up and ready. Nio gonna look for a bit of a ganking mid. Flash from Doomby. Gets himself the Incinerate slow. Shove back from XQW. Gets him out safely. Not too much more. Means a little frog, I believe, XQW. A little green frog. Got Xiao Huangrang as well, which means a little yellow man or a little Lego man, depending on your memes. Some fun names out there for sure. Savior holding on to that fourth shot. Set it to casting position now. I think it's a bit better, more comfortable. TikTok. Hello YouTubes, hello Twitch chat. How are we all doing today? Ready for some League of Legends action? Not had too much happen so far in this early game. A little bit of trading bot side, as we saw. Kind of it. The cleanse off Savior. Biggest difference down there. Could be a bit problematic. You are onto a rel. Hiding a couple people. Bot side. Oh my days, they flash on him. YCX is just gone. We said it might be problematic that the cleanse was gone. There's the flash as well as Savior. Down for the count. A double kill to leave. It was slow yesterday. It is anything but today. Excellent work there from the bot lane of NIP. Hoping we get a replay there to see exactly how YCX initially got caught. Solo kill. Q3 stacked up. Misses it. Sassy. Swift enough on his backstep. Let's have a look at that replay. Just holding the bush. I'm assuming Niket just says none of that. They think they've got the advantage with the level 2 to level 3 advantage. They're doing this at level 2, by the way. Leave gets the level 3 partway through that play. Burns the ghost and just gets more autos off. Oh boy. They don't do enough damage to Niket, and Niket gets to turn around with Aftershock after. It's not going spellbook, and yeah, it shows. Well, that's unfortunate. Level discrepancy does not work. Significant lead now for that bot lane. Dropped about half a wave as a result of some of it, but has lane swapped out. Obviously did want to reset after that with all of the gold earned, so understandable. Should be able to even that up largely on the top side. Too much more to be seen as that. Leaves a big on-hit Varus Enjoyer though. Probably the best glider in the LPL. He's right up there. He's definitely been showing some really good hands. Definitely got pretty good hands. Not too much happening right now. Couple minutes till Grubs. Dragon is up, but I think we're not going to see too much until potential angles for level 6 like this. Shoves himself inwards. Brings the Disintegrate along for the ride as a result. I think XQW maybe should have shoved the other way there. Brings himself. Brings Duenby. Brings his W in the range as well, so ends up just taking a big chunk there. Bot side. Bot lane's fighting out, rather. Savior gonna have to cleanse as that one back. Charged arrow comes on through. Chunk Savior very low. Hail of arrows, the slow. YCX body blocking mount up from Niket. And another kill towards this bot lane. 3-0 now, Leave. Ooh. Yeah, he's off the races. One of our very best AD carries across the last few splits. Was all team in winter and trying damn hard in spring. Coming into summer. Oh, the arrow! Savior gets away with it. That could have been disastrous. It stands. Another kill goes to NIP. We're now, what, 1,500 gold up? 1,700 gold up? Yeah, that's kind of nasty. Mostly off just his bot side. Winning. Huge moments. Welcome back, I'm Hot Wheels. And Martu Atufi, yeah, it's looking pretty good right now for NIP. LGD already reeling from bot side plays going so damn wrong. Xiaoya's not on Zaya. What can you know? Big chunks. Welcome back, Alex. Just had Leave and Niket win 2 2v2s really hard and are now 3-0. Grubs are up. Looks like NIP are very happy to start them. Should be able to get at least 2 here. Duenby with his stun charged. Threatening a rotation through towards that tri-brush. There was a ward in there, would have spotted him coming. too much more then. Hello, Akashi. Good to see you. Oh, crash down. XQW now in danger as the Incinerate comes on down. Cyclone also onto XQW. Nimbus strike over. Nicely played from NIP. 4th kill and first team kill. Everything else has just been the bot lane. This is a problematic space. You're supposed to be the squad with the Shinzao, with the Talia. You've got all the lockdown, the mid-game spiking. This Annie and this bot lane have been really problematic. Mayu gets to level 6 kind of for free. Gets a kill on this Wukong and is in a very happy place so far this game. The 4 kills early puts NIP up a meteoric amount of gold for this time in the game. 2,500 gold, sub 10 minutes. Yep, you'll take that every day of the week. Blade of the Ruin King now done for the Varus. Well ahead of curve. That's what he gets for being 3-0 and 1,000 plus gold up. Yeah, that one's nasty. It has to be said. Too much to be seen down here. Some resets coming on through. Thornmail done for the Cassante first. And yeah, you're into Jin, you're into Ambess, you're into Shinzao. The only magic damage threat will be that Shinzao. Shinzao, that, I was going to say Ambessa, who is also not that. Talia, good grief. 3rd time's a charm and all that. Those are Leaves numbers looking pretty damn good. Bit of a chunk up bot side. DoMB getting a decent amount of work done. And again, been a good couple days for DoMB on the whole. Good TF game the other day. Looking very strong in this Annie so far. And that's good news for NIP, because I think DoMB in spring, it's a little bit anemic, I think it's fair to say. We're struggling to find a champion pool that was effective. Picks he was good at were permanently banned away, and as Fearless drafts went on, he was a bit lackluster. Why Thornmail Cassante? We'll have that conversation in a second or two. We're seeing too much here. Okay, that's fine. LGD did get the first dragon, worth noting. But yeah, basically, you're into 3 AD threats at a single AP threat. Not great tank killers on the side of LGD. It's also anti-heal into Ambess, who gets a lot of Omni-Vamp from her ultimate, which is a big deal. Shinzao also gets a fair amount of it. And basically, you're being asked to be frontline. You don't need the damage this game. You've got Annie, you've got Varus, you've got Wukong. That's fine. It's also worth noting that Cassante does convert resists into damage when he goes all out. So he does still have windows where he can be quite strong with this. It's not going to give him as much wave clear. It's not Iceborne Gauntlet, all those things. But in this matchup right now, it's pretty good. NB will disintegrate the wave again. Darth Vader very displeased with him. Wouldn't be a very good bounty hunter. Okay, goes full tilt. Quite get in range of XQW, who got to rock surf away. Thornmay's often been a kind of side choice for Cassante as a first item. Just a lot of armor and quite cheap, and it gets you anti-heal early. He's one of the better users of it in the game, even if the item itself has seen better days. Probably does need some boots at some point. Is Niall good? I'm aware that Niket was good last split. It was a question from chat. So, Bit of story time then. Nayo and Niket are the old jungle support. XQW will trade with Doinby there as Tibbers is traded for a seismic shove. Doinby very willing to use Tibbers as chunk, basically. Dragons being started. Don't think we're seeing any contests, so story time continue. But Nayo and Niket were the jungle support from Top Esports Challenger, their LDL Academy squad. And they were the best jungle support in the league, basically, particularly from ahead. They were very, very, very dominant. It was Jachi who was the AD carry at the time, and that kind of combination of a very dominant bot lane with a very aggressive skirmishing jungler was pretty deadly. W, though, might be experiencing some of that, though, as the jungle support, alongside Doinby, try to go for the kill, can't quite do it. Doinby locked onto the turret! Arrow from Leave, though, makes it a 1-for-1. Chains of Corruption after YCX flashes, but it's just a double to Leave. TP behind, Sassy now coming. They've spotted him out. Public Execution lands on top of Niket, trying to now jump onto Leave. He throws down the piercing arrow. Climber coming on over. Won't find all that much, so the TP leads to very little there. Shoving the mid lane from Savior. It's something there in terms of a plate or a bit of a chunk, but that's about it. And in the end, a 2-for-1. Teleport summoned. Then IP still come out on top. Not too much more on the map to worry about right now. So story time will officially continue. As we were saying in our last episode, before we were so rudely interrupted by action, Nayo and Niket, long history together, very successful in Academy, leading to a lot of aggressive moves like this. They were very well known for this kind of thing. Of course, they definitely tried to jump onto XQW, can't quite burst him out. YCX was actually a really good depth charge there to keep Doinby away from getting a last auto off. Unfortunately, all his hard work is immediately undone, because Leave hits a piercing arrow over the wall and is then hit by a Chains of Corruption and dies. And this is a good showing from Nayo and Niket, because obviously when they first came up, they were on different teams, and it was a bit ugly. Nayo in particular came up very heavily touted and didn't really get a significant amount of value for a long time. He was kind of outshone by Milky Way, who'd had a bit more of a tumultuous time in Academy. He was on a team that was a lot less dominant, with players that were a lot less flexible. He was asked to fulfill every role in the team, it felt like. Every hat was on him. He was the captain. He was the one with the resources. He was the one who was asked to do everything. And he came up to LPL more ready for the trials and tribulations of not having dominant lanes everywhere you look. And Nayo just didn't have that. Turned up into a team, it was, I think, rare at him. And he had laners that just weren't necessarily as up to snuff. And kind of paid the price of aggressive junglers who liked to skirmish and play off priority early, who didn't, in fact, have early winning lanes and looked a little bit mediocre. But over his time in the LPL, people still rate his talent, rate his skill set. Just needed a little bit of growing to do, and obviously here with the likes of Doinby, one of the most veteran and creative players, particularly in terms of roaming and making plays. Potentially a very good combination there in mid-jungle. Niket, who's rejoining his jungler, who had a bit more success of late, actually did have a pretty good rest of the year, relatively speaking. Makes for a potentially quite exciting pseudo-rookie duo. UW brings the Weaver's Wall across to try and deny the Herald shove immediately, and welcome, Nymaera.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I've been doing battle with audio delay on TikTok because sync is a thing, and we might need to see how synchronized this team fight is.
Oh, tower is gone, Chains of Corruption has landed, and YCX is dead. Doinby gets to run away. Curtains are called, though, and that might mean the Ket is in danger. Nayo, front stepping here, has got the clone to deny a lot of it. Does get hit by the fourth shot regardless, but they get the kill. Flash over the wall as the Deadly Flourish landed. Could have been really dangerous, so I get why he did flash there. Still, someone is blown. Turret and a kill secured at the cost of a few health bars.
Reminder, folks, this is only 18 minutes in. NIP, huge lead for this timestamp in the game. And getting the mid lane turret, whilst also being so far ahead in kills and gold, is a really dangerous sign for LGD. Doinby's gone for the pen boots, not the cooldown boots onto the Annie, and it means that his burst is really, really high at moments like this. Niket finds the angle, his rel has always been good, it's a very good combo. Savior, formerly the artist, formerly known as Xiaoye, gets caught out, has to flash out, he can't keep auto-attacking, and NIP, you get a clean kill and the turret.
And Niket gets out alive, body blocked by Nayo, who then throws out the Warrior Trickster. Got a bit dicey at the end here when he got hit by the fourth shot into the Deadly Flourish, and with XQW around, could have been dangerous if he didn't flash over that wall. Still gets out safely. and now they find themselves significantly in the lead. Again, a lot of this started with Leave and Niket winning the level 2 versus level 3 bot lane 2v2 to get a double onto Leave, and they've just snowballed from there. Then the Annie Wukong has Annie Wukong as the game's gone on, stacking up the Dark Seal as Doinby. Again, our Dark Lord of the mid lane has got his one ring to work with. Dragon spawning. NIP going to teleport into mid lane, of course, with the plays they made in mid lane. A little later to reset and get out on the map, but they'll have bought a lot of gold. Doinby flashes on him for the double stun and flashes away, but Climber also gets out alive. Down to half HP. Niket crashing down. Magnet Storm. Y6 in danger. Leaf flashes over the wall to secure the jungler. Throws out some hails of arrow. Doinby disintegrates the Nautilus. XQW's on vision. Another piercing arrow, and Leave could do no wrong this game.
NIP can do no wrong. It's a very aggressive play, and this is the consequence of losing that mid tower so early. NIP can feel very free to look for players in your half of the map, and that's exactly what they're doing. They haven't even taken the side lane out of turrets yet. They've been just going straight down the center of the map, and it's been working so well for them. And sadly, for the side of LGD, you know, they did blind pick Sassy's ambassador. He's a good player of the champion, but it's not into a matchup where he can pick something up in the side lanes while NIP are just destroying the mid lane. NIP will get themselves a second dragon. They'll get themselves this side lane out of turret, which we said they hadn't gotten just yet. And NIP, what else can they do right? This is fantastic from them.
Have a look again, because Doinby TP's in, Molten Shield for the move speed, into the Chains of Corruption and the Flash Tibbers. It's so difficult. And Niket sees his moment, comes across, only onto Y6, but Naya's on SQW, so the Taliyah's doing nothing as Leaf flashes over the wall. Yeah, he's hit by the depth charge, but the damage is done. He's already killed the jungler and gets to pick up XQW on the other side. Best it does is keep Saviour's life a while. He's supposed to be saving everyone else.
Yeah, mission failed. Get him next time. Third item, sadly, crazily, not too far on the horizon for Leaf.
No.
Normally you're getting, you know, you're kind of solidly 2 items by 20 minutes, maybe a little bit beyond that.
He was Blade of the Ruin King at 9 minutes.
Ridiculous, yeah.
Like he was 3-0 at 9 minutes with the Blade of the Ruin King. It was rough stuff. After Khan's being started, Sassy is here, potentially looking to come in and play this. Curtains are called, but again, these bullets are tickling right now. And the 4th shot misses anyway.
But the Atacon isn't tickling, it is shredding. This might be the comeback fight for LGD if they can find a good enough engage.
Naya's still there looking for the cyclone to YCX. Sassy backside of Doinby will go down. Big moment. You said the shred was problematic. It is indeed. Going to the backline. Solo kill goes all out to XQW. Atacon secured. Naya dead as well. At least Solo kill picks up Taliyah, but they will lose 4.
Well, I don't want to say I called it, but
You did kind of tell us so.
But, this is the problem with tanking Atacon. And
Wow.
They were so far ahead. Tank the objective, which shreds their resists, and it all goes to hell. NIP, they've just completely thrown the game off of that. This was a done game. They've lost the Atacon now. All of those Spirit Petals have gone to LGD. It gives a ton of shutdown and kill gold over to LGD. And NIP, where they were so confidently ahead before, very far behind. Well, very far behind where they were now. Sassy will take a side lane out of turret, some more gold in pocket. We'll watch it again because a lot of damage has been done by the Atacon, a lot of shred has been done by, and look at this, just the Atacon gets DPSing 3-4 people. Sassy manages to get the clutch knockup, and the suppression rather, onto the Annie, and that's 1 carry down. Leave gets caught in the other side of the engage, and suddenly all the damage is gone.
Yeah, at which point, Solo kill tries in the 1v3, but it's difficult, and NIP, it had been a really good game. They wanted to take advantage of the Atacon and just got punished by all of that shred. And that is a hell of a lot of damage.
And it's a hell of a small amount of damage from NIP. Given where they were in the game, you would have thought they would be exploding LGD, and they should have been. Now, within 2,000 gold when they were significantly further ahead than that before. Now, the carry gold is still in favor of NIP, but you do have players like Sassy now working towards a Death Stance as 3rd item. If he hits the Death Stance, that's a bad thing for NIP. This ambassador just showed exactly what they can do in a solo dive against one of the carries. If they manage to catch someone out isolated, they will die.
Doinby should get this turret. Be that. There's still soul point available for a minute and a half, and they are still in a good position, NIP, but that is, if it was going to go wrong, if it was going to be a comeback, that's how it starts. Minute and a half on Dragon. There's hex gates available, of course, as well, so your reset timers before Dragon will change. So normally we say minute, 50 seconds beforehand. Make sure you get your recalls in, get back on the map with all your wards and stuff refreshed. That crashes down, should be all right there. With the hex gates, you can shave 20 seconds off that, 30 seconds even if you're feeling really bold.
And the question will be now, can you do that again without the Atacon Shred? Because that's pretty unique in what it does. The Atacon does a lot of damage, it removes flat resist for every second you're in its pit, and then every time you get hit by one of its abilities, you get some extra shred on you too.
What is the max shred on it?
I think it's 50.
That's still a lot, actually.
Well, it's 50 flat pen, basically.
Yeah.
And you consider that, say something like a Rel engages onto your Nautilus, they typically never have any kind of pen in their build. Really.
Yeah.
That, applied to everyone on your team, does a ton of work if it's stacked up, even a decent amount. Dragon's up in 20 seconds now, so LGD, can you do it again without the Atacon helping you? 1,000 gold behind now, you've got a lot more gold in pocket, 2 items on everyone. Seraphs is very important for XQW. NIP, can your carry stay safe? Because let's be honest, if Leave free hits, you're still fine.
Definitely tricky. Blade of the Rune King, Terminus, and the Rage Blade all done. Significant third item completion there. Dragon now started. Nayo pulling back away, looking to potentially turn around for the fight. Solo kill being the bouncer so far. Mid lane, well GD, Savior shoving that one up. Weaver's Wall coming on in, looking to split people off. Curtain's also called Sail kill. Now on the other side, but gets the footwork over the Weaver's Wall. Dragon down to 3k HP, could become a bit of a smite fight. Trying to keep people zomed away. Niket goes forward, Dragon's secured by Nayo. What about the turnaround? The public execution goes wide. Leave, free firing at the back end of it all. Nayo gets to come on out, but flashes back in with the Cyclone. Warrior Trickster keeps him alive. It's a much better fight from NIP.
The Ambassador ult misses onto the Varus, and Leave gets the free hit. Can LGD do it without the Atacon? No, not this time. NIP will get themselves their third dragon, and a huge fight in a 4 for none.
In Anivia's chat, NIP greater than Genji. You can't deny it, can you? What incredible plays. The moves. This is it. LPL coming back to the top of it all.
Baron gonna be the prize for NIP as they swept that fight. Now recovering the game. Maybe the Atacon was just that one blip on the radar. And yeah, a lot of teams. I'm not gonna say every team safely takes Atacon, but you know, luckily it's gone for them now, so you don't have to deal with that again. I'm right here. The biggest thing is Sassy missing the Ambassador ult. Leave still had flash, but you know, watch this right here. He tries to ping it onto the back line, just doesn't quite get it. Leave pops the ghost. Really good dash from him. If that ult connects, I think LGD win this fight and maybe win the game off of it. It's hard to hit free Ambassador ults. It's hard to hit them when there's a ghost on someone as well. Leave using his flash now, his other summoner, to get out safely in mid lane.
Chains of Corruption traded back there as YCX went looking, but now without that down, they can turn it around as Doomby helps unleash and leaves the one who's secured. Public execution in the backline, but there's still a lock on top of the Sass. He's immediately rooted. Doesn't get any value right now, and he's just dead. It's a triple to Leave. Another stun. They can make sure it's a quadra to Leave.
4 people down. Savior alive. There is still a Penta on the cards. If they can chase down the Jhin, he might have to try and wave clear with his ultimate, but I'm sure NIP will body block it. But at least NIP will get an inhibitor.
They're team 1 and 5 right now for the Varus. The Deadly Flourish comes on through. He's opening up the curtains. Do NIP want to hunt for the Penta? The timer is ticking. They might just want to end it. They don't want to have too many theatrics. Savior under the turret. They are interested in Nexus turrets right now. Not quite Glory. Respawns to come on through. YCX now going to try and do his best to body block for his AD carry. Solo kill will Pathmaker forwards. Niket Magnet Storms as NIP claim game 1.
Everything except the Atacon, excellent from NIP in that game. They win their first game here in this series on their home stage, of course, in Shenzhen. And LGD, bluntly just a little bit outclassed in the early game, and it made it very, very hard to play back into this game. And we'll see what happens in game 2. Can they find themselves a more stable early game? A lot to figure out.
Hello to one and all. Welcome back. I am Initialise. This is Nymaera. We're live on their channel, which you could find on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. We could be live on YouTube under Alex Nymaera Hapgood, and also live over on Onivia's YouTube, which we're collaborating with this year to bring you guys some more LPL action. And also, day number 3. We're live on TikTok with a new scene as well. We got ourselves some vertical scenes. Our cam's on there, the game's on there. Tell us what you think, guys. Do you like it more this way? Do you like it less this way? Still trying to figure out exactly the best way to format that. So all of your advice and feedback is super appreciated, particularly people who actually use TikTok on a regular basis, because it's nice to know how you guys like to enjoy content.
And thank you so much for the sub words there as well, MK, as well. Appreciate it a lot. There's I'm sure there was a text. Was there a text? No, you took the headphones off. Did you hear the text-to-speech? Well, it's gone now, but there's text-to-speech on subs if you see it. So obviously, we've now not heard any of that come out. That's okay.
I took them off the game.
I know, it's okay. And yeah, for those of you who are watching on other platforms, if you do have the ability to put just a silent browser tab on in the background with the TikTok link I have put in the Twitch chat, that means an awful lot to us, because we're trying to figure out the best ways to do that.
Figure it out.
Okay, so that's game 1 done. Do you need a break for anything? Sorry for taking so much of that game
No,
off.
you were fine. You had things to
The thing
sort.
is, like, there is a load of audio delay on TikTok for reasons. It's just that. Find that link again. I can post the link.
Make that happen. While Alex is doing that little bit of admin, let me do another bit of admin. Specifically, guys, there are 2 best ways to support. Well, 3 best ways to support us. Number one is being here and watching, following, all of those things. Follower numbers, viewer numbers make a huge difference in terms of getting things like sponsors. So please do continue to keep watching. Does make a huge difference. Number 2, if you are on Twitch or you are a Twitch user, please do consider subscribing. The money goes a massive wonder to me and Alex keeping up our business here, which is League of Legends casting. So if you can do that, it's a huge, huge deal. Thank you very much for those of you who have subbed. Lemke, again, thank you for looking on that one. Sub to you for the first time. T1 Inexplicably One World since I watched this live view. Then it happened again, so I extended. What are the odds it happens again? Are you the good luck charm? Maybe that's it, Alex. Maybe you're bringing the value.
Who knows? I have many powers, you know.
And that is a hell of a goal graph. Yep, and that's a hell of a lot of damage graph. Oh boy, Leaf.
Awesome game from Leaf. Awesome game from Leaf. But again, it's just the Atakan that was
A problem.
That was a problem, and yeah, I mean his dragon fight afterwards was again great. Choosing to keep the flash, knows he can walk out of it with just the ghost was really good. And yeah, no, I didn't get to see this part of the game. So man, double stun into double pressure, that's insane for early game.
Yeah, it is, and that was double level 3s versus a level 2 rel, by the way.
Flash predict with the E as well. Perfect.
It's about as good on as it gets.
That was really good, actually, very good CVT. Now I do think that Xiaoya, yeah, look, I think LGD's bot lane, YCX Xiaoya, they're not exactly the best in the TVT, it's one of their weakest points in the game, but still, being able to play like that and seize the opportunity makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, it does, and then the arrow from across the wall to deny even that, and he lands Chains of Corruption. That's how Leaf started the first 9 minutes, Alex.
Okay, hey guys, just missed the game, can you describe how it went in 5 games? Atakan bad, everything else great.
Yeah. Bot diff.
Yeah. Bot diff, don't watch Atakan.
Yeah, that's it.
That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay, so yeah, just checking out on TikTok. I don't think Vertical's like getting many viewers.
Is it just the? Is it because the game is in horizontal? Still?
Why would? Well, but that's why. That will always be the case for. That'll always be the case for Vertical. But you watch it like this, right? And you can't flip it into.
Yeah, I know. So is it like what I'm saying? Is it worth like zooming the?
But then I have to find a place to put like the other stuff in the game, like you know the sides which have all the HP and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Which is
or you cut it, I suppose, and just say that the viewing experience is better, and that the info is worth losing. I don't actually know.
Maybe. It's hard figuring this stuff out.
It is.
And yeah, again, I pinned the TikTok link and Twitch, and I know there's a bunch of there. If you're literally watching on a browser, you just click the link, right-click, mute tab, and it really helps.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that also really help, last bit of admin things, yes, the shilling. We've got a Ko-fi link as well.
Yeah, true.
Please go click on the Ko-fi. Please go donate to us doing cool things.
Montes got us a coffee on there the other day.
Oh, thank you very much, Montes.
And yeah, we'll get ready for game 2. I need to turn the fan on as well.
Feeling hot, hot, hot. I'm gonna get myself some water quickly, and I will be right back.
Dehydrated.
Yoink! I will return shortly.
Okay, we'll do that. Same camera on. Way. That's good. And we can play some words on stream, I guess. Wait, who's our MVP? Okay. Gotta find out first. Oh, I didn't turn the background volume down. Of course, it's Leave. That insane game. Great laning phase. Great team fights. Oh yeah, I've been playing the horse game. I've been playing the horse game a lot, folks. I've actually found it very enjoyable. Hey, Honorax, good to see you. Blue side merchant starting the split off 3-0 on red side. True, yeah, that's true. They were very much blue sided before that, weren't they? Man, was this a full kill with a 3-stack Varus passive? Oh, that is so much damage. I love an AD carry that knows that the flash is so important, but they can use it aggressively. That's so cool. Sam, Alex, sorry, I don't know if Sam asked this earlier. Sorry, I've been distracted a little bit. Who would your 5-man roster to fight this year's Gen G? You're allowed 2 imports. Well, still think you have Knight mid lane, and you hope he doesn't... I mean, Knight or Shanks, either is fine, but I think you choose Knight. Yeah, Shanks has done well, but I still prefer Knight. Top lane... That's a good question. Who would you put to... I mean, because you're assuming a lot about synergy. Like, a lot about synergy. How many horses I got so far? Like, a fair few, but it's more about, like, the 3 stars and stuff you get, right? So I rolled both the, like, anime skins on the same banner, which is really cool. Thank you for the follow. So I have a really good Augury Cap as well, who has level 4 ult and, like, 1,000,000 skills, including Swinging Maestro, which means... You know, Swinging Maestro is like the skill to end all skills in that game. Smash that like button. Thank you, Sappy Mode. That's true. Yeah, you can just tap the screen on TikTok Live, and it just kind of goes like mad in terms of likes, which is kind of cool. Yeah, my Augury Cap's good. I have a really good Medaroma Queen as well. Had to get the TikTok stream to 1K. Thank you. Yeah, Sam and I occasionally just sit there liking it. I don't know whether it just boosts the visibility or not, but yeah. Who else? Oh, sorry, back to the question about which 5 would you take from the LPL/2 imports to beat Gen G. I think you need Kyle. I think you need Tarzan Kyle. You just... I mean, do you take the core of anyone's legend and Tarzan, Shanks, Kyle, and then replace AD carry top lane? AD carry, I mean... Jackalev is very good in the TV2. He needs to be considered. Elk's had quite a poor year. I don't actually know who I think the best AD carry in LPL has been. Is it actually just Hope? So I don't know if we've had, like, star AD carry performances. No, look, I'm sorry, I think Hope has been inconsistent. He was really good in some games, but I think we've seen that. I mean, anyone's Legend were pretty damn good against Gen G. I mean, maybe you can keep Hope, because I don't know who else has been performing that well in LPL in terms of AD carry, really. I don't think there's an out-and-out best AD carry in LPL. And then for top lane, you don't take Bin. You take someone like 369 instead? Who else would you take? I mean, the Shy's not been bad, Breed's not been bad. No, but Flandre has been the biggest problem, I think, for anyone's Legend internationally. I think on the whole, I think he's He's the one with the issues. I think you take most of anyone's legend and then you maybe change Flandria for something like 369. Maybe. That's like the only change I can think of. Okay, a minute until we get back into game. Ugh. Keen is a bad matchup for Bin because they're similar, but Keen is better jungler. I mean, they do play different roles within their team. Bin prefers individual agency, Keen prefers supporting his team, so I don't think they're that similar, honestly. I'd say 369 is similar to Keen, if anything. Well, except then 369... No, 369 does do the carry side of it too. I'd say 369 is closer to Keen than Bin, personally. Okay, close to game 2 now. I feel like the game duration of LPL is getting longer while LCK is getting shorter. Do you notice it too? It does. I mean, in Group Nirvana, I don't think it's necessarily a fair comparison because... oh, I need to put adverts on. Sorry, folks, I need to put adverts on. Yeah, I wonder whether we go back to doing landscape.
Yeah, or just zoomed in, like we do for...
Then how much information do you lose?
I know, I don't... Well, that's the question. I don't know what to talk about.
Sure, I can do it if you want.
I don't know. I'm saying, but how does lolesports normally do their...
Well, they have. That's why they use their overlay.
They still, but like LEC still does TikTok.
Yes, but they also have like they also have something different there too. I think I'm pretty sure. Right, okay, I can go look it up on YouTube.
Boom.
Yeah, see, they have the different overlay on the bottom as well.
Oh, they do, don't they?
When we get into game, I'll mess around with some settings. Go. So I might need to like basically solo cast a lot of the game unless I sort of vertical. If that's
Not a problem at all. Again, we are doing some, what's the word? R&D? I suppose it's R&D. Product testing. Leave's actually been really good considering you've been playing with Aki. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Aki had a really rough year. He had a good-ish day yesterday. Had a very good Lee Sin game at least. That was necessary. But yeah, he's not had an easy time of it, for sure. I think solo kill plays similar to Keen. I think solo kill's a lot less lane dominant at the minute. I think his champion pool has got less scary counter picks in it. And, you know, actually, if Keen gets a Jace or whatever, you generally suffer in a way that I don't think Solokill's quite got that to himself yet. Though, again, he did actually have a pretty good split last time around and was probably the most consistent member outside of Leave on NIP. Doing the Lord's work for a squad that was generally struggling to win. Me being me and picking the players I think are cute, says Monty. So he's going for Hoya, Beijuan, Karis, Jackulov, and Zhou. So you've got TT's old top sides. Who's Karis playing for at the minute? WE, that's right.
What would you change to BLG? Well, I think the whole team's a bit dysfunctional right now. I think you do need to change jungler, probably. Look, I like Beijuan, and I understand why they did it. And on a personal level, look, I do empathize a lot with Beijuan. I think he did well given his situation. But realistically, you would need Tarzan, Kanavi.
Yeah.
You'd need Tarzan, Kanavi, really.
Someone who's got enough tenure and skill to actually get these other players with strong opinions on how you play the game to follow you.
The biggest thing you need to do is change coach, really.
Yeah.
Like, the drafts have been criminal at points, and I think that... yeah, I think that a lot of their macros looked a lot more
Their objective setup's
confused,
been
and their
awful.
objective setups have been very poor.
They're basically relying on solo queue snowball rather than actually anything.
But I think realistically,
cerebral.
like the only person who's like playing for their spot really, who's actually played their spot well, is Knight. So
Yeah.
Knight is the one person I think you can't criticize on that team. And even then, he's been tilting, right? So I don't even think he's been blameless, right? But I think he's been by far the best member of that team. But then I think the rest of the team, there's whole synergy issues, and I think coaching staff has to be changed really. Apparently they are looking at coaches, but I just hope they find a good fit, which helps them sort out macro. I mean, if they get Tabe, basically, that'd be the dream. But then obviously he's doing fantastic with AL.
I think so. I'm trying to think who else, because I think the thing is, I look at a player like, here's a great example. Who has very regularly had amazing games on things like Nico, on things like Elise, and then would similarly have very, very awful games within the same series on your Nautiluses and everything else, and it just goes very, very miserable after that. Rise, Vi, Lucian ban, though, as we are now into our second game. So probably want to talk about that one. Azir, Pantheon, Gwen on the other side. Makes some sense, I think. Of course, XQW is a massive player of the Azir. Climber loves that. Pantheon's very strong right now. Two of those really big AD skirmish off the board. We've already lost the Wukong and the Xin Cao, so we are kind of falling down the list a little bit. What does get through, though, is the Rumble. Solokill might just go towards the Scion. We've seen a lot more of this matchup. Basically feels that Rumble doesn't have as much control as he used to. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Allows you to play towards people like leaving the Ket, which I think is not unvaluable. Baiting a Viego here, interestingly. Few fun hovers. Instead, they'll go towards Leave Sen. And we saw this yesterday. It was very good. It just took a long time to come online. Long time. Thank you very much for the follows, guys. In question, Prince Empty, and of course, French Briefs right now. Oh my. XQW debating the Yone here. If you Yone Sejuani, you've got yourself a very nasty melee top side. XQW does love the Yone. It's one of his comfort picks for sure. I think LoL professionals have better skincare routines than Dota pros. I can agree with that. I've seen the skincare routines. Hell yes. Going towards the Smolder to match the Senna here as well. Interesting. Doomby debating going towards the TF. We saw this combo yesterday. This was the draft they went with in the second game where we had to go towards Star Wars. Aurora has really been raising in priority. Mobile enough to threaten people like the Yone and dodge around with that. And of course, your big ult is very hard to just dash away from. They might well just go for that one. Sejuani now auto-ban. I'll give that one away. Nayo's Lee Sin will also be taken off the board. It is a specialty of his. We are a little bit shy on AD junglers, so I can see that going. Zed might be an option, I suppose, if you want that kind of dangerous AD skirmishing option. Jarvan, last of the big AD skirmishes, with Lee Sin gone as well. Neferi, I suppose, still an option, even if she has really, really fallen off the wagon in terms of priority. What do you want here? This is a 35-minute game, or what it might be, with Senna smoldering. Leona, I think, makes some sense potentially for Niket as an engage option. Alistair, also viable. The Leona allows you to chase people like the Smolder a little bit more freely. I think Skarner away from Rumble. Probably wise. Stops you getting the crispy chicken skewers off. Trundle now might actually be very valuable. A couple of mobile people. You can also shred resist on Skarner and Sion. And I'd forgotten about the Trundle, which is foolish considering how strong he's been of late. I think that's a really smart pickup here. Yep, Trundle can mess with multiple members of NIP here. Hey, Night of Frogs. Braum as well now. Be a bit annoying for melees to get on through. Nami locked on in. Interesting. Unusual to see that outside of the Lucian lanes. Going with his wife instead. Fish wife and the actual wife. But of course your ebb and flow slow on the E can be really obnoxious. It's an enchanter, effectively double enchanter, I suppose, with Senna as well. Can help keep your front line alive via a way that Trundle can't steal away. Tidal Wave can mess with a lot of those people trying to engage. Trundle goes forward, ends up getting split off quite freely here. In fact, the Trundle has got good people to steal stats from, but if he goes too deep here, I fear for the value of the Tidal Wave. Braum Shield, I believe, will interrupt Tidal Wave. Senna slow, so you can land bubbles. Very true. They do set up for each other quite well on that front as well. I can see the combo a little bit. A little unusual, nonetheless. Up that volume and get ready for the game. Senna, Sion, WE combo as well. Oh, I can see it. Yeah, that will get quite annoying. Let's flick the camera over. Senna puts a root down on a minion. Sion yells it into the backline. Reckless and Mickey X used to do that one on G2 occasionally when they were the bot lane duo there. Good shout out from Harold to remind us of that one. But onto the Rift we go. Crowds, your job for a second or two. Too much happening right now. Climber and Nayo spawning each other. Upheaval from the Skarner. Throws that boulder. Boulder number 2. Gets the pillar down nonetheless. What skin should Niket be playing, Pintilus? Koi Nami is my favorite. I can see it. I quite like Coven Nami as well. Who do you guys see ending top 3 in LPL? It'll be AL plus 2 others. I think we've still got a lot of people to see at this point. I don't want to give too much stock as yet, because I think a lot of teams are going to change around as yet in terms of their skill level. A lot of the big teams would change players again. I feel like IG might be, you know. Then probably someone like Top Esports, maybe WE, maybe Weibo. JDG, actually. In fact, I'm forgetting JDG here. I think JDG are actually in with a real shout, assuming they stabilize a little bit. ALTT and Ultra Prime. Monty's is a bold predictor, I see. Quick question on TikTok, why we stream the LPL and not the LCK? Because we are LPL co-streamers and not LCK co-streamers as it stands. And that's our kind of niche right now, so we're doing that one. So if you want to see some LPL, this is the place to come watch it. Well, welcome on in. And you need rights, which are separate for both regions, and we only have rights for LPL as a side note of that one. But obviously, Alex put a lot of time into casting the LPL as a pro caster before going to LEC and stuff as well. Oh, Joby! Nearly. Flash for flash. But a perfectly valid question. LCK is a really cool region too, and I love a lot of the teams there. Doing B. Getting some autos off. Leave. Flap, flap, flapping away. Climber. Gonna do his best to get some work down. Savior needs to be a bit wary there, actually. Took a lot of damage. Last Embrace comes across and Savior has to flash. Oof. Sent an army chunking out early in that bot lane. Okay. Good work there. Just hit your skill shots, guys. In fact, ebb and flow means you don't have to. And of course, Nami can really bully Braum. Can be a miserable matchup there. A lot of the times you go to shield someone by jumping to them, they end up double bubbled instead of anything else. S2W unbind to Soul briefly. Doomby doesn't care too much. Awkward wave state right now for this Yone. Fighting over the Scuttle Crab. Climb up, puts up the pillar, and Nio drives into it. You can drive through walls initially, but eventually you hit a point where you just drive into the wall instead. Gonna try and go for the Raptor invade here. Nio, smite fight with Climber. Who will get it? It's taken by Nio. Gets the majority of the camp. Lost a couple of the small Raptors, that's about it. Pillar goes wide. Bottle Rocket not in place. I think it's, is that a little slugger or whatever that skin is? I think the Pillar knock was all cancelled actually. Yeah, that would make sense actually, to be fair. When was Nami picked? After Braum, I believe. Last pick Nami. Forced back down in LDL. Ket was a big Lucian Nami player, so very used to playing the champion in that kind of lane. A little different here, but double ranged. Pretty obnoxious. Ebb and flow poke with the Tidecaller's blessing as well. Can be very annoying. Feels like NIP is winning with pure aura alone. Yeah, I can see that one. Where do I think NIP ends? Difficult to say right now. We've only seen them against lower tier teams. I'd want to see them against teams with a bit more muscle to them as yet. But right now, it's a solid improvement from where they were in Split 2. But they have some work to do, I think, before they will be truly top tier. But right now, proof of concept looks good. How far that will take them is a different matter. Slight early leads and certainly early shove bot side. Heal popped. OICX steps on forwards. Can't quite get the autos he's looking for until a little bit later. There's the stun on to leave. Climber coming on over. Remember, Savior has no flash. Needs to be very wary of using the flap, flap, flap poorly. Piercing Darkness comes on through, and it's just too easy. They overstep trying to get the kill on to leave. They had Climber coming, but a little too late. In goes XQW. Needs to fate sealed out to the Raptor bit. A solo kill. Look to ult down into mid lane. We'll miss the roar of the Slayer in the bush, but XQW now going to lose this wave as it is crashed into his turret. Solo kill should get the majority of these. He'll lose one, maybe two minions there. Dragon should now be secured by NIP. Don't be so sure about the team fighting. We've got some very good tools, right? Equalizer, Fate Seal, plus the Brawl Mult. Like, lots of very scary carpets to lay down. Especially if you then steal away the stats of a Scion or a Skarner and punish them there. But there's also a world where the Braum and the Trundle get split off, hit by an Impale, hit by the Tidal Wave. That can get really obnoxious too. So I think it's a done deal. And I do need to see Climber not overplay and get split off. Because if he does, bad things will happen. Top of Nirvana, but no idea how they'll do in best of fives. Yeah, I think I'm in a similar position to you, Castle. Kind of agree with that one. Grub's taken. NIP doing a lot of work. SQW doing his best, driven into the wall. Impale on 3 is nice, but there's no damage. And Nio's going to go down. Now Niket split off as well. Where does the fish run? Got a blast code on the flash. Should be able to get out to safety, I think, here. But a nice stun there. Slow. Comes on through. Niket speeds themselves up with the Tidecaller's Blessing. Remember, Nami passive. Gets you some value. Weirding comes down. Twofold Hex goes wide. For a bit more of an auto work there. Leave. Getting chunked out a little bit there. Not too much to worry about, though, nonetheless. This is a much better spot for LGD suddenly. And, again, the Impale is all well and good, but everyone else had kind of left. They did get the 2 grubs at the very least. So 2 grubs to 1 and a kill. Not the end of the world there. Niket did get out. Had to burn some summons to do it, but did get out. Which is very valuable. QW, gonna pull back there again. Little green frog is what his name means. Very adorable. Gets the last embrace, leave. Try to get the ward into Piercing Darkness combo, can't quite do it. But now a little bit of a fight in the jungle. Now your potential danger gets a drive forwards. Subjugate, but there's the pillar. Climber now in an awkward spot. Over they go! Trying to get the kill onto Climber and does so. The burn is there into the Impale and YCX goes down after. Solo kill ulting on in as rebinding the soul goes XQW. Needs to Q3 over the wall, but a solo kill will flash. Ixtal impact through the wall. Just about surviving. Dawning Shadow doesn't get the read. SQW gets to walk away. All the while, though, Sassy's not there, getting some plates topside. It's just Little Frog. Okay, that's actually good to know. Little Frog. Not Little Green Frog. But can I tell you a bit more about Solo Kill? I can do. Once we've gotten through this. But this is just good work. Nearly get SQW there at the end of it, but can't quite. So, was on EDG's youth team for a long time. with solo kill. Back in like 21. I think he left, what was it, end of 2023, where he was at EDG Youth, were a pretty good team. Actually, did quite well. But actually ended up being loaned out all that well to Frank Esports, which of course where Ejak was also playing. I've had a history of having some very good solo lanes and did quite well there. Well enough, in fact, that when he came back, he was pretty swiftly brought up to Edward Gaming. But it was, how do we say, it's part of the Doom squad that was not very good. It was that year where they actually had Leave, in fact. It was Leave and solo kill playing together. And it all went so wrong. One of the worst iterations of EDG ever seen. It was their first time ever missing out on things like playoffs and a lot of other things happening. And it all felt a bit over. Dragon should now be secured. But yes, NIP picked him up partway through this year. And Shanji was playing not so great. Gave him another chance after a poor showing on the main team of EDG. And actually did very well in spring, relatively speaking. Despite NIP struggling, solo kill was not the problem. Placed Shanji partway through and NIP's recovery. Kind of coincided, at least in part, with that change. A bit more history on that one. Now you're looking to drive them forward. YCX and Climber are around, though. So need to be a little bit careful here. If Climber puts down a good pillar, could maybe put Nayo into a difficult position. Throw down the boulder, weirding over the wall. Glacier Fisher comes on down. Fate sealed. Nayo, I think, is just dead. Nice work there. TP behind. Niket may now be in danger. Has got a tidal wave. Maybe has to burn it. Electro Harpoon lands. Ebb and Flow keeps the fish a little bit happier. Climber, Blast Coning. It's empowered by the Chemtech Dragons. Gonna try and make this play. Sion looking to ult down the lane. Double bubble into the tidal wave across 3. Buys some time and solo kill will prevent too much more happening. Defensive play there from NIP after their jungler went down. How's the stack looking on Savior? 120 odd stacks. Yeah, looking pretty good there. Let's hit 225 by soul point or soul fight if you can. When did Duembi come back? Beginning of the year. Or if you mean, when did he stop being bad after a bad spring? As of the beginning of this split, he used to be playing quite well again. Thank you very much for the follow. Herald, in a second or two, about to spawn. NIP are the ones in control of the river. Senna, 56 stacks. Not bad, actually, because we were sort of starting to see lower Senna soul counts in general after a few of the nerfs coming on through. Oh, XQW, this is going to be unfun. Needs to time this well, gets his Q3. Pillar comes on down, does get out to safety. Bubble onto Climber. Doesn't burn the ult. Reset coming on through for XQW, who will have ult in 1 second. Has TP to rejoin. See what he gets on his reset. Savior gets the wave shoved. Leave will look to clear out this wave largely. Successfully does so. Ult comes on through from Small. Doesn't actually get that much value, but does force NIP out of the river for a second or two. Ooh, weirding chunk. Ow. Leave is moving on over with the squad a little. Piercing Darkness coming on through. Last Embrace onto Climber as well. Did not enjoy that junk. YCX also eating a lot of damage. Now that Brawl not all that tanky. Glacial Fisher comes on down. Solo kill frontlining. Dawning Shadow buys some time. Sassy has to flash away. XQW in the backside hit by the Last Embrace. Fate sealed. Keeps him safe. Equalizer also comes on down. That does all mean at the end of it all that NIP do pick up the Herald. No one really dying there, but lots of ults burned, lots of health bars burned. So to see how NIP, if they can just hold the line, can get very annoying. Checking into them with the Scion, the Skarner on the front line. The Nami there to disengage. That Glacial Fissure going wide was really obnoxious. Y6 just about survives, but there comes the tidal wave, forces the reset back. Dawning Shadow as well. XQW on the other side, hit by the last embrace, has to ult away. The Equalizer's forced to disengage. Not really getting all that much value with Sassy. If you can layer the ults together, LGD, it's scary. If you're forced to kind of use them piecemeal, it's a lot less good. Herald also secured there. Means feats were secured by NIP. Flash on forward, double flash back from Savior and YCX. Savior throwing out the ultimate to no real avail. Driving away is doing it probably towards this dragon, one would have to imagine. Actually, no, turns it around. Now you're potentially caught out. Tidal wave comes on down into the bubble after Skarner's thrown down his full combo and YCX just dies. CC chain from hell. Ooh, chunk there forwards, leave. Gonna get a double last embrace. And Aurora therefore gets value. The bubble lands on the Savior, will kill off the Senna, but will die for it. Driven into a wall on the other side. XQW now in danger. May need to flash away. Does so. What about his Q stacking? The Mortal still going nowhere as the Bruisers get value. Ults away again. I've yet to see an aggressive ult from this man. 2MB hits a few of the roses. Stacking up his Q on the Gromp. Does it again on the Wolves. You would expect KO to try and come out. Unbinds his soul again. I don't know about that one, XQW. Mikaela's waiting. Misses the Q3 again. XQW really needs to hit one or another of those. He's being delayed a long time here as well. YCX respawning. They don't have quite enough damage. They're actually going to let him go. You think, but hang on. Leave's coming as well. I don't know about this one, XQW. Unbinds his soul again. Hit by the weirding. Piercing darkness through. Okay, gets out with it. Very greedy stuff, but NIP unwilling to overcommit into the Yone. Let's have a look again. So it starts with Nio finding the wraparound here. Hiller interrupts it. And at this point, they begin to drive back on through. The Herald is there. 2MB gets a huge chunk. Can't quite get onto Savior as well, which would have been the S-tier play there. And then afterwards, that last embrace is dangerous. Savior flashes on forwards to try and get that kill onto Senna. Flap, sorry. And then Senna flashes away. Can't quite stay alive, but they still kill off that one. Niket is in danger. There's an engage happening. His leave was sped off. It's Atakan again! It is! It's Atakan again, NIP! Leave this cursed objective alone! Bot lane is now dead. How does it happen again? That's a bit awkward. Not as far ahead this game at all. In fact, LGD now up 2,000 gold. They get an engage in the backline. Between worlds they go. But the whole team is melting down. Atakan on top of everything. Suddenly, LGD find themselves a gold lead in an Atakan. Oops. Rumble's 2,000 gold ahead. So let's have a look at the replay. Atakan spawning, and I'm assuming, do they just try to jump Sassy and it goes wrong? He's on a control ward, so they don't know he's there. They all pull around, and it looks like they didn't expect that Rumble to be there, and he just jumps on the bot lane. Oh, Sassy! Nice little bit of hunter-killer work there. Run down, flash for the chomp. NIP still favored to win this because they've got Soul Point and Senna. But That is awkward to say the least. At least statistically, right at the bottom of your screen there. But 2,000 gold, Atakan, those are good things. Turret secured as well by LGD. Nice pickup. 2 minutes until next dragon. I mean, that equalizer was really poor, but everything about that outplay was something else. Yeah, it wasn't the best equalizer. It did split Senna off from her team so she couldn't walk back towards them. So there is that. Mega Blast Cone away. Minute and a half until Soul potentially for NIP. Healing and shielding power when you've got Skarner, Senna, Sion, Nami, actually, for that matter. Yeah, pretty valuable. 89 odd souls for Leaf. Stacking that up very well here, actually. Very efficient. 225 has been hit by Smolder. Alarm bells now ringing. Resets will begin to come and happen. Okay, in they go. Pillar interrupts Sokil's ult. Very nice. But now Nayo's in danger, has to flash away. Still got Subjugate. Impale lands, but it's buffered back out of because the E times out. So not the best Impale of all time there. Between Worlds comes on down, forcing Saviour's flash. Chunked low. Leave shielded. SQW flashes on forwards, looking to get a hold of the center and does so. Good flashes there from LGD. And they kill off the all-important AD carry. That's surely Dragon now for LGD. Awkward up there from Nayo, not going to lie. Santa flashing away, gets down the Dawning Shadow, and SQW with a flash unbinding of the soul. But Initiate starts with Climber pillaring exceptionally well. Glacier Fish on a Nayo forces him to flash, and then this Impale, it has the E's timing out. So it gets no value, and then Senna eats a lot of damage from Savior. Doomby goes looking for the Smolder, but flashes from both AD carries, and XQW's in a much better position. The Equalizer forces Niket and Nayo to go back towards the turret as Senna's forced to go the other direction. She ends up falling. Important kills. Couple fights in a row now onto Senna. Stops the soul coming on through. Gives more time to Smolder. There's a QSS actually on XQW. Maybe that was what got him out of the Skarner ult. Would make sense, actually. Didn't see whether he had that before the fight. So I saw the item effect proc. I might have been mistaken there. He might have just self-cleansed out. The QSS does get you out of suppression, so pretty valuable that. Last Embrace lands. Leave. Put on the wrong side of the pillar. Equalizer lands well, healed up by the ebb and flow. Best equalizer of all time, trying to punish Leave. Baron now a consideration by LGD. In control of the river. Leave stepping on forwards. Sees the wards. Nayo potentially in danger. Dawning Shadow across 3. Back end. Nayo knocked up. Tidal Wave comes on through as Mom is called. Impale comes on down. Nayo low. Getting run up by Climber. Gets on top of the other side of the pillar. Tries to run away. Needs to. Piercing Darkness keeps him on top. A solo kill flashed on out the double bubble. That's YCX chunk low. No one dies that time around. Flash blown by solo kill. Back towards Baron we go. LGD not done. They want to go again. No vision from NIP. It's scary out here. Purple Worm getting chunked low. What health is the Baron on? Fate Sealed is wide. Pulls back. Down to 7,000 HP. Solo kill interrupted again by the pillar. Good work for Druddle. Nymaera under the pit. Will surely die. XQW low but not down. LCX getting some value onto that. Scion knock up onto him. Sassy trying to get the flame spitter down. Doesn't get as much value as he needs to. Needs to flash away. Y6 also flashing. Not going to need to do all that much to save your flaps on out. White XQW and climb all over the Baron is still secured. Huge healing back as a result of the Baron going down. DoinB not quite burning. Survives. Sassy looking. Save your low. Climber also in danger. Big damage over the wall. Piercing Darkness won't quite do it. And LGD on next to no health bars. Get out. SQW's TP back in. Can look for something more here. What can they do? DoinB spotted. Leave in danger. Sassy goes golden. Burning out. Piercing Darkness heal. Means that the Rumble falls. XQW with the full health bar to work with. Still got solo kill there with the shields. Teleport in from the Smolder. Can look to turn this one around as the carries are going to do so much work. My God, Smolder hits him with the execute. And it's a full ace in the end. NIP cannot contest the Baron fully. Cannot finish off the low health bars. As the flashes and the scatters and the Baron secure. Allows the double TP to come on through and finish up the extended play. Smolder has Infinity Edge. Smolder has 300 plus stacks. Smolder is just murdering people unless he's taken apart at the start of these fights. And NIP have really struggled in these last few to keep the Senna safe. Minute until Dragon. Feels after these last close. That was a very close fight. It really was. He needs to be a bit wary. The feet's still going wide. Oh, XQW. Oh, XQW. That could be a problem. Oh. Gets away with it. That teleport from DoinB. I think if he'd had a ward a little bit further down, could have caused some serious issues. Savior just ulted. XQW just ulted. Gonna have those up for the sole fight. Is that going to be a problem now? Ult coming on forward. Gonna try and get to the backline. Nio interrupted by the pillar. Really good pillars from Climber this game, actually, on interrupting the Skarner and the Scion. DoinB chunked out. Yeah, Smolder hurts. Ghost Fisher goes wide. The Equalizer does not. Decent chunk. Leave trying to get some value. Sassy on the flank. Trying to get on top of Leave. Already murdered the Scion. Sassy goes golden. Just not going to be able to hurt this Senna. Not able to hurt the Smolder, sorry. And they just go on forward. The Impale comes on through, but it's too little. It's too late. Senna eats the shadow she belongs to. DoinB gets a token kill on the Rumble. Walked it with a flame spitter. And LGD have officially scaled. Who needs a Brawl Melt to hit? Who needs a Fate Sealed? Just walk at it menacingly and have Smolder breathe fire all over them. They are incinerated. A Smolder stacked way far too heavy this game. And Ninjas in Pajamas will be forced to go to a Game 3. LGD strike back as the game gets later and later. Another awkward play as the Atachan spawns. And Sassy, playing a Garen Bush, gets some value. Well. Hello, folks. Initialise here. Good to see you all. We're on Nymaera's channel on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course over on Nivea's YouTube as well. We're also over on TikTok as well. Thank you for coming and joining us. It's a real pleasure over here to have you all involved. Thank you for coming and joining us. If you've got that capability, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button on your various channels, particularly on Twitch if you want to support us a bit more financially. Subscribing there is a big deal. You can try and follow me as well. I'm at InitializeCast on Twitch and YouTube and a few of those other things. It is a pretty big deal. It does help us get more things like subscribers, but that is also important. Sponsors is a big one there, and so that's a huge deal. Thank you very much for coming and looking that one at. For those of you who are not Twitch users, don't want to subscribe on there, that's completely fine. We've also got a Ko-fi. Please come and say hello on the Ko-fi. In fact, I'll link that one over. Come and say hello on that one if you want to join us on that. Hopefully that works. Can be a very useful way to keep us in business out here. If you've got that additional £5 you want to throw at us for support us during the stream, it does make a huge deal. Thank you very much for looking after us. Those of you who do choose to use the link, it does indeed help us, because again, there is no official broadcast anymore. It's us or bust, basically. LPL English out there as well, doing their very best to keep the love of this region alive.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player ever. Ta-da!
Nice to have you, and thank you very much for the Prime sub temp. Appreciate you looking after us. I really do. There's the damage numbers there. Smolder got to do 38,000 damage and won the game. Yes, Harold. Why did NLP lose? Really good pillars from Climber. And the issue of Smolder hitting stacks after Atakan shenanigans again. And then basically, you saw what NIP's comp was supposed to do. Basically, CC plus dive plus Nami and Senna keeping absolutely everyone alive, really obnoxious. But just at this point where the Smolder was getting way more value and the Senna just couldn't stay alive.
Used to see the Smolder Senna trade a lot, and then we saw which teams favoured which side of the equation, really. Yeah, NIP going from pretty dominant game 1 to this. I mean, it's a good look for LGD. And Shaya, I think, as well, a player which had his ups and downs. Often late game was his curse, really, where he'd kind of find a way to in most late games. So kind of glad to see him.
The anti-clutch, yeah.
Yeah, glad to see him have a better late game. Need a break for anything?
Could we use another coffee?
Are we out of milk?
I don't think so. Should be in the door, unless it's just kind of got hidden away. You want to go get some?
No. It's just that I thought this was like the different kind of coffee you do with the boiled water.
No, I think I put less milk in. Sorry, we just did put milk in, I'm sorry. I made the coffee stronger. I'll make sure to make the two to max out the coffee value next time. Compliment Harold, Alex.
I think you're the only person who's ever come over and said I'm cooking for you in our own mission, and I really appreciated that.
It was very sweet. Harold's a great cook,
Harold's
by the
a great cook, and it's like the one person who's like, I appreciate the confidence and also the kind of say like, yo, I'm coming over and cooking, which is actually very sweet.
He's a great cook. Highly recommend eating Harold's food at some point for those of you so lucky. But I could use a fresh coffee. Oh, do we want to restart the Twitch stream? Oh, she's not. We're not between series. I know we were depending on Twitch stream.
Yeah.
So there was some debate about potentially doing that.
We'll do that for like there's no. Yeah, I mean there are a couple people watching. This sounds fun, but I think the landscape was working better.
I kind of agree. Yeah, worth an attempt. Maybe we can get the LEC style scene at some point. Huh?
We don't have the same overlay.
No.
Makes it harder. There's a reason they're changing it for that. It'll make it a lot easier.
I can agree. So be it. But yeah, the other thing is I don't think Nio managed to get very many useful impales this game as well. It was quite tricky, not going to lie. Braum was interrupting him, and pillars from Climber was silly this game. Smolder's going to get MVP, but Climber, shout out. Cool. Let me go get coffee. Do you want one as well? Are you good?
I've still got the rest of this one.
Fine. That is okay. Good.
Hello. Mr. MVP is a climber. Sassy got it. Wait, built the sheen at the end for tower killing? Maybe I do go back to landscape. Wait, can I do that then? Yeah, I'm gonna change TikTok up to landscape. I really need to sort out what the heck's happening with this audio delay.
更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像。
Yes, I know TikTok's gone down. I just put it up again.
X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质。
Basically, you can't change from portrait to landscape while you're live on TikTok. It's up again now. It's up there now. I just figured it would be better to do this now, and also, yeah, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff I was thinking about.
能量饮料更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料，中国电竞当然有我，有能量当然战马。
It's all good. Sorry I had to take a bit of breather in that last one, folks. Yeah, I don't know. Just sometimes streaming gets the better of me. And I figured I'd better chill out rather than sit here not feeling great, you know? And no worries, Katari. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. I do appreciate people letting me know if there are issues with the stream. What's to do? Hello again, everyone. Yeah, if anyone wants to reopen the TikTok stream, obviously it does make a difference, folks. It does. It is kind of crazy that we are streaming in 4 different places at once. It takes a lot of brain waves to try and keep up with everything. I guess that's the ADHD superpower, is that I can do that. Let me run some adverts, because I gotta do that. reviews on Twitch have been good today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the 10 gift subs as well. Thank you.
Alex,
Aw, I appreciate you.
Story player ever.
Wait, did I... Do I not have the Atlas?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Sorcerers.
I hear.
Oh, I don't have it. Okay, so I don't have the,
Cottery the Lowly gifted a tier 1 sub.
Cottery the Lowly.
Flex.
Don't burn yourself out too hard with that. I'm trying not to, but also not doing anything also makes me feel awful, so... You know. Which is why I've just been, like, diving into stuff recently, which takes my brain off things. I just... Yeah. Okay, I hope to see WE winning today. I think WE are a good team, and I think they're also one of the teams which aren't exploding, which helps them, you know? So, yeah. It really helps them. Helldive, perhaps I'll... I have been thinking about doing some more Helldivers again. Instead, I've been playing the horse game. I've been playing the horse game. Hey Hexy, by the way, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Whatever, I'll just chuck this on as well. But you're a Ruddy shareholder now, Harold? That's awesome. Cool.
I hear, Alex.
Awesome. Congrats, Harold. It's very cool.
Cottery the Lowly.
Amura Masafat. Yeah, I have a very good augury cap, JD Blue. By the way, if you wanna like, if you wanna, I have what's it call it, Super Creek card. It's only the base level, but it's you can go into. Yeah, I am playing the horse game. If you join my Discord, I've posted about it in there. I mean, I technically could talk about it on here. It's just yeah. No, it does help, Katari. It does. I hear, Alex, that you need another coffee and a true, maybe. I did just run out of coffee. It's auspicious timing. Sometimes, wait. I hope to watch Nymaera on LCK. You know, I know the form went out earlier this year that they were looking for people to like apply for the broadcast. I didn't end up applying for it because I don't know whether just mentally I'd be able to take shifting my life again internationally when my mental health has been doing so poorly. I'd love to cover the LCK, and I think if they'd asked me that in 2022 when I went to the LEC instead, I would have taken it. I think in 2022, if I'd been asked, I would have gone out there. I think, well, maybe even in 2023 as well, when I was not invited back to LEC. I think 22, 23, I would have gone out there. I think just now I'm kind of hanging on mentally. Really, I've not been doing fantastic for a while. You know, I do enjoy what I do. It's just awful lot, and it feels like it's pulling teeth trying to make things work. Thank you, Harold, for the 5.
That you're the greatest Ari player ever.
How come watching LNG feels like torture, Nymaera? Because they have no leadership. They have no leadership. They're I don't know what's happening with their coaching staff and whoever's shot calling on the Rift itself. But they clearly don't know how to play a good mid game. And they're drafting things which lose them, don't give them very good.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest.
Okay, Oh, you see me? I will add you. I will add you.
Hamhand gifted a tier 1 sub to Wub to Duke.
Follow me back.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player.
Am I the greatest Ari player? Who knows? All right, let's get ourselves into draft. If you go to Korea, take me with you. I mean, Angie, that is a big reason why I wouldn't go out there now. Actually, honestly, is that I just getting lives out there is a hard thing to do. Let's get into the draft. Azir banned, Rise banned, some of the scaling mages. Yeah, it turns out moving lives cross-continent is very hard to do, especially when it's across, like, hours of time zone. It can be a real pain in the ass. What are the big combos we have left up? We've got rid of our Varus Rumble, Annie Wukong. The Talia is gone. Still Pantheon. You don't have to cast LNG games the rest of the year for us, bro. You're doing both of them as a favor. But if I didn't, I'd feel bad. Pantheon gone. In the hypothetical world, would you have to drop the co-stream? I mean, because LCK is on the same time zone as LPL, I would only be able to do LPL on days which I'm not on broadcast, and if I was doing that, then also I wouldn't be able to catch up with the games I'd be covering in LCK at that point, right? So it's quite hard to do it in the same thing. That's very cool hair. Don't know why I didn't comment on that before. Gwen's gone. Pretty common ban now. What are the big picks we still have available? There's Ezreal for bot lane. Feels pretty good here. It's Misfortune. Misfortune's kind of meh nowadays. In terms of the actual AD jungle skirmishes, not that much left up now in terms of the AD ones. So you could look towards something more like a Sejuani now instead. Galio for Derby. That's left up. Okay, they choose to give him a global. Do you take the Silas to steal the Galio ultimate? Jax is good for Sassy. You really like to say, hey Eli, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the prime, I appreciate you. Give all the LNG games to Initialise. Hey, the thing's, I enjoy casting bad games as a professional because I know I can make you enjoy them more. So, I actually, yeah. I really enjoy casting, or rather, I relish the opportunity to cast a boring game because I know that if someone else in my position, I reckon I can be more entertaining than them by going completely unhinged. It's a unique thing when it makes me feel good as a professional, right? Okay, so getting climb early Lee Sin pick. Well, we did say the early AD skirmishes are gone. There's no Poppy, Wukong, Trundle, Shinzao, or Vi. That's like all of the AD skirmishes out. Lee Sin is. If you have Jarvan, Jarvan's the only one that's left. Jarvan Lee Sin is a dangerous matchup. Okay, now Nocturne is better because Nocturne doesn't play aggressively well in terms of AD early game, but he plays defensively incredibly well. I think they should lock in that. I think Nocturne Galio is a nasty-ass combo. Lee Sin does not like playing against the Nocturne. You can spell shield the Q. If Lee Sin jumps into melee range of you, you fear him and he loses that trade. Nocturne is one of the best duelists in the jungle for early game. Even if it requires people walking into him, it means you can just stand on a camp. People don't want to play against it. I would prefer, honestly, going towards that Nocturne. Viego's fine too. A bit harder to play into Lee Sin. Farm's better than Lee Sin. Faster clear speed than him eventually. Do you think Doonby is going to stay with NIP after the season? That is completely based on contracts and on money, bluntly, as well. I think if they don't get that much success, I wonder whether Doonby tries to find a different project, because I'm sure he has very high standards for himself. Maybe go onto a team where he isn't going to get banned out. Because put it this way, if you have to ban someone else out on the team, then you have to let through his Ryze or his Galio or something like that. Whereas on this team, there aren't that many must bans against the other players, so you just triple ban Doonby a lot of the time. Arian for XQW is decent matchup into the Galio, safe versus the combination which NIP have. My worry about NIP have this comp right now, they don't really catch the mobile targets of LGD that well. If you jump in with Rakan, yeah, the Galio can follow up, but Ari's going to ult back by the time most of that CCs comes through. And thank you for the hype train, everyone, as well. I really appreciate that.
Hey!
Had a bunch of gift subs from Harold, from Hexy Katari, and from Eli as well. Very cool.
Fabulous. Come give us a thanks for the love, guys. Choo-choo.
Yeah, so we have pretty good skirmishing potential from LGD. NIP, they're looking for a reset. They don't have enough lockdown for me right now, because the way I see this, you know, when you kind of shadow box it in your head.
With your eyes?
Oh, yeah, sometimes, you know. Yeah. But if you jump in as the Rakan or the Viego to get that stun, yes, realistically, Lee Sin or Ahri or Jax is immediately going to jump out because you can't fully CC chain them.
Yes.
And I don't think you have enough burst damage to kill them in the first bit of CC.
Not yet, anyway.
If you had a Leona, you could. Rakan, a little bit. I think it's a little hard.
Might do it.
It might do, but I just don't think they have. I don't think they have the damage right now to follow up with it. They need follow up, and you don't have a Jhin or a Varus. If you get Kai'Sa, I think you're very happy. I think Kai'Sa is a good pick for
they've
NIP.
taken the Leona, so I think Kai'Sa might leave as a phenomenal Kai'Sa, to be fair.
Kai'Sa Rakan is a decent lane.
Sivir?
Civ is a little better because it gives you a bit more sticking power in the engage. I think Kai'Sa gives you that initial burst pick. Whereas Sivir,
with the ult, yeah, I can
also
see it.
much harder to. And this is the other thing too. I think Savior would really like to play Sivir in this comp. maybe go for the Ezreal instead now. But Sivir is very happy playing against that. Whereas if you picked the Kai'Sa and they picked the Sivir, you feel like they get a stronger AD carry. By you picking the Sivir, I think there's less options for LGD.
Aatrox theoretically gives you another reset option.
I like it.
I think that's pretty good here. Also, speed up on Aatrox, always lovely with the Sivir. I think you're getting a lot of value on pretty much all of your champions with the Sivir ult. So I'm pretty sure Sivir... does Sivir ult reset on kill as well?
Yeah, it does. It gets an extension. Yeah.
So you end up with, like, you've got basically, if you get that first kill in this comp, Viego's body hopping, Aatrox ult is resetting, Sivir ult is resetting, and like Sivir ult got changed that basically the more autos you're doing, the more ricochets you get, the more skills you get. It's a big deal.
And they did hover over that Kai'Sa. I wonder whether they feel they need to go for it just for that kind of disengaged play now.
Yeah.
You could go Xayah as well. Xayah would not be awful. Xayah was a Draven player, and we get a Draven. LPL Draven occasionally rears its head, comes out here. I can't say I expected that. That is dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I did not expect this one to come out. Early game damage from LGD, and the early game skirmishes are lethal. If you fight around the level 6 to like a level 11 mark, I think LGD stomp you most of the time. However, I can say one mistake from this comp gives a reset to the Viego, extends the game, gets Viego, gets Sivir into the game, and I think NIP run away with it. LGD, they're playing an early game comp, they're playing a comp which I think needs to be very precise in the early game. Get those cash-ins, get the Dark Seal stacks for the Ahri. If you get them popping, goes great. If they don't, I think NIP slip their way into the game, and the pick comp, well, rather, the reset comp with the Viego goes wild.
I can see it. I can see it. So, comp secured. Early game skirmishing. Lee Sin, Ahri, Draven. Oh yes. On the other side, you get that first kill. NIP can be very dangerous indeed. Game 1 was very convincing from NIP outside of the intercom play. Do note the pronunciation. Game 2, they were doing fine with NIP until, again, another add-to-gun player, Sassy, with a wonderful Rumble play. Oh, would you look at that? It's Nymaera in the game. That Viego skin is surely based on them. Look at it. Onto the riff we go. Crowds, what do you got to say? The Lagundia chant still coming on through. It's a good Draven game, to be honest. If you're smurfing in plat, says Castle. Doing beach idol also up there. Fair enough. I see it. Yeah, look. You've got tools to set up the Draven success. Every other champion has CC and early skirmishing to get you rolling. And if you do get rolling, life is good. If you don't, you have a lot of people who will be gunning for your head. There's a lot of relatively short-range people, so people will be in auto range just fine here. But you are going to want to snowball so you can bruise your way through things. You do tend towards things like the Bloodthirster and the rest of it to get things rolling. Potentially in a little bit of danger. We'll be alright here. Chunks come on through. Early ricochets. Very difficult to win wave shove against. Actually, started with the boomerang blade. I take it back. More poke. Bit less committal. I can understand into the Leona. There's the early heal because they will do that. Ignite down as well. Doesn't really get all that much there. We'll get them wave control. There is that on level 2. Things like Blood Rush or Stand Aside up. You want a Daybreak too, so it does look like NIP happy to give lane control up. Play this a bit slower. It's probably wise. Question in chat from Lorindy saying, "Yeah, why are AD carries not building Blade of the Ranking anymore? It feels like the attack speed and the percent HP damage can be really valuable. I think it's percent or max HP. I forget exactly what it is on Blade of the Ruined King. Either way, does things to people with HPs with percentages. And The honest answer is it got nerfed very heavily for ranged champions, because it was being used all the time. And it still somewhat is. So Varus still does it, but then you're doing it as part of Rageblade build, right? Where you're getting value from building pure on hit. Kai'Sa doesn't get enough attack speed from it to really make it valuable. I think basically the problem with Kai'Sa is it's not actually building towards one of her upgrades efficiently enough. And she does want those ability upgrades. You sometimes still see it on Kindred. But even then, you tend to go Trinity Force, Kraken Slayer if you're going that slightly more on-hitty route. So with Kraken Slayer changes, maybe we see a little bit more of it. But yeah, the answer is it's not giving you as much value or scaling synergy as a crit item. And it is a bit nerfed for ranged options. Climbers managed to make their way down bot side. Doesn't really find a way in, though. As Niket manages to battle dance out. It's percent current HP damage. That's the correct phrasing. Thank you very much. Sassy. Now potentially dangerous. Naya looking for an angle. Hop away. Sassy's got the counter-strike and the flash needs to burn. Flash? Oh my days, Naya gets it as well. Spectral Morph from off vision with the flash. Bot side. Dive comes looking for the double knockup. YCX goes down. Can't get the cash. His leave stays alive. Gleaming Quill heal comes on through alongside the heal from the spell book. Oh no. It's Leave who gets the kill as well. Climb is still here. Are they going to try and redive this? They are. Here we go again. They want this really badly. Knockup comes on through, and again the double knockup from Niket. Climber has to flash. Savior can't get the auto! Oh, it's a disaster.
You can't fault them for trying to play around the Draven into Sivir matchup, and Sassy coming in, I guess we'll collect the wave, but what a disaster for LGD. The thing we led off with was saying LGD must be precise in the early game. That wasn't it, and that is a crucial mistake from them, which might allow NIP to overcome the early power of the Draven and the Lee Sin Ahri, which will be coming for them soon.
They dive, Niket lands a double knockup. They get a kill. They redive on the next wave. Niket gets a double knockup.
Ridiculous.
They can't get the kills.
And Niket was a player where when he debuted in Ultra Prime, we saw some awesome games out of this guy. Knew he had some hype around him from top esports challenges. And yet the Zenith blade is fantastic. The double knockup is even better. Manages to get himself the heal from the Q as well to give him just a little bit of extra staying power. Niket is a player which I wanted to do well on debut. He couldn't really find another Q there again, gives an extra heal. But after his debut fell off, it's great to see him look like he's making those star plays again. Awesome stuff.
Splits them up, right, and gets both. Climber has to flash out. Savior's stuck under the turret. Doesn't want to burn the flash. I don't blame him. Oh, and now Sivir's got a lead. Top side as well. Naya with the flash. Spectral Morph from off vision. Having just ganked Sassy. He flashed away. Doesn't matter. Under the turret. 1v1s the Jax. Gets value. Taunt there. Onto Sassy. Level 6. I think this is a dead Jax. Knockup comes on through. You can't counter-strike that. Justice Punch. Kill secured for the Viego, who's 2-0.
And it's just so slick. Niket knowing exactly how much HP he had as well. Plenty of HP to spare, despite him going low from the tower shots. NIP, much better in the early game, despite the fact that they have less tools to play the early game with.
You were looking for champions that I tend to favor Niket on. The Rel, the Rakan were probably the two that I think he's had the best showings on. You can see why. Obviously, the Nami up there as well. Things like the Lucian Nami. We saw it last game. I think individually he played it just fine. But the Senna Nami ended up being a little too vulnerable to the scaling of the Smolder in the end of it all. Still, very good game so far from him. Climber looking for the invade, and he gets around again. He's got a spellbook smite. He's got a spellbook smite.
He can steal
No, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Niket! Get yourself a support like Niket. Outplays early dives, kills your opponent in his own dives, and smites away camps from the enemy jungler.
Oh my days, this is ridiculous. He's yelled a rise, he's aura farming.
Now, in however many splits or years it takes, if Niket becomes a top tier player, bring up this game when people want you to describe what is the glow up look like. Solo kill, getting the counter strike out of Sassy now.
Oh boy, and there is no counter strike anymore, no flash or hop away, but there's still an option to go forwards and heartbreak the Jax. Third kill for Nio, the top esports challengers, boys. Off to the races today.
Yeah, Nio and Niket, they've done a lot together in the LDL scene. the fact that they're managing to, you know, put some great games together now on the LPL stage is great to see from them. Jungle support is a hot topic, really, within the LPL right now, with so many changes and a lot of different form not necessarily working out that well in the LPL. Of course, our best team has a great jungle support in Taz and Kael and Anyone's Legend. The other ones across the LPL, there have been questions about them. If you can start building synergy now, it might not come to fruition in this split, but going up from the LDL to the LPL could be such a good investment.
Oh boy, this gets a bit dicey. Forces the ult, gets the charm back. Climber looking to come forward, but he only lands a Sonic Wave onto Niket, who battle dances him further away. Knock up afterwards the grand entrance. SQW now without his ult. Good dash away from Nio as the Whirling Death came on 3.
Danger for LGD, from LGD in this early game. Climber's quite low, does have the level 6, charm misses.
Good sidestep, tried to read it, doesn't quite nail that value. Of course, Doinby was around, so potentially thrown in that hero's entrance. I think NIP now do have to give up the grubs. Too many members, and the health bar's a little bit too dicey.
However, this is where LGD are strongest. Level 6 to around about level 11, you know, when you're getting towards your first and second tier ult upgrades, that's when they really start
Level
popping
9
off.
for the first
exactly.
That ability max,
yeah. So you get your first item, your first maxed ability, your first couple of ult levels as well. That's when this team comp starts to really pop off. NIP choosing to give up that, normally you'd be like, well, that's just their power spike. They're still ahead in this game. The fact that they don't choose to fight there is a good thing. You don't want to be getting too overeager and throwing away a very hard-earned lead so far.
And look, you earned yourself Ari ult, Draven ult, didn't lose anyone, get to pull away, didn't have to burn any summoner spells, really. You're fine with that. That's pretty good value. Doinby landed the taunt there onto the Jax. Galio can actually be quite an annoying matchup for Jax, because a lot of your damage does not give a damn about Counter-Strike, and you can taunt him often enough and jump away often enough that he can't just sit there and auto you to death very easily.
Honestly, it's a pretty good anti-Jax combo. Ricochet doesn't count as an auto attack.
Does
can't
it
block.
not?
No, it's not an auto attack. It goes through it. So as long as it bounces off someone else onto you, it still affects you. Aatrox is Aatrox, lots of skill damage.
Yeah.
You have Viego, who can, yes, a lot of his damage does come through for auto attacks, but he can ult away from your counter strike. He can follow you if you try and get away from him as well.
What happened in the gank early.
And you just mentioned the Galio too. So Sassy, I think he's a very confident Jax player normally. He's 0-3. It's a hard comp for him to play into. He's been well and truly shut down.
And again, I understand why he's gone towards the college, saying, look, I've got to scale this game. I can't play with the squad. My lane right now is over. It's 1,000 gold lead in the jungle partly as a result of that. SQW is going to have to give up this turret bot side. And the Ari dances away. It comes in with the grand entrance as I am here. And they take the turret.
Watashi wa kita.
I never do remember that phrase, and I speak some Japanese.
Yeah.
You'd think I'd be better at that.
A bit of a weeb, Sam. I will admit that live in front of an audience of
Mate,
many
I'm
people.
watching you play the anime horse girl game, so yeah, I know.
I do have it open on my phone. Yeah.
I knew it! I knew it! How's it going?
Yeah. I'm starting a campaign with Special Week. It's yeah, pretty good, Sam. I'm doing alright.
Sassy just did claim a few plates topside. Actually evens up the gold discrepancy. He's got a bit of a CS lead. He's managed to get some plates. Got half the cold start. So despite being 0-3, actually just managed to recover a bit here. Doinby going to be forced to delay the reset here. I think Sassy might just get this turret, you know. They just got like 2 waves crashed.
But will he get out? Has Flash, has Counter-Strike. Yep, he'll be safe. Teleport's coming a little bit late from NIP, and LGD do pick up some good gold, and a lot of that does go to the Jax, who does have a gold lead now because of all those plates.
That's significant, actually. I mean, Doinby had his own back end run, but didn't have TP himself, so he wouldn't be able to join anyway. That's awkward, I think it's fair to say. 10 seconds on Dragon. Sassy may well be denied here, or delayed here. We can keep going with this one. There's a bit of a chunk coming on forward. So, for context, someone in chat threw out an Uma Musume frame code, and Alex is now quickly getting it. I assume you're in luck. You've attracted the attention of the casters. Well done. Dragon is spawned, and I will quickly take over that one as I shake my head at my very silly brother. Ragon Viego starting up the Dragon. No Spellbook Smite at this point. Of course, Niket has already used Smite. Reminder, as I understand it, the more you use Spellbook Smite, the more it upgrades. You get the increasing Smite damage, which does actually mean if you can get a few cycles through that Smite, it can be really valuable for helping you later on by making sure that Smite is as dangerous as possible.
I typoed. It's all good. We're good now.
That's fantastic. That's hilarious. Well, there you go, Yasumi. You're in luck. This is what you get for listening to a costume cast, guys. We can pay attention to chat a bit more freely and do silliness. Silliness like this. Leave. Ricocheting his way on through. Pizza delivery. Actually, is it pizza delivery? I don't think it is. I just assume every Civ skin's a pizza delivery at this point. YCX needs to back away there, and we'll do so. NIP with a solid early gold lead. It's not quite as big as it once was because LGD did manage to get all of those plates topside, which did actually help recover because, again, that Jax was 0-3 and a long, long way behind. Is now back in this game somewhat. Of course, the thing is, the person who got the gold was the Viego, who is ungodly ahead right now. Trinity Force, free-ass boots, level 8, nearly level 9. Very happy in this game on the whole. Of course, Sundered Sky right now for Climber can make things quite interesting.
And NIP, again, despite the fact that they haven't followed up on the early gold, which they haven't managed to, increase the gold lead which they had. The fact that they have one at all right now, 1.5k, in the midst of the power spike from LGD is a very good thing. LGD will look to try and make the game even get into a lead. They need it, though. The fact that they have fallen behind is absolutely terrifying for their comp. The Draven, obviously...
1,000 gold behind!
Draven's 1,000 gold behind, didn't get the cash in. It is a problem.
And on the other side, Leaves finished up a cull. Affin got the early kills. And the early assists on top of all of that. And of course, the other side of that is Nayo on this Viego, another key part of this comp. Well ahead of curve versus this Lee Sin. Again, it's not led to item discrepancies yet because we're at one item. So if anything, LGD, now is your time to shine before we start getting second items completed.
Sort of has for Viego, just because Triforce is a more expensive item than Sundered Sky.
I see.
So
yes.
In that sense, it has. Triforce is such a big item completion as well, particularly for Viego. Ever since Sundered Sky and the Mythic meta went away, or like the height of Sundered Sky, Triforce was a really good answer replacement because it just gives you... It was always pretty good during that meta too, but the fact that it gives you a bunch of HP, the movement speed, and the extra burst damage really just hyper synergizes for him. I will say, interested to see what a second item is. Pretty much everyone autopilots towards the Collector right now. I think it's actually okay in this game. I don't think there's going to be that much armor stacking. No, actually, maybe there will be. I wonder if he forgoes the Collector actually and goes towards something like the LDR second. Now walking up towards the top side, wanting to fight the Herald.
One stack for Viego away from getting that Smite upgrade, 2 for Climber. Worth noting that might be a possibility. I'm not seeing any Spellbook Smites coming on through right now. Charm onto Doinby, but again, he's got a Hollow Radiance. The Charm means very little to him right now.
And he's built up a couple of levels in the W. All that Charm does is just get rid of a little bit of that magic shield, which is now regen. LGD still holding good vision control. This is their power spike. This is where LGD will really want to mount a comeback in this game.
Everyone's largely with control of this vision, but again, NIP at this point, I think are also feeling pretty happy to start fighting themselves. Their combo make over-eager plays from LGD look a little bit awkward. We get shoved in mid lane. Sassy not able to walk up to that wave. Oh my goodness, Nick with the flash engage! Exhaust after! Knocker! Charm! Dead! XQW is just QQing all over the ground! The tears keep raining! And there's nothing left there. Melting away in the mid lane as the Jax, the tier 1 goes down as well. Phenomenal flash engage from Niket.
NIP get a huge win in the power spike of LGD's composition. They're not meant to be winning fights at this point in the game, but Niket makes it happen. Awesome game from the new support of NIP. One of our newer supports to the pool of LPL. Debuted last year and has had a great first series here now for NIP. This game is all on the back of Niket and all of the plays he's had across the map. Right here, we did say in draft, well, maybe the CC combo won't be long enough. If you step up this far and get this comboed, yeah, that'll make a difference because you walk up into the Galio and the Viego range as well. Massive overstep from XQW. You are not safe at all.
You even got the quickness onto the Draven at the back end of it all, so you didn't get any autos off. Like, it just doesn't get much worse. Niket was always a phenomenal Rakan player. It was one of the champions he made his name on in LDL. He was Xayah Rakaning, he was Lucian Namiing, he was adding rel plays, things which he could get in and skirmish on, make those snap engages with his jungle. And you can see the value here so far. Excellent stuff out of the Rakan. Dragon spawning in 5 will be sole point for NIP. May well be willing to look for a little more here. LGD in the river again. Oh boy. XQW on a flank angle.
Sorry if we're a bit distracted. Just storming like hell outside. Perhaps an omen next QW. In rough waters here. Forced the ult out of him by Niket.
Herald, Battle Herald. Battle Herald.
I think it's a Battle Herald, Sam.
Keep your
Whether they
eyes
want
on
to
it.
drive it, they don't need to use it on the mid lane.
XQW's used his ult and get that much value. Now you flashed away from the Whirling Death. Gets into the Herald. Looks to come back in. All the while, leave free firing. Ricochet! Nio bounces on through. Gets the reset with the Herald. Another one. Another one. Just keep yelling. They know exactly what they need. Climber hops over the wall. Doesn't get it with the resonating strike. Just jumps into a grave.
Ninjas are known to use some unorthodox weapons, and they use this time the Herald. 404. Nio wasn't found. He was in the Herald, hiding away. NIP, disgusting early game. 11-0 against an early game composition from LGD, which has never been able to take off, really.
Oh my days. And suddenly it's looking all but lights. Let's have a look at this again. Because Nio actually has to start this early, losing a lot of his HP, flashing away. XQW on the flank angle does get a charm onto that Viego, who flashes out, still hit with a double proc of the Whirling Death at the back end of it all. But then the Battle Herald knocks up the Jack's mid-leap strike. They kill off the Leona. Leona body for a Viego is foul. You get the Eclipse, you get the resets. Climber goes over the wall here with the flash as the ult comes on through, lands a Sonic Wave, and just eats a Q mid-flight.
Ridiculous. I mean, that's a montage play. NIP have been putting some clips together in this game. LGD on the other side, you now have a 0-4 Jax, 0-2 carries, a jungler that's 2,000 gold down as well. And yeah, the problem, as you rightfully mentioned there, is every single one of LGD's corpses has great basic abilities. Even the Ahri, who normally say, well, without ult, she's not much of a champion. You get the full refresh of her basic abilities. You get to QEW, or EQW rather, and then just immediately ult out of it anyway. Any single person from LGD dying gives an impressive instant burst from all three skills just kind of being thrown at you, and even the Draven, you can just use the stand aside to keep your CC chain going.
It's not looking very easy right now, is it, for LGD? Even if they do cash in the Draven, to what end? Sivir's already at 2 items, she's 2k ahead, all you're doing is evening the gold up. If that. You lost half your stacks again.
One of my favourite things about this game too is, for NIP, the whole core of this team is all LDL talent. Even Solo Kill was down there, but particularly Leave on EDG Youth and then Niket and Nio were really big rivals of each other for a little while over on different teams. Now they've kind of all joined up. This is the next wave of big talent coming out of the LDL. It's been a year or two removed. They debuted last year, but they're starting to get steam. Atakan started, LGD, they're not that tanky a team, and they're already behind. This is a desperation play, one they need to make, but it's hard to do.
Solo Kill makes the world ender come on through by so much time with the speed. XQW does not enjoy it, misses that Q3. Looking the other side, they come on in Niket again with the quickness and the flash, and the fight will be like the ult's namesake. Short, fast, deadly, more people fall, and NIP will not fumble the Atakan 3 games in a row.
LGD are the ones tanking it, and what a wonderful engage by Niket again. Helped by the fact that Solo Kill had a clutch disengage at the start of it. LGD, they're floundering. How could you not when you're this far behind in a game, in a team comp that is meant to be so far ahead? They're going to take the Atakan. NIP, 2 minutes until they can get a swing at the next dragon as well. Utterly dominant. After that play, even able to steal away a Gromp too. 5-0-6 on the Viego, 1-0 and 11 for Niket on the Rakan. Wonderful game from the jungle support of NIP, the old top esports challengers LDL duo. Solo Kill got the disengage, and it just meant that a lot of the cooldowns, particularly that Ariel, were then wasted. How do you fight back from this spot? You had overextended looking for the Aatrox, failed to cut off that flank, and get massacred.
Game 2. NIP fumbled around the Atakan. It was a slower game anyway, and the Smolder got to scale. But this just hasn't happened this game. This is back to NIP getting the skirmish very aggressively. Leave on something with a lot of threat early on. You've outplayed both sides of the maps early on. The Viego is 5-0-6. 3k ahead, close enough. Similar levels there for the Sivir. It's just looking increasingly challenging. They've given so many resources to this Jack for him to be even with the Aatrox. That's not enough. And now you're in a very challenging position, to put it lightly.
I mean, those are true words, Sam. I just feel like they don't quite cover the story, do they? We sometimes have to be polite. NIP, this is an insane early game given the composition. We've said that time and time again. Getting 2 items... The entire team is half an item up over their opponents. I mean, besides top lane, I suppose. Even the know, the budget Galio, as it often is doing completely fine. Ari's not completed their item yet. It's got to the point where they're objective bounties. 20 seconds till the Dragon LGD. They don't even have the fallback of, oh, we'll wait and scale. You can't do that. You must keep fighting, and NIP know that well and truly too. They'll easily take the Dragon LGD. It's not like they have a great cross map. They already took the top lane out of turret.
No.
They are bereft of great options across the board.
They really are. It's not an easy place to be. Continuing to be very challenging to manage. Up 7,000 gold. They didn't get that last dragon, it's worth noting, but Nayo is here to claim this one. Atacam, not the most petals, but it evens up the score. That is not a bad thing in and of itself. And at this point, even scaling-wise, right, we said, look, we needed LGD to be precise in the early game. They were not. And now the Viego, who is scaling, is now at 2 items. He's got the Standard Sky alongside the 24. He's gone towards a burst build, a survivability build, rather than necessarily like your pseudo crit build, which we see with the Collector and the Immortal Shield Bow. Been a bit of a sub build for the Viegos out there. You've got the Aatrox at 2 as well. Sundered Sky, Sterax. Good luck killing him before he gets a Deathbringer's stance auto off before the Sterax proc. You just don't have the damage anymore. You've gone for a burst comp. Your best extended damage dealer is the damn Jax. And when does he want to be melee of these champions?
A hard situation. 3 items Civet. 3 items Civet. At this point in the game, it's like a... The Aurora Borealis. Localize this in kitchen this time of year. Can I see it? No.
No. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, as well, it's an interesting build from Leave as well. This is not your standard...
it's not the
Flicker Blades. Yeah, he's
yeah.
gone towards the Phantom Dance and the Essence Reaver.
It's very high burst. The burst is insane. Climber will need to be very aware of that. I mean, this was the build ages ago, but Yuntal's kind of taken over. You're absolutely right. However, once you get to these 3 items, it feels so good.
So what makes this one higher burst than, say, the Flicker Blades build?
It's higher attack speed from the Phantom Dancer and the ability... Well, okay, I suppose it's technically not... No, you don't have as much AD, so... Okay, it's not technically higher burst. What it is very good ability to run into range because you have the extra move speed from the Phantom Dancer, which definitely helps.
And in fairness, spacing against a Draven, an RE, a Lee Sin, a Jax, a Leona sounds really valuable this game. So the PD build and the Essence Reaver to stay out on the map, I see the value.
I guess what I trick my head into thinking is saying, well, it's not Flicker Blades, it's not extended DPS because you have continual ricochet auto attack time. However, what this means is I don't need 100 ricochets, about 4 of them will do.
What I need is 100 move speed.
Yep, and that can be really nice. Probably gonna get... Leave going full podcast. Not podcast. Pod racer mode. Very different, actually. Yeah, very. Savior.
Leave Bulba. Next time he presses on, can we do that one as he comes round the final bend?
You know what, Sam? It's so cringe. I'll do it for you. I'll make it because you've asked. I'll do it, but. Just know what you're asking me to do.
Yeah, well, I know.
2.5 minutes till Soul is up on the table for an IP. Would be Chemtech Soul. Makes it even harder for LGD. Oh, of course it does. Everything makes it a little bit more difficult for them right now. And Savior, he can barely walk up in mid lane, can he?
Yeah, he's having a tough time here. He finally got his second item. He's down an item and a half. And completed boots. By the way, of course, it's a feat of strength. So Leave right now is doing a lot of kicking of people's heads with some berserker moves. Doinby is in a 1v3, needs to flash, gets kicked back, Justice Punch comes on through, may finally get the shutdown, but in comes again with the quickness! The Whirling Death is why Doinby might go down to climb. Another taunt, they finally shut him down. Solo kill in a 1v2, Leave in danger! No, Sublime Leave, not like this! Niket wasn't there either, sorry, Nayo wasn't there either. They do actually pick up 2 kills, that's quite important.
It costs them, 3 flashes and a whole bunch of summoners, but they blow even more from NIP, and they get some important shutdowns. NIP getting a bit lax. Remember, even in game 1, they were very far ahead, but they didn't close out the game as cleanly as they would have liked, because they lost around the Atakan. Mistake from NIP there. It's not like it loses them the game. They are still 5,000 gold ahead, but this is a worrying trend now in this series, where Doinby, there is no reason to cast that in. You are completely alone. Doinby, my dude, that's not it. Also, funny interaction there where the kick was interrupted by the stand aside. Would have been delivered much further into the enemy team to Doinby. yeah, actually had a little bit of extra breathing room there from what we expected. And Leave was left overextended trying to catch up to the play.
Good work from SQW to get on top of Leave at the end of that as well, so it does finally get that shot down. It's double summoners off Leave as well. Leave Bulba will be in danger on this final approach. He does have on the hunt, so I'm ready to make pod racing noises.
Doombanakin threw a spanner into his engine this time. Baron's being started. LGD, they are in desperation mode. They do need to try and force fights like this. Hard for them to tank the objective, though.
Sorcerer's Elixir on SQW does have the ult to work with. Watch the flank on the side of Solico trying to ward it off. Mega Blast Cone doesn't find it. There's the ward going on down now. The Jax Mega Blast Cone to the backside. Leave Bulba, no, not again. The Whirling Death brings down the Sivir, but they've lost the Lee Sin all the while. Is this enough work done? Over the wall they go. Heartbreaker immunes the Leona stun. Another body stolen. Who needs a pod racer when you have a Dark Lord of the Sith? Resetting as best they can. They finally brought down Nio. Solo kill, still getting damage. Golden for a moment or two. Another ult charge to work with. Can't quite get the reset required. XQW finally gets into 4 for 4. This game is getting damn messy. Darkin Blade, Infernal Chains, and a dead Fox.
3 kills to the Aatrox. NIP not nearly as clean as their early game. However, they do technically win the fight again. LGD, great pick onto the Sivir. Sassy, the hero of that play, getting that Mega Blast Cone after escaping Solo Kill's vision to allow them to get the fight started off well. However, LGD, they are still going to be second towards this dragon, and IP will have a chance to get that Chemtech Soul on this next dragon attempt. And right here, he was spotted. Okay, I thought he was off vision. He was spotted, and they just walk up anyway. They get completely outplayed by the Monster Energy Blast Cone. The ult over the top from Savior, adding the extra damage needed. Shut down and cash in for Savior. Gives him a lot of gold. He'll be able to use in that next fight. Fight, of course, gets messy because the Aatrox starts to go wild, and the Viego resets and obviously come through as well. I actually feel like... yeah, Nio going into the squishier Draven form actually made it much easier to kill that.
Yeah, I understand the body steal, and also trying to dodge out some XQW skill shots. I think he avoided the Orb of Deception, but got hit by the charm after. We're back to live. 1,400 gold lead now for XQW. Onto the dragon. Would be sold for NIP. Solico might need to get over. Warded out Sassy this time. No Blast Cone to work with. A lot harder to get over there. Lots of summoners down in general. Nana Bush being fought over. NIP taking command of it. Ward's on the other side. Solico this time not leaving his charge of keeping Sassy at bay.
Let's see those resets. Let's see if Sassy can get in the backline again without the splash. It's a lot harder.
Quickness comes on down all the while, though. Leave is not really fighting. Gets a bit towards the down to get low. Taken is the dragon. Important smite. On the other side, SQW jumped on. Can't ult away. Needs to get away from all the autos going through. My God, the Sivir hurts. Climber dead now as well. Body stolen. Savior does flash forward to bring down that Sivir, but the comes at the cost of everyone else. Now SQW needs to run away. Did at least pick up some of the back end of it. Savior's ult came flying on through to get a triple kill.
Savior, I think it was the last auto just killing Durnby for the triple that somehow manages to get onto Leave, who also got charmed through the play. 2 alive from NIP. Another messy team fight where they allow Leave to get jumped onto. The peel for the AD carry that was so fed before really isn't working as well this time. They're playing more for the Viego. XQW going to try and stop the Baron going down. To be honest, with them tanking this, it could be a bit... Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage.
XQW gets a lot of damage from Nio. Yeah, that Viego hurts. Walks up in the Hallowed Mist, pretending he's still on the Baron. He was not.
Massive damage. The crits from the Mortal Reminder. None of that collector nonsense. Good build from Nio. Gets a lot of value. Blast Cone. Take it. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. This is a bit dangerous now, folks. The Climber could actually get here in time for the steal.
Nicket's got a step smite as well.
He does, but going up against Lee Sin could have got here in time if he just beelined it over. Choosing not to, Baron will be secured.
Durnby comes on down. Baron secured. I think this is the price, honestly, of a lot of those summoners ending up on awkward time, as the flashes haven't been up again until just now, and Leave without that is a lot more vulnerable, especially now a few more items have come on through and people like Sassy. But look at this again, because it is a little awkward. SQW with that Sorcerer's Elixir again has double bought that pot. That's a lot of value here, as Niket does a decent job of getting charms down, but look at the Whirling Death damage.
Yeah, it does do a lot there. Right here, the charm which comes out right here, that's the key. Stops the extra auto attacks coming through, Electrocute goes down onto him. And it means that Savior has just enough damage with 1 auto to get the kill there. Ends up getting the last auto onto Durnby with the lucky crit, gets the kill there too.
And Durnby, what does he end up dying to? It's
the last auto. No, it's the last auto.
Wow. And you did in fact just say that, that's fair. No, I know.
I saw that little flying thing and I'm like, I've died many a time to a random Draven crit as he's died.
And in fairness, Doinby hasn't got the Zhonya's completion yet, so he is relatively squishy. Like, it's still a 3-item Draven.
He has zero, basically zero armor besides the Seekers, and that's not enough against Savior with the percent pen already. Flying in now with the Baron buff, NIP looking to close the game.
4 items still now on the Sivir, who has got the armor pen finally. Will be hurting a little bit more. Look to make sure this doesn't happen again. This Viego 10, 1, 10 is such a menace. A little bit scrappy in the last few stages. Good from NIP. A little bit awkward from the side from LGD. A little bit awkward from the side of NIP, who realistically have been a lot cleaner about closing this one out, but he's overplay. A little bit tricky. To get to the point where there is enough damage finally on LGD to threaten if a bit of that CC lands.
You know, if NIP don't team fight well and they don't peel for the Sivir, they can kill the Sivir. And that becomes a bit of an issue, particularly if they die and a counter-strike comes in onto the front line. Yeah, LGD can start to play back against that now. They're still doing this from 7,000 gold behind. This should have happened earlier. Climber could get the big kick. He has flash.
They know he's there now. Sonic Wave went wide.
Wondering actually whether he just flash ward hop over Charm.
Here we go, trying to get to the backside of a YCX so down low. The Hero's Entrance comes on down and the Leona is dead. This time they were ready. This time there was no flag. This time Solo Kill has a flash. The Darkin Blade comes on through. Climber tries to hop away with the ward hop, but the ricochets keep flying and Leave keeps on flashing. Boomerang Blade for a triple. This time they have the summoners to play with, but they aren't playing around.
Tower will fall, only one member left alive. That should be the game, just over 34 minutes in. NIP team fighting left a lot to be desired from the lead they had, but they do close the game and will close the series 2-1 as the next wave. Well, hang on, they don't have. Yes, they do. They have the wave there. That'll be the series ended.
And credit over where it is due. Nio, Niket, excellent games. That Viego, that Rakan, the early stages were fantastic. The snowball was looking immaculate. We get caught out that one time, and LGD start to make it a bit more of a contest. It still wasn't, in the end, enough. It still was NIP who were comfortable in the lead. There'll be a couple bits to review, I am sure. NIP, not perfect. Still looking pretty solid when they are on their game.
NIP winning in home arena, 2 series in the last few days. Some good signs. Remember, this is a team which changed two members of their starting roster, let go 3 from their entire roster, with, of course, Shanji being benched the split before, and it does look like they have a clear identity of what they want to play. Some imprecision here. A couple of Atakan fights which weren't fantastic. In this game, their late game team fighting was not what you would expect from such a gold lead. I think they got a little bit lax there, but still, showing that here in Group Nirvana, NIP, EDG are the teams that you have to look out for. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they can bring their gameplay against each other and potentially look towards playoff spurts later on into the split.
Well, there we are. And again, they are looking to be the best of the rest, if you know what I mean. They're in Nirvana, they've got some work to do. But I think at the very least, the changes that NIP made seem to be in the right direction, right? They seem to be moving towards a much more cohesive core. They look more like a unit again. They look more like they have a way and style of playing. It's often around Nio and Niket joining up with Doinby to do silly things and Leave being an insane DPS threat later on in the game. Doinby the playmaker, Leave the damage threat, Nio and Niket gremlining around as the duo that they want to be. That, I think, makes sense to me and was what I was expecting off the changes if they were going to work.
And so our first series ends. Second series of the day, the big one, WEIG. That'll be our Group Ascend matchup. And WE, one of the few teams in Ascend which haven't exploded. So there's a chance that they succeed just by
virtue of having the roster, exactly.
And anyone's Legend and WE are pretty much the only Ascend teams which haven't changed anything in their roster, actually. BLG, of course, as well, too. But we'll see whether that...
We'll see what's going on there.
As far as we're aware... Beta won't be starting their first series of the split. We don't know whether that will continue to be the case.
Okay. And allegedly, who did they allegedly pick up as well? Because, I mean, there's been rumours.
There's been rumours, but no one... Shadow is
ruined, yeah.
Left FPX and there's a chance of him. But for the time being, Beta was still playing for them. But, yeah, NIP, some inconsistencies, but still solid victory.
That it is.
Niket should be MVP, I completely agree. The fact that only 3.6% of chat is saying that... That's,
like, I get why you could vote for Nio. I think he also had a really good Viego game. You know, you can't ask for too much more. Died once, having body hopped multiple times. Like it was a very good game from him. But yeah, it's probably the Rakan or that. The early smite on the Gromp was just excellent. We'll go from there. And again, we'll be looking forward to our next series very shortly.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I'm completely mentally checked out today. I am zoning the hell out, folks.
That's fine.
I'm just dissociating live on air.
He's dissociating from me. He doesn't have to deal with this.
Hey,
thank you for the resub, guys. In fact, let me do a little bit of that admin keeping as well, folks.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player ever. Ta-da!
Rubla, I am here to interrupt this broadcast with an important reminder. Amber Stinky Ari spin.
Okay. That's sort of text switch of all time. Right, you go to your freaking admin.
I was actually the camera could stay on for that bit, so I was going to do the yellow.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Is this the highlights about to come on? No, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you do.
We could be at the corner of the highlights. That's fine. We're a highlight too, folks. So, admin, the spiel, the shill. I am Initialise. That is Nymaera.
Hello.
We are live in 4 locations at once, co-streaming the LPL. That's 2 YouTube channels. That's a Twitch channel. That's a TikTok channel. You're live watching them on one of those ones. We've got all of those chats open. It's a pleasure to see you all. And basically, we are here asking once again for your support. For those of you who can, please do consider subscribing on Twitch. If you've got that Twitch Prime script place, you could pull off a Tish to Speech like Burf on there and throw random insults at Amber. How rude. How rude. But you could be subscribing on there. It does help support us in our quest to bring you as much League of Legends action as professionally as we can. I say that having made Alex make pod racing noises with me mid-cast, but hey, professional comes at a different breed in esports. But here we are. The other thing you can do is potentially use the Ko-fi link. Is in various chats. I'll make sure it goes through again. Please, if you're not on Twitch, if you're on one of the other channels and you still want to support us, it's a great way to support us. Throw £5 our way will help us buy coffee and food and rent and all those things which we need to survive and keep doing this for all of you back home. And the last one, of course, is make sure to hit the follow button, make sure to share the clips and that kind of thing, because the way we also keep doing this, if we get things like sponsors, and for those of you who can do that and have that capability to just throw in that extra bit of following, share it with your friends, make sure this happens, join us in the Discord, really does help us in terms of growing this to a point where we can get a bit more value. And of course, you can follow me at InitializeCast on pretty much everywhere you can. So look, feel over. Much love, folks.
Yay. Who do you reckon MVP is?
It's Niket.
I think it should be Niket, but I don't know whether they'll give it to Niket.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think Nio also was very good on the Viego. Like, I wouldn't be that angry if he got it. But yeah, I think Niket's Logan was really, really good. Accept money for throwing. I'll say insult you. I'm throwing money at the streamer. Your sacrifice is noted, Amber.
Okay, let's wait for the MVP and then we can do that thing where we do the thing, you know, adverts stuff. Oh. Gets it. Nio, I think it should be Niket. Nio did get a lot of kills, but
He was very good on the Viego, and he did some really nasty things to the Jax early on. And, I do get the team fights were very clean from him, so I can see the value. But yes, I also think I would personally have voted for Niket. I'll be interested to see what the breakdown is here. Some very good body hopping team fights. Buff it out of the Leona E to drag her out of position as well. Very lovely. That was, in fairness, very nice. Let the Leona E hit and then jumps over the wall anyway.
oh my god, it's me.
I know. I did make that joke.
Yeah, I was dissociating like on air again.
No.
You know, occasionally happens. Yeah, I mean the cat's early game was so good, man. Can we not vibe Vampire Rage Baby today? I just don't feel like it, folks.
I think he had a pretty good split too.
He did, yes.
I'm gonna get myself some water. There you go. Split between jungle spot. Couple for top. Huh.
I mean, the Aatrox was pretty damn good too. I'm not gonna, you know, deny that. Okay, let me put some adverts on, and we'll. Oh wait, I can do some words on stream. Come. This.
Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人泱泱。首先恭喜深圳 NIP 获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到的是 NIP 的 AD Live， 欢迎，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NIP 的下路 Live 选手。
欢迎欢迎，恭喜你们拿下了新赛段的2连胜啊，感觉一片欣欣向荣。你自己打下来感受怎么样呢？
感受挺顺利的啊，目前看下来，虽然说第2把有点曲折吧。
那我们也是来整体回顾一下3局比赛啊。第1局比赛一开始，你们下路线杀，包括转线到上路又一波线杀，就奠定了优势。感觉虽然说你和 Nike 是刚组建起来的一个下路搭档组合，但是似乎有着那种多年默契配合的默契值。能不能分享一下平时你们在游戏当中下路双人组配合的时候，这个配合模式大概是什么样的？
一般来说，我们2个人当中谁有画面，那么就一定会很大声的说出来，让对方跟，直接相信对方就可以了。
就是2个人都是互相的相辅相成的这样一个程度。如果说谁有想法，谁就来主 call。
是的，是的。
其实，在后台也是发现2位是比较开朗的选手，这样的话配合起来应该会更加得心应手一些啊。那来到了第1局比赛的中后期，其实有一波差点成为了一个功亏一篑的转折点，就是那一波厄塔汉，当时发生了什么？能跟大家分享一下吗？
当时只能说我们自己的选位不好吧，我们没有注意自己的位置，没有把厄塔汉搭到一个好打团的位置吧。然后被别人找到一波非常好的机会，算是一个比较大的失误。
但没有关系，最后随着一波4杀落袋，也是终结了比赛，拿下了第1局比赛的胜利。那么来到了第2局，要请教一下利弗老师了，请问一下，塞纳加娜美这样选出来的下路组合是何用意呢？是什么样的原因？
塞纳组合是因为机缘巧合吧，在一次排位当中，队友先选了娜美，然后我手痒玩了把塞纳就成立了。
那其实你当时选出来想要打出一个什么样的效果？
我本来想的是这把我塞纳直接1.5，就我们塞纳组合。
你觉得第2局有发挥到几成吗？
只能说在厄塔汉之前都挺好的吧，只是厄塔汉那一波之后节奏崩了。
但是其实像这样赛场上的小惊喜，大家还是挺喜欢的。希望你们可以给我们在比赛当中带来更多多样性的一些表现。那来到了第3局，第3局的话，其实你们下路是偏一个防守的队线，也打得很出色。赛前我们也看到了一个板子，你跟 Xavier 就是少爷是首次的正面交锋嘛？你觉得今天3把打下来，感觉 Xavier 是一个什么样风格的 AD 呢？
他玩的英雄也是偏向于明显偏向于那种进攻的 AD 吧，比如说喜欢玩一些德莱文啊、火花板鞋啊，所以说我觉得在面对他的时候，注意到不要给到太多的失误，让他能一波肥起来吧。
进攻的话，是不是跟你的风格有点像？
我比较喜欢发育。
你比较喜欢发育，但其实大家也觉得，感觉是综合型的吧？就 Live 其实有的时候打的也是偏进攻性的，那有的时候高风险就高收益嘛。其实你之前自己也提到过。最后一个问题想问一下 Live 啊，昨天硬币哥在赛后采访的时候呢，说到了全队在第3赛段的目标和想法。那想问一下 Live， 对于自己在第3赛段有没有设立什么具体的小目标？
我希望我第2赛段打出的数据吧，第3赛段打出的数据能和第2赛段一致，甚至更高吧。
就是因为第2赛段发挥的也非常不错，希望第3赛段能够保持这样的水准。那就期待 Live 在后续比赛当中的精彩表现了。再次感谢 Live 来到我们的赛后采访环节，也再次祝贺 NIP 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来我们来看一下关于本场比赛精彩的 Spotlight 吧。
这不能开中的，开我们 A6 打，A6闪，能打，慢点，我有点不好开这样。OK， 差点没闪，看我，我再开。OK， 我踩了。往前追呢？狼不要锁，没追，保护，我保护。看我，晕住了，可以。nice 一波，漂亮，一波，抓不到，一波，抓不到，一波，能推塔，我去跟他玩，一波了，我很肉，抓 Q 吗？nice 一波，有没有喷大 Q？ 没有，我叫一声爹试一下吗？一波吧。哎，你们这边慢点，拉，我有猪，他们开了，我能拉，我保该先打了，不打，看，一波4秒住，别急，4秒住，等他住，看住。我到了，打起来！三人没闪呢，三人，别急套，拉下，你拉，我全冲，打，在那边打前面，看我，我看你，一波，兄弟们，慢点，看兵线，兄弟们，看兵线，一波，再来正面，加良有大的，来，别怕，谁都有，来，加良有大，我们千万别怕。能保住，别下场踢人，慢点，这边，慢点，开始打，你打，冲慢，别，冲慢，点那个 ，OK， 来，可以，好，再来，再来，再来，一波。Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce. To be honest with you, plus I'm chill, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, 'cause it's prime time. Gonna sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Leave it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look. Shopping. I could change my mind in a heartbeat. Over and out, understand? Do you copy? Copy, don't copy, not me. I'm the cutest little thing like a jockey. From Miami to New York to the Rockies. Yeah, the DJ gonna play what I'm offering. Long as the bass keeps knocking.
Welcome the teams onto the stage. TWE, the first game of summer.
Wing to stare over the shot.
Yeah, that's all good.
How goes words on stream, folks?
Well, we're doing the thing. And of course, IG, they played earlier in the week. They lost 2-1 to Top Esports. I feel like they should feel a little hard done by, honestly. They actually played pretty damn well.
That felt winnable. Obviously, some changes on in there as well. We're going to get some replays of things that happened. Speaking of IG versus Top Esports. The look in here as various craziness occurred. Of course, it's IG. Madness as expected. Cream with a very, very unfortunate Akali early game where he was about 2 pixels off getting so many kills early on and eventually managed to carry it. But it was off some extraordinary moments. I like that one there, of course. Jackie Love on the Civer picked up the kill, but it was a really good public execution after. It was a very tight game. Still, IG threw it all away. Top Esports capitalised. Partly off good play. Things like the Akali, but quite enough in the grand scheme of things. And then still managed to push Top Esports well and truly within this series. The Shy on the Jace in particular was horrifyingly strong when he got the opportunity.
Yeah, the Shy just completely diff 369 in that series. That's a point, actually. There was a question earlier about which 5 players you'd take internationally, like to beat like Gen G. I think there is actually an argument, weirdly, that the Shy is best on form top laner in the LPL currently. Kind of crazy.
That it is. Who are you favouring in this series, honestly?
You know,
This is going to effectively our 3rd, 4th place rematch as well. IG versus WE from way back when.
IG have typically had a pretty good matchup in WWE. We'll listen to the interview now, I guess.
That's probably wise. We can have that conversation after the interview. No, I didn't.
Hello， 欢迎来到赛前采访，为大家邀请到 IG 的 AD 选手 Gala， 欢迎 Gala 跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的 ADC 选手 Gala。
那想问一下，上一场的 BO3失利之后，队伍可能着重在哪些方面进行了复盘？觉得有哪些经验可以运用到未来的比赛呢？
I can understand.
第一场打完
I see what IG like sometimes.
队伍整体都有失误吧，然后自己的注意力也不是很集中，然后就下次比赛多注意一点嘛。
也希望你们能够越打越好。当然了，来到这个全新的第3赛段，相信无论从个人层面还是团队层面，你们都希望有进一步的提升。想问一下，这个赛段整个队伍的目标会是怎样的呢？
首先这第3赛段也刚开始吧，然后常规赛的话，我觉得我们希望我们就一场比一场打得更好吧。
好的，我们也会共同期待赛场再见。同时也为大家邀请到西安 WE 的上路选手 Cube， 欢迎 Cube 跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是西安曲江 WE 战队3队选手 Cube。
上周也是你出道6周年的纪念日，在这里对你送上恭喜的同时，也想问一下，来到全新的第7年，想要在赛场上给大家展现出怎样的竞技状态，什么样的面貌呢？
上周6周年的话，就感觉时间过得比较快吧，没想到自己打了这么久了。然后就第7年的话，就我想展现给大家的面貌就是比以往每个赛季打的都要好。
好的，我们也会一如既往的支持你。当然了，其实第2赛段西安 WE 发挥的非常的出色，也给我们带来了很多的惊喜。那你觉得来到了全新的第3赛段，整个队伍有什么样的期许？对这场比赛有什么样的想法呢？
因为我们第2赛段因为也是走的算是比较远嘛，然后所以我们第3赛段感觉大家的目标都是希望走得更远吧。然后就今天这一场首战的话，就我们希望就不管输赢吧，我们先弄清这版本的东西，然后打好我们自己的风采，然后最好的是把这场比赛也一起赢下来吧。
好的，稳扎稳打，让我们赛场再见。 欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先欢迎 Invictus Gaming。上单 The Shy， 打野 V， 中单 Rookie， 下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。接下来欢迎西安 Team WE。上单 Cube， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Carries， 下路 Taeyeon， 辅助 Vampire。LPL 第3赛段组内赛第2周第2日第2场 ，IG 对阵西安 WE 即将开始。LPL 5位竞巅峰。
Players now on stage. All the intros done. All looking nice and comfortable here. We'll come say hello again. Zoom. Hello, folks.
Oh, sorry, no, we were on the...
this one, and then I see.
So I had words on stream off earlier. There we go.
I now get it. Hello, folks. We are getting ready for our second series of the day. IG versus WE. WE, a bit of a shock contender from last split. Brought up Monkey, managed to make their way all the way through the basically last chance qualifiers to make sure they made it into Ascend in the first place. Had Monkey come in, did some exceptional things. Had a really tight series against was it EDG? With moved
yes.
EDG at that point. And effectively Skarner destroyed Arn's Kai'Sa at that point from Monkey. Was fantastic stuff. Caught in mid-ult stuff. It was really, really impressive things. And ever since then, they've been on the up and up. Vampire, who had a really tricky debut on the EDG Doom squad. Started to get better and better as the year has gone on. Still got some foibles, but at his best, still looking fantastic. And Karis, again in the mid lane, looking a little bit more scary. And all of these players who some had counted out have started to come to life a little bit. But that was one split. And a lot of other teams were struggling. Can they do it again here? Against one of the most veteran squads in the world, bar none. You look at the accolades of the IG roster, and oh my god. You look at the number of games played, and oh my god. Some of these people are world leaders in some of the stats out there in terms of numbers of kills, numbers of assists internationally, never mind regionally. IG will be on blue side for game 1, banning out the Trundle, the Rumble, the Varus. All important picks. Of course, Monkey, a big Trundle player, was one of our first to bring it out last split. On the other side, banning away the Pantheon. Big for the global pressure. Rookie's a big Annie player. Of course, the Vi away from Wei, who is starting today.
Varus and Rumble, the big combo's already gone. Talir, the last kind of remaining power pick, I suppose, out of the top tier. Pretty much everyone plays Talir. It's very good at laning phase, has that global. On the other side now, Karis could potentially answer with something like the Rise if you want to match that global, but also go towards something a little bit more closer to the Wukong. That's because that's left up to him.
Of course, Monkey by name, Monkey by nature. He is a big Wukong player. Wukong Graves. Graves in particular was always his specialty. Don't get to see so much of it anymore. It's not really a meta pick at the minute. Require a little bit too much in terms of the resource intensity before you come online, especially when a lot of those objectives early on are very valuable right now. Being able to contest them super cleanly can be a little bit problematic. Wukong, engage, damage, safety, scaling. There's a lot this champion does at a pretty high level. No Annie to go with it, of course, which has been the choice pairing. Still, something say like an Ari here can be pretty good. We've seen a lot of that into the Talir because you can only get stunned the once.
Gwen also left up and available.
Very true.
That was one of the other power picks. Been banned most of today. Was permabanned in IG's last series as well. The Shy could go for Jace. He could be okay with that. But then Wukong is really good into that Jace too. So you have to make some choices. As IG consider what they do with that top lane match. We're hovering the Zed. Not sure I'd love to see that this early into the draft. That's a little better though against 2 Dash champions already.
Poppy, I think, has been once again rearing her head. The raw utility of that W alone and the power of the baseline kit will always give Poppy an angle in draft. She's a flex between multiple roles. All these things are great for a champion.
Also, pretty much every champion that Vampire plays has a dash too, so you can almost guarantee there's going to be 3 dashes minimum to use, which is either half the team. Great value out of that Poppy. Regardless of where it goes, could be to make it, or it could be two-way as well. Got Poppy to Lear as a combo, get the wall up and slam people into it, so extra utility there. Needed to call out the Jax earlier. I think that's a better option than the Jace because the Wukong is more easy to deal with by that Jax than the Jace. Orianna, one of the best laning matchups left into the Talir as well.
It is, and it's a Kara's specialty. Does love that one. Again, you can sort of trade onto the Talir a bit more freely than she can through the wave. Again, it's one of Orianna's strengths. The ball does not care for minions. You can go straight through them. It's quite fine. Of course, you do lose damage the more minions your ball goes through.
10% per minion, which...
down to a minimum, but yes, but it's still something you can do in a way that Talir can't do that with her own key.
So Karis expected to get a little bit of a CS lead early. Sometimes you lose push because Talir just kind of ignores you and pushes the wave instead. That can happen. But the Orianna typically gets a little bit more value. Bot lane completely unpicked in the first round. Could potentially be the Poppy support, so IG could flex that if they want.
Keep our eyes on it. I suppose strictly.
They could put Poppy support, put the Shinzo into jungle, and then get something like the Jhin a little bit more.
I mean, if you're really feeling it, you can throw the Jax into the jungle. That's generally been a Shinzo counter rather than anything else. I think it'd be a bit bold. But hey, it's Wei. He is occasionally known for having something unusual in the back pocket. I feel like the Poppy more his style, though. So we'll keep our eyes on it nonetheless. Support's being banned out right now. A lot of those engage and frontline options being removed. Braum, very annoying. We've already got some melee synergy to work with. And when you've got that Wukong and that Gwen, having the Braum there to make your life hard can be a bit problematic. Alistair to Vampire specialty. I wonder whether they just get rid of the Leona here as well.
Leona or Rel, depending on which one you think you can deal with a little easier. I suppose you get rid of the Rel. I think the Leona you can deal with a little more with stuff like the Counter-Strike as well.
Got the Poppy to run into some of these Dash champions too, so whichever's a better matchup, and I think the Rel perhaps would have been a bit more annoying, so they're going to get rid of that as one of Vampire's big comfort picks. Taeyun has played a fair amount of the Corki, but I think we both tended to prefer him on things like the Ezreal, which he has been
almost permanent from last split.
Very good on. I think if we check out his win rate from last split on Ezreal, it was pretty obscene, guys. He was doing a lot of MVP level carrying on that. In fact, he hit my 3rd place All-Pro, I think, last split. He was doing his damn hardest on WE.
Yeah, I think Monkey and Taeyun were the big standouts from WE last split. They were doing a hell of a lot of carrying. Their glow up last split was really, really cool to watch. Bot lane for IG to complete now. Could potentially go to go towards the Rakan if you want. Take that away from the Ezreal, which typically tends to be a good matchup for a good 2v2. If you go Kai'Sa, Rakan could be valuable. Of course, there's no Nautilus to pair up with Gala's Kai'Sa. Good into the Ezreal though.
And if you're looking at arguably the most famous Kai'Sa player of all time, and there are a few of them, Gala has to be up there as one of your front runners. The Prince of Pentas himself on the champion he made his name for. Or name with, really, on RNG all those years ago. Mako debating the Rakan. Rakan, Kai'Sa, Poppy, Jax, Talir. That's a big old dive squad for me.
It is, but it also has multiple ways you can play the game. You're good at disengaging with this comp 2. You can play around your Talir and the Kai'Sa, having a little bit of range, and the double global coming in. You're very quick to start plays. Nico has been nerfed into the ground. You pick this here, I think you are... I mean,
Okay.
you pick it in, it's not that strong anymore. We'll see if Vampire can make this work, but most of his champion pool has been removed. Hard to play the Nico on the current patch compared to the MSI one.
Yeah, and again, don't get me wrong, Nico ult, still valuable, clone, still valuable, you've still got level 1 poke and all that things, but you're a lot more vulnerable, your cooldowns are worse, there's lots going on, making the champion a little less ridiculous, and I think part of how they try to change it is just she requires more AP to be useful. The honest answer, Nico support was able to get away with very low economy, really, relatively speaking. Thank you, by the way, for the sub, Sarcasm ETC, joining us for the first time as well, a minute ago. It is much appreciated. 8,880 followers as well. We're 120 away from that 9K mark. So anybody who's not following on Twitch, please do so. The YouTube and the TikTok, that's it.
Yeah.
Please do come and have a look on those ones. Open the TikTok stream, so I've got that up and looking after people.
And we'll get ourselves into the game. Second series of the day is the big one, Group Ascend. Our top teams facing off. And Team WE looking to reprise a very good performance from last split. They overperformed expectations and finished in the top 4 for the first time for WE, I believe, since 2021. It's been a long time since they've been a top team in the LPL, one of the biggest fan bases in the LPL. And also during this offseason, one of the few teams which hasn't rocked the boat. They overperformed already, no sense changing what's already working. Up against IG, a team which has changed something. Jungler in Wei. It's not Jia playing again. IG did beat WE each of the times they faced them last split. Had a good matchup into them. See whether they can do the same here in split 3.
Once again, the IG fans are pretty loud, though credit to WE fans. They're starting to come out of the woodwork again. A good split from them, and a lot of the old school fans are coming back. Again, WE, for the longest time, known as World Elite. One of the old, great organizations of the LPL with some very hardcore fans. There's some of the greatest drama of all time between them and EDG back in the day, with Clear Love leaving to join EDG, and Wei Xiao, one of the great AD carries of all time in Season 2, showed the world how Ezreal could be played, and all of this history, and then for years and years and years, nothing. Nothing at all. There were runs where it got close. Shanks in the mid lane, Teacher Ma in the mid lane, who's now one of their coaches, who nearly wasn't allowed to play in playoffs because his solo queue account wasn't high enough. It was a Galio roaming player, and not a great farmer, but macro-wise, so smart. And now, with a roster that people thought was going to be budget, that the fans had kind of checked out on, they made playoffs, and there were people in the crowd in tears. Some of these old school fans who thought these days would never come again. And this roster somehow is the one that has pushed the furthest in a very long time.
WE, one of the big 3 organizations in the LPL. It was meant to be WE, EDG, and RNG were the, I believe, the 3 which were huge from the early days. Of course, IG were around then too, but they built their fan base much more over time. WE being a big team again means a lot to those older fan bases. They are one of these classic teams here within Chinese region. Early lane, Vampire using that Nico to poke out. There were a lot of changes to the clone, a lot of changes to the way that items work on the champion as well, like Frozen Heart and I believe it's the Celestial Opposition. Had some clone unintended effects which have now been patched out, so the champion is a lot harder to use.
Of course, you can still be very obnoxious in lane. Your ult is still Nico ult, so it's not like there is... you're lacking the raw value, right? Because Nico ult was there for the big AoE engage more than anything else as the support. Your damage was secondary in many ways.
The thing is, I think the clone warding thing
was really strong.
That is actually, to the point where, you know, you're saying like the big thing is the big AoE engage. I'd almost say secondary to that clone warding thing now. Because it was so, every
that pro level in particular,
it was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. And the fact that that's now been removed, where you can't extend the duration of the clone, I believe now, they finally patched that out one way or another, is a big nerf to the champion. However, you know, Vampire, his champion pool kind of begins and ends with engaged champions, really. So dipping down onto it fits the player a little bit more. Problem is, IG just removed a lot of his comfort, which has hurt them quite a lot in some of their other games where that's happened.
Monkey just crossing the Rubicon. Does the river in Summoner's Rift have a name?
The river. It's just a river, isn't it? Top river and bottom river.
That's true.
Which somehow go under the ground
Triver
through
and river.
Triver and river. Yeah. How does it go between mid lane though? Like, is there a an aqueduct or something?
Aquifer. Maybe it just teleports.
What's an aquifer?
It's like the thing under the ground where water stays.
Oh, okay.
It kind of filters through rock.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. I realised that.
Yeah.
The Tyne River. Yeah, it's actually just like the Thames.
It's just the Thames. Yeah, you get Thames belly from being in it.
Oh no, sorry. There's no companies dumping waste into it.
Oh wow,
it can't be that. Only when Singed is on the Rift is it? Is that it?
when we're in Zornite territory.
Hashtag nationalize the water companies. Rookie in mid lane. Okay. As we said, typically Talia can get pushed against the Orianna. Does end up losing CS though, because you have to back off for a couple of minions because Orianna can threaten to kill you. And which is exactly what's happened. Karis playing that out well enough. Karis, mixed bag of a split from him last time out. I think he did pretty well, actually, considering expectations coming over from the LCK. Both him and Taeyun were viewed to be lower tier LCK players, and they absolutely were in that region. But they've done well here. Vampire tried to hide his minion, but wasn't doing a great job at that whole acting thing.
Yeah, Rookie sidesteps it. I don't know whether Rookie knew or just pretended to know. It looked smooth enough from my end. Mako now roaming topside on the Rakan. Mako, there's another player who's had a bit of a weird old couple splits. It was, of course, not so long ago. Jackie Love's bot lane partner. And then there was the summer collapse of 24 that was diabolical. No other way of putting it. It was a disastrous playoffs breakdown. They're switching teams. That was the proud recipient of a 0 and 12 award on Blitzcrank last play. It was not pretty.
Oh, that was a play of all time. Dragon. Now that's a problem. Monkey just spent a ton of time doing Dragon there. Got it down to about 2/3 HP. Had to peel off of it, sadly, for him. So that's Monkey missing out on a good amount of farming time and ability to be present on the map, whereas Wei has he's got himself a camp up from that. Gala's frozen this wave topside, interestingly, and that allows Mako to now potentially force Cube off of the wave. Has Spellbook, but hasn't got anything interesting with it right now, just going for that base heal.
Another minute. And again, you don't get to switch so freely. I think it's 6 minutes, which has just come on through, so you can start to look to burn those summoners and get through them. And again, if you've got Spellbook, please do actually use your summoners, guys. Jamada did a really cool video on it. I think was well articulated and why it's quite busted. But basically, if you are able to get through your summoners, you get them all back faster, so you get some value.
Heartbreak for Taeyun there was trying to deny both Cannon XP and gold, but the minions were targeting other stuff, so it does survive on about 1 HP, so the Shy will at least get the XP from that 20 CS.
I just noted that as well. What on earth happened there?
Gala zoned off Cube from the top wave after the Shy had already spent early lane zoning Cube off of waves. It's not like WE had done that much to help Cube, and now he's going to get... If he dies on this wave, Cube's game is almost over.
He's got 6 of a minion, so he should now have Needles. I think it's going to be a little hard to make this play, but they're still going to do it regardless. Needles 1 through. Finally, the aggro taken. Shoved back. Dead. Doesn't even get to press the Q. The R very often. Finally gets that third shot off. Way out. Gala survives. Karis is around, but Mako's there to ensure no easy access for a shockwave.
There's no dive on the other side. Monkey has gone back to the Dragon because he couldn't finish it earlier, and WE are just a little bit behind on the map. The Shy is very happy with how the cross map works out in favor of his individual matchup.
That's a couple of those minions may need to hop away shortly. Takes a lot of damage here, flashing away. Hop, but there's the flash. Cyclone, the Shy greets for the wave.
Yeah. Greets the wave, however, does get the wave in a way that Cube didn't really on the other side. He ended up clearing the wave just before that came in, so the Shy does end up going down, maintains a 20 CS lead. It blunts that sharp cut in that top lane matchup for WE. It's good that they get that kill back.
Mako just TP bot side, and Monkey just burned his Warrior Trickster. This could get a little interesting because Monkey doesn't have the Cyclone. How aggressively do they want to play this? Cube's running down the river, so I think they're just not going to have quite enough in the tank to get over and stop that. Gala has reset and come along bot side. I suppose he did have the ult, but only at the rank 1 would have been tricky to get involved.
If Wei had flash, I think they go for that. Sadly, can't activate the phase rush. I don't think Wei could. If he could, I think it would have been quite dangerous. Monkey was just about to get his Warrior Trickster off cooldown as well. Vampire on the Nico. That's a route onto the Shy. Will say, not really the most impact from the Nico in the laning phase. We somewhat expect that on this patch now. It feels like the Nico has been much less of a powerful champion in the 2v2 and then later on as a vision bot as well. 10 CS lead over towards Taeyun over Gala rather, but it's not the end of the world. You're happy to play into mid game with a slight deficit from the Kai'Sa, who also has a cull who'll make up that difference later.
So that 10 CS should be mitigated a little later on. Does mean though that as of right now, the power is significantly lower. The Ezreal with just a Sheen, a lot more valuable than the Kai'Sa on part completes and a cull. Cube, the Shy trading, there is an Ignite, but that Snip missing makes things a little bit more interesting. There goes the needlework in trade for the Counter-Strike Ignite down. Cube realistically unable to chase too freely unless these needles hit. That could get interesting. Misses both. Mid lane, Gala in danger. Ults away to safety as Vampire went looking.
Double
Can't
ults.
quite find it.
Double ults from Vampire and Taeyun. Vampire must have caught Gala out on the wave. Gets the barrier and the ult. 3 grubs secured from WE. So they get the objective and they threaten Gala. Remove a couple of tools from him.
That's a little better. Gonna force the reset. Another wave likely going to be lost there as a result. That will help extend things a bit more. Have a look in the picture-in-picture for the replay. Just gets caught by the Tangle Barbs. It's as easy as that through the wave.
Vampire gets a good play. We were just saying, hey, the Nico, it's harder to play it out right now. Vampire tried to make a big play. Getting those summoners, quite big. Now he's out on the roam. Because they ended up getting those summoners, getting the summoner and the ult out of Gala, means that IG don't really have control of mid-wave, which allows Vampire to start dipping off to the side lanes and start to try and make plays. So, good victory there in the mid lane skirmish, even if it didn't end up being a kill. Things change once you start to get Q upgrade first item. For the Kai'Sa, looks like it might be the... It could end up being the... no, it's not the Shiver. It's probably Kraken Slayer first, which does mean it's a slower Q upgrade and a little bit less wave control. Shy,
He's a bit wary here.
It's a bit worried because there was a flash Nico coming at him.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get that wave shoved really aggressively for the reset. Does have the TP and Cube just burned his. He's trying to get as much value out of his HP before he had to come back into lane. So I can see that content. In fact, he's not TPing. He's collecting the wave at turret. He's been very greedy here. But again, it is the Shy. He's not exactly known for taking the easy path now, is he?
No, it's never been his specialty, Sam.
It's a bit ironic, like, this guy's... I know, obviously, it's after very famous Jin Air top laner Shy, who's a big Shen player, a Lissandra top player as well, actually, way back in the day, who was a huge influence for a lot of old-school Korean tops. Even Trace, probably, up there, alongside people like Flame, Reapered, yeah, all of these crew. And you kind of have that second generations of your Marins and Some Days, and Duke, of course, who was the Shy's backup dancer really on IG when they won Worlds. In fact, did get a skin on that squad because he played a few games. Came back-to-back world champion. And known for chewing his gum and a few other bits. What a character. But either way, the Shy then kind of take on, of course, that namesake. Coming on over from Shy was once part of a Riven 1 trick. Cube, about to get hit by that counter-strike. Does get stunned up. Eats a lot of damage there with the Empower and the Grandmaster's Might down about half HP. Does have the needlework to work with. Remember, no flash gone for the Ignite this match, and Wei is waiting. Ward put into that bush. Can still get charged into the wall. The W comes on through to stop the skip and slash. The knockup. Mako gets the kill. And IG do the Lord's work in bringing the Gwen down and putting her to rest in hallowed ground.
That's a big loss for Cube. Again, WE are not protecting their Gwen well at all this game. Part of it's on Cube being a bit endangered after that early laning phase went against him. But honestly, WE should have done more to protect this Gwen. She can't really survive against this sort of team comp from IG. Well played by Wei to really get on his case so far. At least mid lane is going quite well for Team WE, but you would have thought with them, you know, getting those skills out of Gala earlier, they would have been able to push in mid and defend those side lanes a little more. But Vampire just not quite there on the side lane to defend Cube.
Yeah, more interesting getting the pressure in the mid lane. And in fairness, they have now got 3 plates. The Ezreal is ahead of the curve, up 20 odd CS. So like, it has gotten better, that lead. It's not game breaking yet. I still think actually getting the Jax ahead of the Gwen is going to be really valuable here in terms of how IG want to play out the game. Dragon just spawns. W getting that shove in mid lane has allowed them to be in the river and starting that Dragon up first. True Shot Barrage wide. Mako looking for potential angle. Does not have the quickness to work with. Arla hits the W. Knock away with the Keeper's Verdict on the Nico. Weaver's Wall going to split Karis off. Rookie jumps on top of that. The Dragon secured. This time by Wei, interestingly. Now Monkey looking to turn around as the Cyclone comes on through. Mako flashes away, puts down his own redemption to keep himself safe. The Shy jumping on Cube. Vampire with a 3-man Pot Blossom. Blows up Wei. Kai'Sa into the backline though. Murdering Monkey. But now Tae can look to hop. Not that much mana to work with. Cube looking to come on over, and I think Gala will just die as a result. All the while though, Rookie trades back, claiming Vampire. So it ends up being a 2 for 2, I think.
2 for 2. And you also end up getting the dragon for IG as well. Vampire, hang on a second, might even be more than that. Flashing for Karis, trying to get the shield.
Flashed, and he gets the shield.
So close, the shield. I don't know whether it completely saved the life, but it definitely helped it out. To the Shy, not quite getting that kill, and WWE end up getting a decent trade. Vampire, good 3-man ult in the middle of that play. W showcasing that, you know, last split, one of their big strengths was aggressive team fighting around Monkey and Vampire's big potential. They end up getting that again. Karis leaves this play 2-0-1 now too.
Flash for the command attack distance, killed off the Shy as well. Let's look again.
Midway through this play, I mean, Rookie did get a great combo onto Karis, but there's no follow-up. You know, Nico got thrown out of the play, but they can't finish the playoff before Nico gets back into it. I think the big problem was Rookie and Gala being out of position to follow up on the big engage. They were too far away from the rest of the CC. And yes, you know, Gala tries to get that follow-up there, but he walks a little too far forward into Vampire's combo too. Just bad positioning from IG's carries to get the most out of the CC the rest of the team made up.
And of course, you've got to remember, the command protect's a lot longer range than the command attack. So if you can use that to extend and get the shockwave in, I really caught one there. I think Kaiser was just out of range of it. Either way, Gala's now at 2-1. He's in a little bit of a better spot. The gold lead, about 1,000 to WE. Dragon was secured by IG. Again, it's the exit kill onto the Shy. It's going to be really frustrating, Karis, with the clutch flash and the command dissonance bringing him down in what would have been a very tight 1v1 otherwise. Turret about to fall here. Redemption comes on down to keep Rookie healthy, and now Cube's in danger as he gets hit by the end of it. Of course, he doesn't have a Hallowed Mist anymore. And Rookie with a little bit of downtown support from Mako.
Mako's Redemption getting huge value there. It means that Cube really can't turn it around. Now Mako goes in the mid lane.
Quickness. Vampire going to turn around with the pop blossom. Really on to way there. And now the Grand Entrance comes on through. Double knock up with the Keeper's Verdict. But the problem is they have to now disengage. Gala really doesn't want to join, and Taeyun just gets to unleash.
Karis gets a side lane turret, so it's not like WE are not getting things on the map. They're doing quite well here, actually, at trading in the mid game against IG, even-ish in terms of gold, which I think is a good thing for W. The problem is that Gwen has just been shut down time and time again. I think the big plays have worked out well for her, for WE, but they haven't protected this Gwen well at all, which means that they will be kind of a bit of a 4v5 for a lot of this game.
They really will be.
Herald started up for IG. Do have 2 kills on the Kaiser, who's also popped in the kill, so it's not like Taeyun is ahead in the AD carry matchup. He's playing very well on the champion, but Kaiser's getting to the point where she can start really threatening those solo dives. Has the Kraken Slayer, can go towards something like that Rage Blade into Terminus second. That is the Gala build, Kraken Slayer into Rage Blade Terminus. He loves building towards that sort of build. Taeyun will hop over the wall, start to wave clear. What's the next play in? Karis, Monkey on the top side. Rookie does have Flash. Poppy's coming up.
Oh, flashes, but it's still in range of the shockwave, and that's awkward.
That's a bad flash from Rookie. Knows that Poppy's on the same side of the map, but, you know, if you're going to flash away, you have to flash, you know, out of the actual thing that's going to kill you. Well played by Karis, using that bursty Orianna build of the Ludens there, Alternator, to get that kill there, and Rookie goes down. Mid lane, Taeyun, knowing now that Rookie can't really fly in with an ultimate, feels a lot safer to push up in mid lane. Here comes the Redemption.
Redemption for damage. Taeyun hops away. Cleanse down, heal down. Let's get some value. It's a minute and 10 or so until the Dragon. I think at this point, the Rakan should get the ultimate back up in time to get some value out of those summoners being down.
Hopefully, IG can leverage that. Gala starting to contest better on the mid wave now than he was before. Has that Q upgrade, which means he has a lot more wave clear than before. That's one of the problems with the Kraken Slayer build, is that before you get the extra pickaxe, you don't get that Q upgrade, which is very crucial for, one, your assassination potential, but realistically also just controlling the wave as well. Now Rookie's back.
Taeyun does hop out of that one. Well timed with the arcane shift there. Needed to be. Hold on to the mid lane turret that's on. No HP. 130. There you go.
Yeah, there's no quickness on Mako, so it's fairly easy for Taeyun to get out of that. Just needs to be wary of whether Rookie could get the follow-up afterwards, and saw him flying in, knew he wasn't close enough. They will get the mid lane turret. W have been winning the mid lane push and pull fairly well, actually.
In fairness, they've just kept the Nico there, not really roamed, and they have gotten some pretty good value in that sense from it.
So Taeyun has been given a lot of resources because Nico has been permanently in his lane. What that has meant is that Cube has not had them. That's the payoff which W have said, saying, look, Cube, I'm sorry, you're behind, you're not going to get anything. We're going to give those resources over towards the Ezreal instead. Herald goes topside, take the outer turret, and now the inner turret will be shoved onto as well. How much can they get from this? No grubs. Don't think they fully kill it.
Vampires here in the form of Monkey, Karis. threatening with the ball on top, aware that it could be someone different. I think the Celestial opposition proc will reveal it. Turret about to go down. Shockwave onto way. They stop for the turret. IG now going to get punished for it. Rookie needs to run away. Mako coming in with the quickness in the Battlelands, but it means nothing as he got stunned up going across the Unraveled Earth.
You got rooted by Vampire mid-flight. Vampire outplaying in the top lane, and wait, just doesn't flash over the wall. There was no way you were going to take that turret without having any grubs. IG, jungle, mid, end up outplaying themselves by staying too long in the top side.
I'm just look at Karis's build. He's gone for Storm Surge and Ludens for the ultimate in burst on squishy targets. Watch Way's HP bar right now. 2,000 HP goes in the blink of an eye with the press of an R button.
Really well played. Combo into combo. And right here, as you see Mako fly back in, he gets caught mid-route, just hit. As obviously the Talir on his team can't start up the regard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes so much sense. I saw Unraveled Earth and I saw him stop moving and I went, that's what it must be. And I was like, oh, yeah.
It's all good, Sam. If I'm allowed to dissociate live on stream, you can, in fact, say one thing which is wrong.
Like, the thing is, in another game, I would have been correct. In this one, I was very much not. Your wife is the Tangle Barbs.
Karis getting 4 kills now, up to that 2 Mike was talking about before, is really, really, really scary for the side of IG. Being able to burst is a big danger to IG because they don't have that many tanky people. We saw that Way got obliterated just before. And IG, a couple of missteps in side lanes across the map means that W are well and truly in this game. 2.5k gold lead. Dragon up, 3 grubs. Feeling pretty happy about life here. I mean, unless IG get a big engage and get Kai'Sa into the play and assassinate someone like the Orianna or the Ezreal, it's a big problem. I mean, yes, the Gwen, not as powerful as they could be. Shove onto the clone doesn't matter as much. Atakan, I guess, could always be a thrown objective for either team.
Very much so. Either way. 3,000 odd gold, well, 2,500 gold lead to WE. 2 items on the Ori, on the Ezreal. Those are pretty scary points. Not really there for IG. Kai'Sa's gotten there, and in fairness, it's only 100 gold or so behind the Ezreal. The Cull cashed in a little while ago. It does mean that they are at least within touching distance there. Of course, is running the IG Kai'Sa skin. Wants Jaculars, but he's on the Invictus Gaming, so it is appropriate, really, in the grand scheme of things, isn't it?
Rookie once again in that side lane. Atakan, not any vision on it. I mean, W should know. Monkey, guys, you should know this. Bot lane is being pushed up very, very far. You do have a teleport on Karis that can come to the play. Monkey's walking his way down. Maybe they think that it will go down slow enough. WE, that is such an easy mistake to make. IG get a crucial objective. It's not like you can even answer with a dragon or something. IG, easy objective.
Get an extra 10 petals off that as well. That gives them about an extra 1,000 gold worth of stats. Plus, of course, the power of the Atakan get to themselves. Either way, lazy stuff. Got to assume, especially with the fact they all rotated down there, that they were actually looking to contest. Because I think if they wanted to give that up, then they wouldn't have moved over. But that's just for free. Grippers.
Rookie will return up towards that top side now. And IG, they don't lose anything big for this. You know, it's still same gold lead. They get the massive extra XP boost and the damage off of that too. That'll close some of the distances between some of these roles. The Shy is a full level up over Cube, and W, that's an easy mistake to make.
Definitely one way of putting it. Rookie gets that wave shoved up. I've got a minute or so until the next dragon. We saw point for WE. Outsaw this game. Good on the Nico. Bad on the Ahri. Very good on the Wukong and the Gwen. Especially with the Gwen not having flash, that extra move speed can be quite valuable. Either way, this tier 2, they return to the scene of the crime. It was a crime, let's be real.
Yes.
They do finally bring it down. Response from WE, though, is mid lane. We're going to get this tier 2. Rookie goes looking with the Weavers. Can't find it, but another Shy. Looking to jump onto Taeyun. Pop Blossom on the other side. And Mako doesn't stop him getting on top of Karis, who goes golden. Can he find value here? Doesn't have a shockwave. Needs to run away. Redemption comes on now. Monkey trying to disengage, and WE managed to back away.
They do, but they lose but all of their big summoners on their carries. Karis, no flash. Taeyeon, no flash, no cleanse. You have the flash on Vampire, but he doesn't have ult. That should buy the Dragon for IG. WE, I thought they were trading well across the map before this, but they've had a couple of missteps now. They managed to get the retreat, but the fact that they're in a poor position for the Dragon and lose a chance to get themselves their third and threaten Soul later into the game is a big loss.
Taeyeon about to dunking through mid lane. Trying to get a hold of that mid lane wave. There we are here. We're going back in. Mako TP's back in with the spell book. Got himself chainless crushes. Him a little bit harder to deal with. Celestial opposition as well. This Rakan deceptively tanky for the first few seconds of the fight. Wei, however, very much not into that storm. This is a third of HP to just a basic combo.
Nasty stuff. Karis is a very... well, Dragon's already down. If they could extend the fight, they do have Shockwave in 5 seconds. Where's Vampire? His flash and his ult in 5.
Keep your eyes on it. Gala and Rookie, definitely some targets, but good extraction from IG, not willing to overplay.
The reason they can't get the big fight, which they should really be looking for at these item spikes and at this point in the game, is because they lost too many summoners and too many ults around that mid lane play just beforehand. That's a big win here for IG. They get that second Dragon, stop WE from getting their soul points. WE have their ultimates back up now, and Taeyeon split.
Doesn't have flash, does have arcane shift, gets over the wall.
Quite easy for the Ezreal to get away from the Taliyah as long as you don't panic and E early. Vampire does have flash, does have ults.
Gets onto Mako and to Wei. Not necessarily the easiest target there. The steadfast presence buys some time. Wait to the backline with a quickness. Shockwave denies some time. Mako out with a battle dance. HP bar over the side to the backside. Tries to get somebody. Will not quite manage with the cube. Will still get that. Into the backline goes Gala. Wei can't get the hammer shock. They still bring down 2 though. It's a 1 fight for IG.
The patience from Mako wins the fight for IG. Vampire thinks he's got a pick because he does get the sniped as Taeyeon onto Wei. Gets one back. Ends up making the fight a 2 for 2, but IG will get the mid lane turret. And IG, I think, will come out feeling very, very happy about that, blowing the Nico flash and not getting blasted by that flash ultimate 2 in the play.
We'll get a replay there because that one got messy. Look who got the kills though. Gala now 4-1 once again. Let's go.
So Rookie used the ultimate. Big thing here, I think Vampire thinks he's got like a huge engage. It's onto jungle support and the follow-up isn't there. Karis isn't in range. Ends up being quite a poor ultimate from Vampire. If that had gone onto the Shy or the Divers later on, it would have been fine. But I think, honestly, using that ultimate there in the way that they did ends up ultimately losing the play in mid lane for WE.
Karis just about out. Wei couldn't quite get the hammer shock in range. I think the slow there might have been enough, but then this true shot barrage. It's blind as well. Good shot, good read, and Wei sees it coming but can't move fast enough.
Well, he could have moved, clicked close to his model to the left. He would have made it out there. Just misjudged the angle. Clicked to the left, I think, over the wall, which meant that he ended up walking instead too far down and into the path of the arcane true shot barrage.
By the tangle barbs there is Mako. Doesn't lead to all that much. We've got Baron up. I don't think either team really wants to rush that right now. Third item just done for Gala. He's actually now got a gold lead over Taeyeon. 3 items for both carries. Shojin in as the third item on this Ezreal.
This is Gala's classic Kai'Sa build. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but Kraken Slayer, Rage Blade, Terminus gives you really good dive and brawl potential, where the Rage Blade, if you stack it up on minions and dive in, you get stacked up with the damage and the resist quite quickly. Terminus obviously typically more reserved for the Varus Callisto on hit builds, but Kai'Sa can go towards that too, and Gala is the guy that plays this really very, very powerful on these items. But, you know, you get caught in a Cyclone, a Shockwave, or a Nico ultimate, your team fight is very quickly over. Gala needs to position perfectly.
And you do need to get some autos off with this build.
So, double Moonplate from Wei.
I see that.
Me, yeah. Rookie putting that ult in. They do have the Slayer Poppy!
Flash, trying to get to the wall, doesn't quite land it. Still looking to turn around. The Shot Blast! Sorry, not Shot Blast. Seismic Shove coming on through. Makes this a 2 for 2 right now. TP's coming on in. Cube looking to get some value in the backline of the Nadal work comes on through. Gala flashing away, buying some time. Should get the last order on the snips. Can't be completed. Taeyeon now in danger. Cleanses. Arcane Shift over the wall. The Shy flashes. Counter Strike. Missed. Hop over the wall. The Shojin value just a leap strike forwards and gets the auto regardless. Ace for Invictus Gaming.
Wei misses the wall stun, which makes the play competitive, but the angle was too good for IG to lose. The wall from Rookie seals WE into an awful fight where Gala can really put on the afterburners. That'll be Baron and 4 members of IG. They won't be able to wait for Wei to respawn, but getting on 4 out of 5 is a good haul for them. And I think WE might have just found the team losing fights.
Let's have a look at this again, because it got very dicey at the beginning of it. I thought that failed shove into the wall could hurt them a lot more than it did, but they don't get as much value on Rookie with a wonderful seismic shove at the back end.
What a wonderful wall. Forces the E out of Taeyun earlier to the point where he basically can't DPS. He has a couple of max range Qs. Mako, if he got that wall stun, I think it's an even cleaner fight. And then this is the problem later on. Remember, WE made the choice to say, okay, Vampire will stay mid, never help Cube. If Cube had been helped in this game, he would have killed Gala there, and this would be a winning fight. WE's strategy of leaving Cube without resources, giving it to Taeyun and Vampire instead in mid lane, loses them this play. Ult in the picture-in-picture.
Going to get the Vampire all down to Wei. That's the jungler down. The backline goes Rookie. Immediately goes Golden. The Shy turning around with the counter-strike. Mako's alive. Q trying to trade out with Gala, who ults away, stays alive. The Shy in the 1v3 hops out. Seismic shove onto Monkey. Trying to jump forwards with that Nimbus strike in the flash. Can't quite get onto Rookie, who's still got a lot of HP bar to work with. And the Arcade staff. The shield's there. More kills as they bring down even more. Taeyun down for the count.
Rookie has been masterful in the last few fights. His walls and his entry into the backline have looked bold, but they've been oh so effective. Cut WE off at the pass in the last fight, and this time goes on with a Seeker's Arm Guard Seraph's low-range dive into WE, which works out so well with his world's-winning brethren of the Shy. And I think IG, with the Baron buff still available, 4K already earned for them, should be able to break the base.
Tier 3 broken there. They still have Baron to work with. The Shy gets to tier 2. All coming up Invictus Gaming right now. Up 6,000 gold. 3K in the Jax. 2.5 into this Kai set. And back towards the Dragon they go. To be sole point for IG now.
WE felt like that one play in mid lane earlier, which kind of set them up to fail at the next Dragon fight. That's where the wheels came off. WE not quite precise enough in some of their mid-game macro. It's been a little while since we've seen them on the Rift, of course. They lost in 4th place, of course, into our in the last playoffs. IG winning against them. Right here, it looks fine, but look how Rookie just punts himself into the backline and finds a great angle with the stopwatch. Gala outplays Cube again. Cube getting so little resources. Both of these last fights, you have to ask the question, what would have happened if he was given a bit more defense on sidelines to be a useful Gwen?
And on the other side, Rookie and the Shy just break the ankles of 3 people. Taeyun gets caught. The Shy gets in. Mako joins back. He managed to heal his way back in. And one of the other things we're seeing is the value of Spellbook. Nico can't run it very well. But Rakan certainly can. Cube hit with a counter-strike, leap strike combo. Another kill to the Jax.
IG set up to close out this game now. This is, this is the kind of game which W will find it very, very hard to fight back from. Worth noting, Monkey 1,000 gold up on Wei. Wei has had some awkward plays in this game. Of course, the new member to the IG roster, bit of teething issues potentially, was removed from BLG, of course, in the second split of the year, where that team was failing. Wei has a lot of work to repair his own reputation, really. And,
Deathbush, there's a replay as
this is the play which happened in bot side, which started up the last play of things, which looks like Rookie with another helpful redemption, help them push it.
Okay, that redemption buy from Mako first item just been very valuable, hasn't it?
It's been huge. It's absolutely huge. He's been using it proactively, which I like to see. Getting good value out of it. And WE, what are they waiting for? They don't have Flash Nico, which hurts. They don't have Flash on Orianna. That hurts arguably even more, actually, because he's so much of the damage. He needs to remain safe. Wukong also similarly without that summoner. They don't have the greatest ways to force fights very hard, and IG will be very happy now that they have the Zhonya's. They've got Gala with his flash up before those extra summoners come in. Upgrades his boots, has a GA. I don't see how they kill off Gala well now.
Yeah, I mean, between Terminus, Lethal Tempo, GA, your ability to just keep autoing, stay alive while doing so, use your ult, everything else. He can go brawling, and he doesn't have to be the sole damage threat. He's got Rookie with 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, 3.5 items. You've got the Jax at 3 items, make that 3.5 as well. He's got the Zhonya's, he's level 18. Yeah, this is a scary place to be. If you're WE, you need a monster shockwave. This is a 4-item Orianna, 6, 1, and 5. Karis has been trying this game. The problem is, this late on, the burst build isn't quite as deadly as it was 10 minutes ago.
And it leaves him very vulnerable. Oh, so very vulnerable. Monkey, I mean, he's got good items. Maybe the Wukong can do something. Wukong's not fantastic into the likes of the Talia and the Kai'Sa either. Talia has the Zhonya's, has the Seraphs, can put down the minefield, makes it quite hard for Monkey without Flash to get on top of it, and Kai'Sa is Kai'Sa, slippery as ever, has a bunch of defensive tools. Monkey has that level 16 worth noting, so that'll be a very powerful tool to play around. Dragon in 2 minutes, IG pushing in across the board. WWE haven't seen the light of the other side of the river in a long time.
Taeyun, I think, needs a better fight. The last couple, he's been caught out. The Cheyenne rookie in particular have made his life very challenging, but if you're the one who got a lot of resources early, you have to do more than has been going on right now. We said down 2,500 gold, as well as had Gala on this Kai'Sa really accelerate past him as the mid game has rolled into late.
WE trying to claim a little bit of mid lane push back, almost 4 items attained, but not going to be there, I don't think, for the fight around the dragon. Trying to use the ball to scout out. Rookie Poe is casting another wall.
Oh boy, that could be dangerous. Trying to catch out Monkey now, who's got the passive stack from the Kai'Sa. Engage now onto Maker, who throws down the quickness, needs to hop on out, does so. But they don't get the kill onto Monkey. True Shot Barrage catches Gala. Redemption coming on down. That will heal IG back up to where they were. Get some important summoners, but that's about it.
Baron spawning now. IG take the flash off of Monkey and the Cyclone, and maybe think they can go for an angle here. Vampire does have flash and ult back up now, though. And IG just lost their big engage tool of the Rakan combo.
Mako eats a bit of damage, Celestial opposition. Rookie on the side looking to threaten. Poppy ult away on the Wukong. That means that Baron should be going on.
Watch Vampire. Has a blast gun, flash and ult.
Can't quite get in as yet. Vampire now looking. Shockwave on 2! Rocket Belt! Flash! And the Pop Blossom brings down 1. Rookie at least gets a hold of Monkey. Hop away from Gala. Has got no G8. And they lose 2.
What IG thinking? You don't want to group up in the pit like that. And especially don't want to just get hit by a free ultimate from Karis. The shockwave from the burst Orianna is oh so hard to get. But he manages to land it because IG boldly go to the Baron and are punished for it.
Rookie immediately teleports mid, was afraid of a potential shove through that. Yeah, bold, doesn't really get all that much there. They do still get a 2-for-1 and they get the Baron. Do IG, so sorry, they're 1 kill down, to clarify and phrase that slightly inelegantly. Either way, finds Karis. Weaver's Wall comes across, trying to buy time. 20 seconds on the Shy, who will have teleport. Kai'Sa, at this point of the game, can look to ult in very fast as well. Need to buy time, though, backing away. Rookie looking to throw as much poke down as possible.
Karis, good chunk again. Each one of those QWs means an awful lot. A little bit was shielded up there. Way caught out again. Redemption, a Rookie not walking into the Redemption either. Losing some of it, trying to look for some poke instead. Doesn't get it. Don't know why he didn't walk into that, and they don't have Gala yet.
Look at the Shy, Shockwave onto Wave, Cube jumps on over, gets stunned into the wall. They do get the Dragon, they do, however, lose Vampire at the back end of it. Taeyun trying to trade out, still the shield from Rookie, flashes on in, Poppy ults them into the rest of the team from downtown to the enemy jungle, and IG turn up Kai'Sa, not even required, by the way. Monkey needs to back away, the battle dance into the grand entrance, and Monkey see, Monkey don't.
WE lose that last fight, and that will lose them the game. They get the Dragon, but IG don't need a soul to end this one. Largely, IG team fight better. A couple of sparks of glory, but IG have had WE's number this year, and they will continue to do so in game 1.
It's messy, it's bloody, it's 37 kills in 36 minutes. It is, ladies and gents, and everyone in between, an Invictus gaming game.
IG never make it simple, do they? Game 1-1. There are games versus top esports were similarly rife with a couple of late game errors. IG will walk away with this win and put themselves in advantage in this series.
Hello folks, I am Initialise, this is Nymaera. You are watching on one of 4 different channels: Alex's Twitch channel, Alex's YouTube channel, and Nivea's YouTube channel. Or potentially the first time over the last few days over on TikTok as well. Pleasure to have you all in here watching some wonderful LPL action. Thanks for coming to watch with us. Please do hit the follow buttons, the like buttons. If you're on Twitch even, consider hitting that subscribe button to help keep us in business. To those of you who are Prime enjoyers, this is a great channel to put it on. Again, we are doing this off our own back. It's a lot of damn work. There is no official broadcast anymore, so we rely on all of you back home to support us how you can. You can do that through subscribing on Twitch. You can do that through the new Ko-fi link as well. That will be in all the chats, so please do make sure that you're clicking on that and supporting us if you've got that extra cash or generosity. And of course, just sharing the channel where and when you can makes a huge deal as well. Much love to all of you out there for doing so. You can also follow me. I'm an Initialise cast. I'm Nymaera's older brother, and we cast League of Legends together and have done for the last 5 odd years.
We've been doing it at it for a little while, folks. And we enjoy doing this for you. IGWE, both teams which love to play towards the big flashy engages, and we got both that from both sides in this game. I'm trying to think who my player of the game is. I think it's the Shy. I think it's the Shy. His Jax was absolutely insane in all of those backline dives. Maybe the rookie as well. It's one of the solo laners for me, but I think the Shy beating out Cube so heavily in the early lane really set up IG for macro success. I do really question whether W should have thrown more resources towards Cube. You can't allow this Gwen to fall that far behind. He really didn't have the impact which they needed. And while yes, Taeyeon's Ezreal has often been the carry threat they wanted, they needed a little more from the top laner.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, also, like, bluntly, as Taeyeon as the Ezreal, you can't get caught out every fight like that. You just can't. I think that the Nico didn't work out in the team fights they're hoping. Like, the few times they actually caught the carries, it was the Shockwaves doing it, not the Nico on the whole.
Which is crazy, by the way. That shouldn't happen like that.
And in fairness, Karras really tried this game, but like you're looking at the damage, and like Taeyeon's done decent damage, but he's being out-damaged by his Orianna, which is not necessarily what you want to see, all things said, especially from the position Taeyeon was in to potentially carry. And don't get me wrong, I get it wasn't an easy Ezreal game post a certain point when you had this Talia and this Jax and this Rakan and all these people looking to make your life challenging, but we expect that Taeyeon can play from that position on something like the Ezreal, which he has been largely very comfortable and competent on.
Go through the replays a little bit, and yeah, we'll get ourselves into that game too shortly.
I need that link. There we go. I'll go share that in the various chats. Please, sir, look after us all.
And I'll go get myself a drink.
Go forth and do it.
We're actually out of milk. We are actually out of milk.
That's unfortunate. Alex is leaving to get milk. I'm never seeing him again. It's all mine now. The Ahri shrine is mine. I'm watching upside down. Why are you doing that, J-Bull? Why watch upside down? Hello, all over to our TikTok followers as well. Thank you for saying hello. I live in Australia. That's... you know what, Jay? I don't think I'd realise that. Obviously, I know we've got a few people who are from the Southern Hemisphere or out east in general. Of course, Mecca, I know. There's a fair ways out east. Played Trinity. One of my mods as well. I think he's New Zealand-based. Who did we have who was Australia? I mean, obviously you, Jay. There was someone else. One of the old school LDL viewers. By the way, Shun did win spring. Spring, it seems, so my bad. Okay. So they do call it winter time now. Okay, fair. The Shy Jack's burying my narratives. Yeah, he's quite good. He is quite good. Yeah, I know what you mean. This right there. Dark World, I believe, is us. Yeah, we had a few. Might be more from my chat I'm thinking about as well. Especially when I used to do the slightly earlier morning LDL streams. Oh, the I missed you so. Yeah, no. Mabby's that way, that's true. Oh, it's going to use my official uncle. Oh, congratulations, Jay. And there it is. Rookie is MVP. No surprise there. He had a very good Talia game.
Very good game indeed.
Very good game indeed, actually. Like, the walls in particular were excellent. Some really good threat onto Taeyun, like, repeatedly. This shove here saves the fight. Double shove. Eviscerates the Nikkei. Wukong falls after, and you got a 5v3 as Gala just outplays Cube as well. So while Gala basically has to fight, basically you never had the Kai'Sa able to threaten the backline because they were being threatened by the Gwen pretty much every fight. But he then leaves Rookie and the Shy to do this kind of thing. Just insane amount of damage. Flash on in. Rookie still got 3/4 of health bar and an Archangel shield. Seraph's shield. Sorry, better way of putting it. As Taeyun. Oh, after the shift core. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Oh, the house cats just dominate. There we go. Nice work. He's getting that pilk. He is. Never coming back. That's it. Right. Let me bring up words on stream. Words on stream. Where art thou? You can turn this one off. And bring this one back. There we go. Hello there. Boom. I need to run some ads as well. Getting ready for game number 2.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 皇冠战马。更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
G is fake. It's fake. Oh, we're back. I hit continue, don't I? Whoops. Forgot about that. My bad. There we go. I keep forgetting you need to do, it doesn't just automatically do it, which does make sense. But here we go. Ooh. 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 The X was fake. We're not doing very well here. Titian. My days. Intent. Nebula Lagoon. You're trying. That's not a bad one. Oh, no. No. Matt. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Ooh. Oh, Intimate was nearly it. Found the max strength one. I appreciate the attempt, folks. I appreciate the attempt. Boom. Bring my camera back. I'm going to get some water, actually, at some point soonish. Sorry with the... I'm doing it myself. I'm just concerned that Amber went straight for the taint. Oh dear. The proper word with a non-space tree. It's tree. The taint of chaos. Can also mean other things. Other things, yes, yes. Hello TikTok, how are we doing? Game 2 about to start. Something that Oryx the Mad God would say. Alright, I see you Destiny references. The Taken King. Yes, but it's fun to tease you. Also true. And hello, Lamau. Good to have you. No, this cannot be. You burp. Well, me, Amber. Me as well. I'm not even the streamer. I'm like the agent of chaos here. Mecha. Yeah, oh good, thanks. You're welcome, Amber. Oh, 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 oh. Here comes our game number 2. WE, IG. WE over on blue side, IG over on the red. And that means slightly different drafts. Vi, Annie, Lucian off the board. Big early game skirmishes and pick champions by WE. Standard stuff from IG away. Don't give Karis the comfort of the Azir. The Pantheon been very, very potent. Getting banned just in general right now. Very, very strong in that jungle. And it's a global. Don't have the Talia to go with it, but still very potent nonetheless. Last ban. What are we thinking here? Varus, perhaps? Don't want to give that one over to Taeyun. It would be first picked. Otherwise, you'd have to imagine Jarvan instead. Interesting. Trying to make Monkey's pool a little bit smaller. Was always a bit of a Jarvan enjoyer down in LDL. It has started to come back a little bit. Is this just the Varus first pick, then? We have got Shinzao as well. And Ari. Trundle, also up and available, was banned last time. It's a Monkey specialty. Just saying, look, we want the primary AD skirmisher on the patch right now and blind pick it. They do. There's the blind pick on the Trundle.
Here's the champion which Monkey was like dominating on.
Yeah. He was the guy who brought it back to the LPL in a lot of ways.
Also, it stops you going towards something like a Scion comp or something like that. Or anything like remotely tank if you want to fall back towards it. Also, some of the answers, I mean, that being said though, Rumble available, Varus did you just give up Rumble Varus for Trundle?
Yeah.
There's no tank top laner for you to play anymore. I think this might be draft suicide from
I genuinely thought they just first picked the Varus because it would be Taeyun getting it.
I think this might be like this might be death by draft.
That's very bold. They've got to have something planned,
as
right?
opposed to death by Xerath, which is whenever he types in chat.
Yeah, I think it is breath.
Now, okay, so what W might be doing now is saying, okay, if we pick the Trundle, you don't have the answer to the Ornn, so then we can go Ornn Trundle. But giving up Varus Rumble is
bold. That's an interesting hover right now. I don't think we've got Niski in this game, so we might not be looking at a Gragas mid here, but all the same, I'm going to hold, as that is a fun hover. I don't think Nymaera is enabled as yet, because she normally needs a couple weeks of play time before teams are allowed to pick.
And also, Nymaera's laning phase just cannot stand up with Varus's. The Jhin is the neutralizing pick. Varus is better than Jhin, but Jhin is fine into Varus, so if you get something else which is worth more than the Varus, then that's fine. So they'll be happy to take that combo. IG can pick whatever support they want now, really. I think Alice is completely fine because the damage reduction is not something that Trundle can actually reduce. Yeah. That's actually fine. You lock in the Alistair, he doesn't get his tankiness through resist. You don't give Trundle that tankiness when you pick it.
WE, if they can get to a late game scenario where the curtains and the Ornhorns and the pillows and stuff are very valuable, that's very scary. But at the minute, I'm looking at these one item spikes from IG and I'm going, yikes, that sucks. And Jin's really weird into Rumble as well, because the moment you open up the curtains, Rumble can just press R on you and it can get very challenging. Picking your moment to open up the curtains, when you do get those threats coming on forward, I think Karis having that Silas band away, very valuable. You've already locked in Alistair. And then Varus and Rumble, that's an S and 2 A-tier ultimates as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, which is why you have to get rid of the Silas. You realize you're picking on 3, can't go towards it. Karis would have liked to go towards that too. What else does WE ban away from IG?
AP mid threats. They've lost it to Leia, lost the Ori from game 1, rises down. Cassiopeia? Not great into Trundle.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not great into Ornn either. So Rookie... Well, you'd like to go for something like an Azir or something like this already. One that's banned out. That's the thing. So what else would you do? You need something. You need. Well, no, you don't want to pick in a mobile mage if you can help it. Victor might be a good pick for Rookie.
Galio, I suppose.
I think Galio would be fine. I would prefer Victor for Rookie because 2 of the other mages that which can answer him, like the Orianna and the Sleer, are already out, which is why they banned that. I can predict things, me. What's left up for him now? You pick jungle for Wei now, I think, unless there's another priority mage you want to pick. Karis could end up going for Hui on the next pick too, so if you have anything to predict that could work.
Could look at something with a bit more playmaking like the Ari.
Or Aurora. I think Aurora is mobile and does enough damage. Aurora's probably the answer. You can go towards Leandri's Riftmaker, which does good damage against squishies and versus tanks. That's the pick.
Okay. There is that thought process. As here in Berlin, it begins to pour once more. Absolutely thundering down with rain out here. I'm not complaining. Needed it cooling down just a touch. There's that Aurora. Okay, so WE, you've got yourself some very good front line, some very good pick. Use a little bit more damage. And probably some laning prowess. Rel would work here, to be fair.
The Rel's good. It gives you a ton of ways to engage. You'd have triple engage with follow-up from Jhin. You need something from mid lane that can survive the Aurora laning phase, and you do need some magic damage. The Ornn is not going to provide enough.
What do you lock in now, actually, at this point?
I think the Akali is good.
Yeah.
There's enough engage, and it survives laning phase. It can be a little bit rough into Alistar if you dive into him, but this is not bad. Coming out of this whole draft, the only negative is Trundle doesn't have stats to steal. Now, Wei can go towards the Xin Zhao, which is...
miserable for the Xin Zhao, though, to Trundle.
It is, but it doesn't give Xin Zhao... It doesn't give Trundle the tank stats. You can beat him in the 1v1, you can pillar him back into the team. My worry is, IG have picked a comp where they must always be ready to ball up into a fight, because they cannot disengage well from WE. I think they do have the damage to beat WE, though. WE have no damage. They have an Akali assassinating you, and a Jhin if they get snowballed. WE, I would argue they're not even a single threat comp. None of these carries will be able to DPS their way through a fight. W will need to play off of quick picks. They'll need to play off of people at a misposition from IG. IG eclipse WE in terms of damage.
Yeah, there's 3.5 threats on IG, right? The Xin Zhao variable. You're looking on the other side, like Akali, situationally deadly this game. The Aurora, the Varus, the Rumble, hell, the Xin Zhao can all die to a fair Akali in very short order. Jhin, we've seen what late game Jhins do, or Jhins that get ahead of curve, and you can actually start bursting people out pretty hard. But you do really rely on getting to 4 items. When your passive starts kicking in again, when you start getting... Because remember, you scale off crit with your passive. You get an insane amount of extra bonus AD, or it's like off your base AD and crit, basically. To do like something like an extra 300-400 AD from that, it's pretty nasty. But you need 4 items for that. You need 5 items depending on your build. It's not the same.
Also, my worry is the lanes aren't fantastic for WE either, so I think they are massively outdamaged. They have good pick potential, but finding picks needs you to have a platform on the map to find them from. If you are going to play this kind of comp with low damage, though, if you mess up your pick, the Equalizer comes in, the Varus ult comes in and starts to whittle you down. There are some big worries, and I also like the fact that Mako has gone for the... You have the temporary front line of the Xin Zhao and the Alistar, which stops the Jhin from having a lot of value as well. Let's get into game.
Pick, though, from WE. Scary. Amusing, though. Have to wait a second or two, as the crowds will be liking to yell for a moment.
Level 1, Monkey walking up and going to get a Aurora passive. WE. They did very well last split, but they just couldn't get over the finish line versus IG. I'm not going to say IG completely diffed them in all their series. There are a bunch of late games, but IG have been more clutch than WE. Q start from Gala. Good. Late pulverize from Mako, but wasn't in range to stop the full crash down. It is going to be the poke Varus, which makes sense. I think when you have so much damage on your team, don't walk up and get ulted like that. Using the heal early, IG level 1, going to get invaded. Xin Zhao, what's the plan here? Does he walk across the river and what's the plan? Is he going to go steal Raptors while Monkey's there? That doesn't seem like he'll be... Can he do that? Well, will Monkey not just see this coming? How quickly can he do this? Monkey, does he walk out through bot side of river? Or does he walk out into his own jungle? Blue buff will go. If he takes the Raptors successfully, that is huge. Monkey's going to go there now. Wei will have level 2. He won't have red buff. How quickly can he get this? He needs to get this very quickly. He'll know this is happening now. Rookie having priority in mid lane makes this playable. He'll walk over now, but the press the attack Trundle will win in the 1v1. Trades back a little bit of HP. Flash in the bot lane, Mako barely survives. Use that heal earlier on. WE's early game level 1 plan working out fairly well for them so far. Really think that Gala walking up and taking an extra 2 auto attacks from Taeyeon at level 1 did not help them at all. Wei can go back into his own side of the jungle now, so it's Raptors for blue buff. Shindo doesn't need the blue buff, in fairness. As long as he gets one camp away, that's fine. I think Wei actually was quite intelligent to slip around the back of Monkey there. something back. The Shy won't get the priority right now in top lane. You get that at level 4 when you start to get the second level in the Flame Spitter. Forcing him off a little bit of the wave now. Go into tower. The Shy will miss a minion under tower, but he'll get the XP for it. Rookie, does he have W? Does he have E? Flash that first. Probably didn't have that W. Vampire on an early roam. Does that matter for bot lane wave state? It means he'll be late back towards bot lane. Does have a pot ticking. Could potentially mean that Gala and Mako can look for a big trade as he comes back. People get the... Hang on, that's a really good trade there, actually. The Shy needs to be very careful. Has the W. That'll save his life. Trading it back with a Comet. Close trading in the top side. Anyone running up there? Both junglers on the top side of the map. Of course, both of them focused on bot side. One of the things that Monkey might have wanted to do is keep Wei away from top side by that blue buff invade. So if he had to go over to his top side and then take camps there, well, no, things would be a different tune, wouldn't they? Either way. Bot lane. Because of Vampires of Roam, no contest in this bot side. Good trade back, actually. Level 2 to level 3. Mako down a little bit of XP. Lost some from the earlier recall when he had to flash out of lane. Lane dominance from Vampire has been good. It's been very good on the Rel historically. Trundle on bot side. Can punish the flashless Alistair very, very well. Takes the Scuttle Crab. Xin Zhao's based. Goes back out onto the map. Mako can hit the planet and spot Trundle recalling as well. It's important there. And they also spot and complete the recall. So now they can play as though the jungler isn't there because he's not there. Okay, and got himself his first back, got a longsword. Mid lane priority from Rookie has been very important to IG in this early game. WE actually down a significant amount of gold because they lost some CS in bot lane, and of course the top lane matchup is naturally a little bit losing for the Ornn into the Rumble. Some interesting level 1 plays, Sam. Okay. Where we saw W go for a bot side invade. Wei... So they lost the blue buff. Wei decided to go run around the back of them and take enemy raptors on the same side of the map, interestingly. And we've ended up having an even jungle game. Mako lost some summoners because he lost out on a bit of XP as well. And got traded bad onto. Vampire's been roaming about the place, but I do wonder whether him roaming is... You know, like last game, where I wonder whether it was the correct decision for him to be making the plays he was, because he left top lane out for a mess? Yeah. I actually wonder if this was a mistake roaming now, because it's allowed Gala and Mako a breath of fresh air. And Rookie has still managed to keep up mid lane priority. Vampire roam mid, got his flash, but you do just have to wonder whether it was the correct decision, given that Rookie hasn't really had to stop doing anything.
No, and then also you're looking at Mako, who's got Hex Flash and Spellbook, so still actually got quite a lot of tools to work with. Trying to jump on him nonetheless. Karis low. The 3-man Pulverize! Nah, now Vampire's down, the damage isn't there. Rookie tries to hunt for Monkey while the rest of the squad finish that one up. He still gets to go across the veil. Monkey about to have the passive, but won't quite have it go down, and so Rookie doesn't quite pick up the trundle, but the damage from IG is well and truly done.
Rookie's games today have been very good. Gets the fade away because he had the Q mark on the last member. Equalizer on top side to shove in that wave as well. 20 CS lead currently for the Shy of a cube. It'll go down to about 15 when the wave pushes in, but the Shy doing his job up there too, and this is a real worry. If WE... Hang on a second, ult from Karis, that's bad for Gala.
Oh, Shuriken flip onto the wave, misses the R2. I think if he landed, that might have been something to TP in now from Mako. Flash forwards, can't quite get it. Gala flashing away!
Mako teleports in with the spellbook and saves his AD carry's life. Gala uses both summoners, but WE across mid lane and bot lane have bluntly been hand-stiffed.
All I am saying is the moment Spellbook became meta for the LPL supports, those supports who have been creative, who've been playing a little bit longer, just know how to use more summoners more effectively. And Mako, my God, what a sequence he's had. He's about to die here and gets a 3-man Pulverize and bloody well survives.
Ridiculous. Frankly, ridiculous. The fact that Mako lives through that is just insane. Even headbutts Monkey back into the tower. No. Like, that potentially could have led to a kill too. Means that Monkey has to blow the flash. Likely would have had to anyway. Karis hit level 6 here and things got really spooky. Teleport came in early and Karis, takes the trade. Thinks that he can just get it with the ult coming through. But hiding in the wave means that the E is impossible to land, and Mako gets the spaced out combo because Karis goes next to the wall. Big mistake from him. Dies for the mistake.
Doesn't quite kill him with a flash 5-point strike. Doesn't get a chance to get the auto off. As Gala with the rapid flash away. And now IG find themselves up nearly 2,000 gold. It's big in the mid lane. Everywhere else feeling just fine. Mako's up 500 gold as well. You'll love to see it.
Dragon for IG, and nice cherry on top too. Grub spawning now. You have the Shy's ultimate coming back up. He has a Haunting Guy, so he's happy with his item for the first parts of the game. Karis with no teleport signals that W don't want to contest. Rookie is walking up the river. He has a couple of choices. You can walk back down, collect the farm, or he can contest with his ultimate and also his own Haunting Guys around the grubs. WE, this is a huge problem if not only they start losing the early kills, but also they start losing this too. Karis is also working his way back up now. He's decided to leave bot lane. Mako gonna get the punt back onto Monkey.
Got level 6, maybe forced to burn the subjugate, but onto who? Mako flashes away, does have that flash or back off cooldown. In comes the Orn Horn, looking to make sure the Ram jam Death's Valley, but Shy on the other side now trading onto that one, gets knocked up, throws down the Equalizer. Wily CC flashes out of the crash down, and now IG looking to trade on the other side as a knockback onto Karis with the Crescent Guard. Nearly gets him killed because he knocked him back into the rest of IG. They still kill off Monkey, who of course already didn't have the flash and the subjugate down, so IG only go away with one. They get all the grubs as well. It was a fractured fight, to say the least.
Everything's going wrong for WE in these team fights. They don't have damage. This is becoming bluntly obvious. Very, very low damage across WE as a team when they're behind the game. You're 1,000 gold down in mid lane. Taeyun was left by Vampire in the early game, so he couldn't build an early game advantage either. And WE are struggling to find what they need to do to close out kills. As we go back into this replay, of course, Monkey ends up getting punted around a little bit early. Uses the pillar well, yes, to get the flash out of Mako. Watch what happens on the left-hand side of the fight here, though. You notice that, Taeyun, Cube, and Vampire go on towards the Shy, but the damage just isn't there. Vampire tunnel visions onto the Shy. I don't know whether he even hit that Cube, but he flashes, used the full combo, and therefore he's not there to get the big combo onto the rest of the fight. WE, they're struggling to find the damage.
Gala had an auto in flight as Karis R2'd away. I think he would have died to another one after that. Just about got away with it. They're very lucky. They only lost the one there, I think, at WE. The good flashes in general. Mako now not bothering with the Hex Flash, which he is running, by the way. He's gone towards Ghost and Heal. But it just means that always his Alice will have mobility in some variety, you have to imagine. Rookie now bot side. 2-0-1. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Very threatening here. Taeyun. Actually, in spot of of course, Mako, because he's roamed so much, only hitting level 5 now.
Yeah, he's, not needed to even use that ultimate we talked about before.
100% KP, baby.
The thing is, Vampire also very low XP as well, comparative. You know, both AD carries have been left alone. I really struggle to understand what happens with this comp now with WE. I think ever since Wei managed to... Oh, hang on a second. Rookie potentially look for a fight with it. Oh, he hits the cube!
Oh, between worlds! And he gets out with the other bit of transportation.
Rookie, seriously well played on the Aurora this game. Dominating the early lane, drawing Vampire's attention, and then also outplaying in mid lane and bot lane multiple times. This Aurora has been insane.
Top side, the Ornhorn summon, but can the Call of the Forge God lead to all that much? Monkey there as well. I think the Shy is just dead. No way really out of this for the Rumble, and WE finally on the board, but it means with 2 members topside, Vampire alone under that turret, and Mako burns out. Can't quite get it cleanly, but it's still likely going to be turret with the grubs going down.
It's still going to be IG winning the play. They get the plates. On the top side of the map, you will have Trundle hitting a turret, which can potentially be powerful, but Rookie can teleport up there to stop them getting more than 1 plate, you'd imagine now with his timing. They'll get 1 plate from top side, IG 2 from bot side. Sorry, it will actually be the 2 plates on top side. I miscalculated. Sheen on Trundle. Hell of a drug. But still, Rookie so far ahead, playing magnificently in this game too. And again, WE, typically they've been a very good team. Great combo there, the shotgun from the Bunny. Goes under the turret, hits another combo again as he gets that Q. Second passive, has his ult coming just off cooldown, uses it to kill his opposing lane. Karis has been hard diffed in this second game. As Orianna was good last game, this time just outclassed.
And also, like, with Relty being in, he uses the between worlds to get back to the other side of the turret and get out to safety. Very nice. And now that Dark Seal, 8 stacks already. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. The Aurora is well ahead of curve in terms of AP values right now. Will be really stinging, even if it's not so much the burst build and is more the burn option here. Mid lane, we look for a moment or two. Worth noting, of course, Garlet did go towards the poke Varus, just making that worth mentioning, because we, of course, earlier on today did see the lethality, sorry, the on hit.
He's going to use it for good damage there too.
Yeah, Vampire Gonna get rooted up, as will actually the Deadly Approach coming through. But where does Vampire go? He's got no flash.
He goes to the grave, Sam.
There's a Ghost Blade, gets knocked up, will likely go down here. Headbutts Monkey away so he can't get involved. Way's already waiting. Could potentially be more of a fight if they so choose.
The game's just fallen apart. It's fallen apart. WWE have no damage. The early game ambitious plan got countered by Way's quick thinking. Karis has flash, no ult, gets hit by the equalizer though, and he's likely down for the count.
Flame Spitter drops the aggro for a second or two. Gonna be Mako on a spot of bother here. Just make his will unbreakable. Gets on out to safety. A Monkey scary enough that they have to burn some extra summoners. Taeyun's also roamed on down, but the turret now secured. Vampire going full tilt. Way with the Crescent Guard available, body blocking for the cow.
And normally W would look for a big fight here, but they just don't have the... hang on, look, you're pulling the ultimate, but you don't have damage. Where is the follow-up? You don't have damage.
Gala's got Ghost and gets off the frozen domain, so just presses a button.
He presses the Ghost Blade. Presses the Ghost Blade. WE, they can't force the fight. Great double arrow. IG swinging the trap shut.
Looking to try and go in the Magnet Storm, trying to buy some time, but Taeyun's been exhausted in between worlds. 1 for 1, but an Alistair for the rest of your damage means Jackal for WE. They need to keep running a mount up from Vampire. Run as fast as you can. Full tilt, you'll go, sidestepping the wind, becoming lightning. For the very least, Vampire will avoid being staked.
It's another great fight. Gala gonna get ulted. He has flash.
Doesn't burn it yet. I think that might be a mistake as yet. Where does he want to flash to? Decides against it. Still got a barrier. Stays alive. It's a late flash, but he does get to stick with it. Still doesn't have a barrier anymore, and IG will chase off the order. I think Gala a little greedy holding on to his summoners.
I agree. You could have absolutely died there. The Ignite was dropped. Even the very low damage of the Ornn and the Rel comparatively could have threatened. Gala will now be off the table for the start of this dragon fight. They're engaging again, trying to find something. You don't have the Trundle ult, though.
Mako doesn't quite have his own unbreakable will yet, but all the while, Shen Shao is still there, and Wei begins to unleash. 1 for 1 right now. Cube still alive. There's still the Shuriken Flip, and then going in. Karis tries to get the execute, does make it happen. IG getting some value. 3-man pulverize again outside of the Kernel. Not the best angle. Headbutt back away. What about Rookie? Overcomes Gala. Respawns back from the base. They're going to get some value. Change the corruption. Flash away from Karis.
Rookie playing on the knife's edge in that fight. WE, they don't have damage, but if people do get low, the Akali can clean up 1 or 2 kills. Sadly, can't even do that here. Gets a couple of assists. It is just pulling teeth from WE to get anything. They are so far down, and I just don't see how they're going to be able to clean up multiple members of IG. That was a big mistake in the last minute or two from IG. That was as good as it gets, you know. They managed to catch out Gala, so he goes back, loses his summoners. But right here, where is the damage? We'll say it time and time again. They just don't have it. This is as good as it gets. Getting the Akali trying to execute. They get one, but they can't even do that much more than that.
I mean, that's a 4v4, right? And importantly, the Varus wasn't there, and there weren't that many ults to work with from IG. Really good pulverize from Mako. He's having a great Alistair game.
The Rookie as well, getting the E onto the Ornn. Very close to another kill there. Even with IG making as many mistakes as the lead up to that play, their composition carries them through. W will start the Dragon IG, and they can test. They have Rookie with a teleport, can get an angle. They'll give it up. The Shy will get the top lane turret. They have the 3 grubs. May as well break open the map.
Rookie now potentially in danger. Did get hit by the Shuriken Flip, goes across the veil in between worlds. Rookie trying to dodge away, but to where? I think he's just dead. Overcomes Mako, but he's alone. There's no Varus or Shinzao here. 4-man pulverize is pretty Nox Cube under the turret, and he might even get the kill.
Oh, God. Again, preface this, it is a mistake for Rookie to stay under that turret. However, they outplay, they have the extra damage. They'll trade 2 turrets for 1, and the Dragon. Kills end up being 2 for 1 across the map.
They're on to the tier 2 here, actually, and if they don't respond to both lane shoves at once, they might lose more than this. WE took a long time killing Rookie and put a lot of members to overload it, which is, I think, why Rookie's stating, if you all come for me, we're going to get through you. That's now 3 turrets for just the 1 and a kill.
IG, they have so much extra ability to play around the map. They wave clear faster, they damage harder, and they kill turrets quicker with the 3 grubs as well. Herald will be taken down, and IG, it says an awful lot that they can make this many mistakes and still be so far ahead in this game. There's a potential fight around this Herald. Teleport coming in.
Gonna try and make this one a bit of a play, and WE took so long killing Rookie that they're late to this. Lose the Herald. That's an additional thing given over. Rookie picks up the Eye of the Herald. Is now back up and available. Gala on the other side, hit with the Shuriken Flip, but the Chains of Corruption came on down. Still got the barrier. Will not be executed quite yet. Has finally gone down. Karis' first proper kill of the game, I believe. And actually, with the fight being so split, it gets dangerous. Rookie looking to get some more ways in a 1v4. Do kill off that Akali, who did get a lot of work in splitting that one up, and it ends up being pretty good for WE in the end. But Rookie still damn dangerous between worlds in a 1v3!
He's going to get another kill too. He's got his full combo up. Taeyun sidesteps the Q, and we'll make sure that isn't the case. IG, again, not a great fight. Again, honestly, they split up and allow the Bruiser of Monkey to do a good amount of work with the Triforce. Maybe that's the damage Trundle carry of all things. But Rookie 7-1-5 on the brink of a Riftmaker coming into the next play after this is going to get even more scary. Starts off with the Shy getting a ton of chunk onto him, the objective secured. So how did everyone die on the top side? The biggest problem is Gala is just completely a Narnia. He walks up too close, gets ulted by the Akali and gets shut out of the fight. Gala has been attacked very effectively by the Akali, but right there it feels very unnecessary for him to walk up. You're a poke Varus, just take yourself out of the equation. Don't die for the Akali.
Yeah, and of course, Rookie at the back end of it because he was there saving. Gala wasn't involved with the rest of the fight. That said, though, sees the 1v3 and says, I can take that.
He absolutely can. And this is on 1.5 items. Imagine how badly this goes after that point too. Rookie, very unlucky to not get that kill afterwards. 2 items. 10-stack Dark Seal from Rookie. By the way, with 10-stack Dark Seal, for those of you that don't know the maths, you're about 700 gold ahead when you get 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, which are not shown on the gold value itself. So he's actually more like 3,000 gold worth of stats ahead of his opposing number.
That's pretty damn scary. And of course, on the other side, you shouted it out, Monkey is having a good game. It's the first pick Trundle. He is damn well trying this game. And if people like the Alistair, the Varus get caught out, if the Xin Zhao's going in, you can still kill them, even if your subjugate value is not that high. Your pillar and bonk value, not bad.
That's coming up in a minute. We've seen many a game thrown over that. So let's think about what can happen in the next few minutes. IG cannot afford to just randomly miss position against WE and split their carries in the front line again. That's what's been losing them the fights in the last few minutes. However, I do feel, the Aurora combo now is unplayable against for WE. There's a ton of HP from Riftmaker and Liandry's, a ton of extra AP from the Dark Seal, and the combo which comes through, for those of you that don't know the Aurora combo, so you do your QE and apply the Q mark. You wait for your Liandry's and Riftmaker to tick up to the full damage extra that they'll give, the 6% from Liandry's, 8% from the Riftmaker. You pull it back on with the delayed Q, and that gets the entire increased damage from after that point. Ornn and bot jungle.
Looking to get on top of Gala, does get hit by the Ornn, flash away from the Magnet Storm, chains the corruption turnaround. Rookie on the other side, looking to get onto Taeyun, doesn't really hit with the combo though. Cube misses, Taeyun gets hit by the weirding, damage on the other side though, looking pretty strong. Crescent Guard comes on through, Monkey flash onto now, headbutt onto the Akali, who's got the Shuriken Flip to work with, all the while Rookie still in a 1v2. Taeyun tries to get on over, finally killed off Gala, but loses his own life. It's a 3-for-1 as it stands.
IG finally get their front line in a position where they can protect the Varus. The Shy will find Monkey, he's likely going to die here as well. A pillar the wrong side won't help, so it'll end up being 4-for-1. Gala died in the play, but WE cannot get anything else.
You know what's just spawned, Alex? It's Atakan.
And you can't really throw Atakan if everyone's dead. There is a chance that
Herald?
Okay, good job. Now, there is a chance that Karis and Vampire both teleport back into the play, but I think they would die without the Akali ultimate. It's very unlikely. IG will take the objective, and once again, just kind of embarrassing WE composition to composition-wise. WE, this is such a hard game to play out with the tools they've given themselves.
And look, there's a lot of pick on WE. The thing they have always got in this game is target access between pillars and Rel and Jin's whole kit, and Kali being able to dive in, and the Ornn and all those things. And it does mean for people like Gala, he will always have someone hitting him with something, unless he has all of his tools available. Has to immediately flash away, stays alive, but Wei goes on in, and all the while, Rookie takes the time of Taeyun and Cube for this entire fight, while Monkey and Karis do their very best to get some value, because unfortunately for them, Vampire's already dead. It takes a flash for Taeyun to get anything there, and Mako just headbutts him on top of an equalizer.
IG have the Bloodletter's Curse even for the Shy now. So now if you have the Equalizer drop for a second, that'll drop Magic Resist for this disgusting Aurora by Rookie, who has been by far and away the best player in this game. His early game, his team fights later, his decision-making on to how to protect his team and also get the maximum damage down has been very effective, as Gala casts an E at his teammates. I wonder what the communication was there. Get out of it, the Shy. As IG, yeah, massively far ahead now.
Vampire has a smite in inventory, looking to play smite and TP, looking to maybe get something with a double smite still. Again, junglers right now suffering a lot, folks.
Vampire's really struggled this game. He's really struggled. The problem is, normally when you go in with a Rel, you have an assurance that something can deal the damage after you go in. That's not been the case this game, but Vampire, he doesn't have, he doesn't have many other options. I don't think he has other options. I do wonder, though, whether Vampire should have, instead of just diving Gala every fight, should have just gone towards the Aurora.
Just keep Rookie out of it.
Just keep Rookie out of the place. Save some CC for the Aurora, who's clearly carrying the team of IG right now. Vampire occasionally has had bad decision-making processes with the target he goes on to. It's been one of the flaws of Team WE when they start to panic, and I feel like they panicked here.
Gala as well, I kind of appreciate the itemization here. It's just saying, look, I've got an Edge of Night after Ghostblade. My whole process, how many ways can I make myself safer? Move speed, flashes, barriers, and now, of course, spell shields on top of that. I think that does make some sense considering what WE's play pattern has been. The other side of that coin, though, is Karis. Unfortunately, 1 and 5 on the Akali. Hasn't picked up the kills he needed to. Hit that shuriken flip on the minion wave earlier when he was trying to look for the 1v1 against Gala. Mako came in with the TP. It's just not been easy. And now, of course, is 2 levels down on Rookie, who goes between worlds, gets out to safety as Karis was looking. Reset now coming on through from Rookie.
Yeah, no sense testing it there. Carly lands an Eon to you. Doesn't matter how far behind they are. You do get a little bit spooked. Cube on the other side. Anyone else coming to help him? Karis could teleport in, I suppose. That's a big collapse onto Cube.
Flash away. Wind becomes lightning nonetheless. Smite for the slow afterwards. There's still going to be an audacious charge and a 3 Talon strike coming up. In comes Gala. Cube is gone. There's no Baron to take right now. So what do you do on the top side of the map? Get a tier 1. That's the best you got.
I mean, kill for tier 1 is not the worst trade ever, I suppose.
Ah,
the wave,
tier 2.
the thing is that the wave is so far back because IG ran beyond the wave to kill Cube. It's not an instant force onto that. Is anyone going to be up here to wave clear? The Shy can go up. He's bought swiftness boots, by the way, to escape the engage even more, which makes actually a lot of sense here, I think. He's going to drop the equalizer on the wave. IG, they couldn't take the inner turret on bot side. They can take the inhibitor in mid, though.
And indeed, and that wave is indeed clear. The Shy there with the Flame Spitter as well. Tier 2 threatened in that bot side. So it ends up being a tier 1 for a tier 3. And likely a tier 2. The Shy flashed over the pillar. Nice work from Monkey to force that. Gets a subjugate as well, does the Shy. So
yeah, getting that ult is huge. IG know that Trundle is not recalling. They're not on the top side of the map. Now, if the Shy can safely just contain Monkey and Karis on this top side of the map, IG can do whatever the hell they want on the bottom side. They are backing off, though, so the Shy, you know, don't die for your team who's not doing anything on the other side of the map. That's when cross maps are less good.
Monkey is... I get why he's doing this. You've got to make some proactive plays, but wherever he is, he's the only person with a gold lead. There's only 100 gold, but he's the only person not down 1,000 gold.
And because IG is so far ahead, they are very likely to know where Monkey is, because when you're in a lead, you get vision control as well. Monkey is a known quantity, grand majority of the time in this game. IG to go back, spend some gold. They've upgraded some boots. Rookie's got his upgraded boots and is close towards a Void Staff. Gala just completed his Manamune, which just immediately transformed into a Muramana. Big power spike for the Varus. And WE, it only gets worse from here. Fire Cannon on Jhin is really not helping them that much either. I really wonder whether he should have gone for some more just up from raw stats. I guess it's not the tankiest team on the other side, so you still get some damage there. And Karis is getting collapsed on.
I get that being too close to IG is a bad time fall involved. Look at Karis right now. He's in danger. Overcomes Mako and Gala. The spell shield's removed. TP's beginning to fly. Vampire buys time with the Magnustorm, but it's just to keep Karis alive. Trades his life for that of his mid laners.
0-7 in chat for Vampire. Another failed play from him. He has really struggled to make the difference as he goes 1-7 on the roll.
Well, Karis, I mean, he survives that one, but he's 1-5. It's not been easy for him as well. Finally got a Shadow Flame, but what does it mean? Now the 5v4. Headbutt Pulverize onto Cube, Exhaust onto Taeyun. Rookie's there and waiting. He's gone. There's no way out. Cube buys some time. Rookie just about staying alive there as Taeyun eventually is headbutted to find the kill. Now Karis has to back away. Gala flashing for the piercing arrow, gets the kill. Heal, barrier, gets out alive.
Gala makes his revenge known to Karis, who'd assassinated him a few times early on. For Monkey and Vampire wondering if they could somehow jungle support 2v4 there with an engage. Baron available. Monkey has flash and smite. Can Vampire also get a smite in inventory? We'll see.
Maybe. He had the smite just a little early. Let's see whether we can drop a dubstep to bring the smite back. I don't know what the cooldowns are like at this point in the game. While IG looking to threaten Monkey. Got a flash, as you noted, behind and off vision. Finally spotted by a far side alteration. IG, maybe not the one to waste this one. Mako can look to force Monkey back. Down at 3 HP.
Rookie killed Vampire. He's doing this alone. He has a flash. It is just punted away. The Alistair says no, shuts the door closed. IG playing with their food.
Ignite, equalizer, Monkey flashes, stays alive at the very least, but had no way to get into that pit in reasonable timing. Look, Rookie's been the star of this game. He's the one with a lot of the flashy plays, but the other side of that coin, the moon to his son, has been Mako. A very good Spellbook Alistair performance.
And Mako's been fantastic on the Alistair. I think Rookie walks away with the MVP, but absolutely the commendation goes towards Mako as well. Fantastic game on the Alistair from after a little bit of an awkward level 1. An early laning phase from that. Did a great job afterwards of just continually applying CC. Rookie missed a couple of skills, meant that he didn't actually get the full assassination onto
1v2 right
the
now,
Jhin.
by the way.
Yeah, he's 1v2, just used the ult. He actually might die here, but here's wait.
Yeah, that's a fair amount of work. Oh, the wind becomes lightning lance. Does he want it? Be a little bold into 4. Has Crescent Guard, so maybe could have gone for it.
And Rookie had the Rift Maker, his passive ticking over, so he ended up healing a hell of a lot there too. Monkey using his play on the map there. Doesn't get much from it, and now he has to wait for IG's turn to strike back.
Don't know whether WE, the old Empire, or the LPL will be doing much against IG, who wants to really bring it to fruition. They'll come forward with an Ornhorn, but the Chains of Corruption of the Crescent Guard deny much of an engage. Mako goes back on forwards, has the Unbreakable Will rolling, and Monkey goes up into the air briefly, but this bounty castle feels like a pity party to me.
The poke is so nasty from Gala. It's not like Tank could do anything similar to it. He's upgraded his fire counter as well from the Ornn item, which doesn't feel like it's the best choice there either. No big crit item of the IE. No big AD items. Really struggling. IG pushing in the base, doing it tutorial style.
Well, the ornaments feel like Tat Chop, don't they, at this point? Monkey goes very low. Vampire finds the engage, but there's no follow-up again. Karis finally gets there, but just dies, making it into Journey to the Afterlife. That's all WE can do. Rookie with an ungodly shotgun. The weirding, the burn from the Electro Harpoon. Finally brings another low cube. We'll have to Searing Charge back onto the Fountain, but IG are taking no prisoners this game, and will murder them all.
WE so often rely on their Vampire, but this one's the sparkly kind. 1-9 on the rail as IG stomp through with a dominant draft in Game 2.
Oh, and Rookie at 19 kill participation. 10, 1, 10. It is binary destruction from the mid laner. Rookie with MVP for certain.
Ridiculous game on the Aurora. He's had a good couple of series back. I think IG should have felt hard done by that. They lost against Top Esports. They come back with a vengeance here against Team WE, and it was not close. Not close at all in that second game. The first one was thrown about the place. IG clearly the better team on the day, and WE just cannot get over the line versus this team. IG will take a bow and claim their first series victory as Split 3.
Look, IG, never clean, never calm. There will be blood, there will be hands checks, there will be overplays, but the other side of that is there will be outplays. There will be a willingness to do things, to trust in the talents of their players. And against a team like WE, who I think we have favoured them when their stars of Monkey and Taeyun are given a platform to work with. IG just mess with all the common logic because they'll fight you every single time. And sometimes a player like Rookie comes along and goes, yeah, you're now just facing a 10-on-1 Aurora. What does Taeyun do?
Yeah, there was a hell of a draft gear diff in Game 2. I think the first pick, Trundle, threw it into the abyss. Trundle for Varus Rumble was just not the draft. After that, locking in the Ornn, I understand then you have a good tank front line, but they had no damage. 0 damage throughout it. And they really struggled. Really struggled. WE, they'll have to go back to the drawing board. They were good drafters most of the time, at least knowing what they needed from a draft in the last split. But that was a schooling.
Yeah, it was. And unfortunately, there's a little bit of homework to be done, I think, for WE. For IG, they're getting the S grade on this one. I think Rookie, understandably, getting a lot of the fan vote here. We shouted that out already in game, but I think Mako also excellent game. And I think these damage numbers are going to not be for the faint of heart when we come over, because there will be a discrepancy.
That's our last game of the day done, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you going to be streaming?
I am not, because I'm doing G2 Hell this evening,
cool.
And I've got a little bit of admin to do.
Well, in that case, follow Sam on his socials. You can follow him when he's casting elsewhere, casting G2 Hell this evening over on the G2 Esports Twitch channel. And for those of you who have enjoyed it, please drop a like, a comment, and subscribe. I know we talk about it a lot, but it does make a lot of a difference if you do follow us and do the small things. post our clips places if you enjoyed them, or, you know, share the link around. It does make a lot of difference. Thank you for watching on TikTok as well, a new initiative that we're doing over there as well. Thank you for joining us, and we'll leave it there. I'm sure you can find out the MVP from elsewhere. Look around on Twitter. I gotta go rest, folks. I've been
bit fried.
Bit fried today, folks. We'll see you tomorrow for some more games. Let's see what.
Hello,
the series
Brengus.
and thank you so much for the support with the subs and the follows today too. Tomorrow we have FPX Top Esports, and then we have WE versus Weibo tomorrow. So a chance for them to pick up potentially a series versus what I would consider to be a weaker opponent in Weibo. They're also having some weird old time. They've got Chris back on the roster, and Weibo looking to bounce back from their first series. And with all of that said and done, we will see you tomorrow, and thanks for joining us.